Chapter 101, Abandoning the City. This young man with the surname Song actually has a decent nature. It's a pity he followed the wrong person. I wonder how things are going on Han Cheng's side. After disposing of the body, Chun Sansi, maintaining a conceal and move without trace state, rushed to their designated meeting place. In the woods, Dan Yuanji and the old servant, both with limbs severed, lay on the ground, using their last breath to experience a lifetime's flash before their eyes, then breathed their last. Han Cheng Yu. Tang Ming looked down, his expression a mix of anger and confusion as he stared at the blade, suddenly piercing his chest. Traitor, go to hell. Even with a knife embedded in his heart, he did not die immediately. Instead, he burst forth with a terrifying brutal force, repelled his opponent with a palm strike to the chest, then drew Xiao Chun's blade, which had been sheathed again, to fight once more. In the distance, Ji Guangxian and Xue Yuping sat on their horses, watching the scene with surprise. Ji, is Han Cheng your man? Isn't he yours? Ji Guangxian frowned. Could it be? The information was given to this officer by him? Not long ago, someone had slipped a secret letter into his residence. Now it seems it must have been Han Cheng. He's not your man? Xue Yuping quickly figured it out. Then he must be one of Sun Xiangzong's people. He's involved too? Ji Guangxian urged. Xue, you better confess everything now. What exactly are you up to in Yunzhou? Stop your nonsense. I'm here only for the immortal treasure. I know nothing of the other matters, Xue Yuping said, moving to ride off first. Go! Stop right there. Ji Guangxian stood firmly in front. Xue, hand over the immortal treasure. Then explain everything from start to finish, and I might spare your life. Ji Guangxian, you count for nothing. Vulgar. Fine, a gentleman uses his fists, not his words. How about we have a go at each other? Bring it on. A red-robed official and a blue-robed official both dismounted, took off their official hats, removed their belts, and stripped down to their undershirts, rolling up their sleeves to wrestle and tussle. You punch me, I punch you. You grab my hair, I pull your beard. Despicable. Crude. Idiot. Devious scoundrel. Soon, the two imperial officers had beaten each other black and blue. Gentlemen, quite skilled you are. Chun Sansi suddenly appeared. Mr. Chun? Xue Yuping was overjoyed. You've arrived just in time. Quick, take action and slay this demon. Then follow me out of here, straight to the capital city. Mr. Chun, kill him. Ji Guangxian, having the upper hand and sitting atop Xue Yuping, firmly grasped his opponent's hair. Then come with me. Mr. Gao of the cabinet will protect you. Z. Zhen Yu unsheathed. Ji Guangxian's head hit the ground. Good. Xue Yuping hadn't even caught his breath when he saw the gleaming blade approaching him. Mr. Chun, what are you doing? Are you mad? Z. With a swing of the sword, a life was taken. They all deserved to die, all thinking of manipulating him by whatever means. Chun Sansi sheathed his sword. Tang Ming too is dead. After finishing the battle, Han Cheng, covered in blood and pale-faced, remarked, Mr. Chen, what a brilliant strategy, what a move to borrow the knife to kill. If not for this, Xue Yuping would have noticed your lack of escape and surely commanded Tang Ming to turn back and kill you first. Are you all right? Chun Sansi noticed the other was injured. I won't die, but I probably don't have much fighting strength left. Han Cheng coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and said weakly, After simply handling the bodies, leave them here. The barbarian spies will soon discover them. Later, when the capital city investigates, they will deduce that the severe and high factions killed each other to death. As for me, I'll also encounter trouble on my way back. In any case, even if there are suspicions, they will only suspect me, and then the governor mansion. Don't worry, if you can truly save the young lady and the young master, taking the blame is nothing. The governor mansion has been a dead pig not fearing boiling water. Have you arranged what comes next? Leading the lady and young master through a small path? The intelligence says in 2 days the barbarians will withdraw 20,000 troops from the main battlefield to Pyong, among which there may very well be hidden high masters of the witch god sect. So if we're going, it's best we leave tonight. Take your wife along with the young lady and young master, travel light, and breaking out from the small south gate should be no problem. Households Han. Chan Sansi's gaze was fixed on the direction of the city. When did I ever say I would only take them? Han Chang, startled. What do you mean, Mr. Chan? Everyone, let's go. Chan Sansi's voice rang out firm. Pyong County City. As long as they are willing to exert effort in defending the city, be they soldiers or civilians, let's all leave together. That's impossible. Han Chang was astonished. Mr. Chan, with barbarians surrounding us on all sides, how could so many people possibly leave together? I have a way to make the Shi River tribe temporarily retreat, daring not to pursue us even half a step for 2 days, thereby buying 2 to 3 days' time to retreat. Then we could receive the support of 2,000 troops from Henkong Prefecture, and survival might not be impossible. Chun Sansi knew taking the civilians with them would be a burden. But those soldiers willing to follow him to the death, which one of them did not have families. If they stayed behind, not one would survive. If they left, sure, many might die along the way, but even having one more person live is worth it. Again, that saying, //. Within the limits of his ability, he aimed to do what would leave him with no regrets. There was another equally important point. //. No matter the use of the blood sacrifice, whatever the Dog Emperor and the barbarians aimed to achieve, he just had to stir things up. Time to pay up. Time to pay up. West of the city, in the large mansion of Zhao's martial arts academy and Zhao family, nearly all the town's gentry and lords were gathered, each dressed in fine silk, fat-bodied but with faces full of horror and unease, evidencing the recent troubled times. Wang Ji stood at the highest point, his voice booming. Time to pay up. Only silver notes accepted. No silver. Mr. Wang, master of Zhao's martial arts academy, Zhao Shanming, his face somewhat pale, said, 1,000 taels of silver per family? Isn't that too expensive? Exactly. Wang Ji, you were taking advantage of a crisis. A gentry who had been an official but had retired to his hometown accused. I know the superior officer of Nding Prefecture's commanding department. Be careful, I might just report you. Damn it, go ahead. Wang Ji cursed loudly. Nding Prefecture is still under siege. Just try. A bunch of ingrates. Too expensive? If it's too expensive, then none of you leave. If it weren't for the good relationships I maintained with you on normal days, would I still be thinking of you at such a critical time? Last chance. Pay 1,000 taels of silver notes, and I'll lead you to safety in Hong Kong Prefecture. Otherwise, just stay here. 1,000 taels. The crowd murmured among themselves. It doesn't limit the number of people per household. It's actually a good deal. Right, let's go. We can't stay in Pyong anymore. Mr. Wang, you better not be deceiving us. Rest assured. Wang Ji then smiled. Wang Ji. Take money to get things done, always reliable. As long as you pay, I guarantee you can leave Pyong. Hurry up. Those who want to live. We depart from the West City Gate in 2 hours. Don't be late. We'll pay the money. A group of people started lining up to pay. Then, within the allotted time, they hastily packed their belongings and assembled their personnel. Inside Pyong City, there were still 2 major martial arts halls left, 8 smaller ones, and several dozen large families. In the end, a total of about 2,000 people gathered. Among them, over 1,200 were adult males, with more than 300 who had martial training, and dozens were blood-refining warriors. But they had been defending the city for over a month. Aside from those initially forced into conscription, none of these people had been on the battlefield. Pan Quan, what the hell are you dawdling for? Wang Ji urged him on. Pan Quan, Zhao Shanming and others not only brought their families, but also carts filled with gold, silver, and precious medicines, unwilling to abandon anything. For over a century, Their families had passed down who knows how much wealth. All right, hurry up, Wang Ji ordered. With them were also Zhao Kong, Xiong Chuan, and 200 soldiers who began distributing weapons to those who didn't have any. Since the defense began, they had seized numerous weapons, enough in quantity. Lu, a gentleman now in his 60s, was handed a standard long sword. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? We're supposed to be escaping the city. Why are you distributing weapons? It's a breakout, what else? Wang Ji explained. The city is surrounded on all sides. Although the defense on the west side of the city is weaker, we still need to break through. But don't worry, I'll take the lead. You just need to use the weapons to defend yourselves. Let's go, no more waiting. Hum. The west city gate opened in the darkness of the night. Wang Ji led the way at the front, with Zhao Kong and Xiong Chuan on either side. About 2 hours out, campsites came into view. Inside and outside the camp, the guard was rigorous, with squads of cavalry patrolling back and forth. Judging from the deployment of forces, there were at least 2,000 troops. This was clearly not a weak spot, but rather the main general's camp. Wang Ji, are you sure this is right? Zhao Shanming caught up and said nervously, we should retreat and find another way out before they notice us. Wrong way. Wang Ji looked at him and smirked. I'm heading straight for their main camp. What do you mean? Before Zhao Shanming could figure it out, sudden, earth-shaking shouts erupted nearby. Kill! Kill! Boom! 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 Zhao Kong, Xiong Chuan, and others, numbering over 200, started shouting without warning, not forgetting to raise their torches. Kill! Directly charge the main camp. Capture Wu Moor alive. What? The lords, who thought they were breaking out to escape, were so shocked by the sudden change that they were at a loss. Wang Ji, what exactly are you trying to do? Zhao Shanming's words became incoherent. What am I doing? Didn't you hear? Wang Ji shouted. Charge the enemy camp. Capture Wu Moor alive. If you want to die, go ahead by yourself. Zhao Shanming turned and ran. Run fast. Over 1,000 people turned around, ready to head back to the city. At that moment, Feng Yong, leading a squad of troops, rushed out and blocked their escape route, stabbing to death the one at the front. Anyone who retreats another step dies. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! With such commotion, how could the barbarian main camp fail to notice? They dispatched a large number of troops to form up and charge.
Zhao Shanming, Panama Quan.
Wang Ji pointed with his MO blade at the rapidly approaching barbarian army. You can't run now, either fight with me, or wait to be chopped up by random swords. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, the Lord truly has a great strategy. Even I have to admire it. Su Wan, holding a feather fan picked up from who knows where, waved his hand grandly. Ignite it! Chapter 102, Great Defeat of the Barbarian Army. All right, Su Bin followed the order. He lit the huge torches that had been prepared in advance on the city wall. A blaze of fire shot up into the sky. Having completed the task, Su Bin asked in confusion, Old Su, are you sure this was ordered by Mr. Chan? It certainly was ordered by him. Su Wenkai, holding a feather fan and speaking in a measured tone, said, You must follow the instructions precisely. Any mistakes, and you'll face military law. Putting on airs. Where did you get that fan? Zhu Tong snatched the fan away and demanded, Speak. What did Shancher tell you? Now, he was the only one in the entire army who still called him Shancher. No matter how many times he was corrected, it had become a unique trait. The scholar from a large household left the city. I picked it up from the ground. Give it back. Su Wenkai reached out, but couldn't grab it. Old Zhu, do you want to face military law? Humph. Zhu Tong eventually returned the fan. Why did Shancher give you so much power? Mr. Su. The cool voice of Sun Li arose. Are you sure the feigned might of your younger brothers is effective? I still need to lead 50 cavalry out. There are at least 6,000 barbarians outside. Our manpower is barely sufficient for defense. Isn't it too risky to initiate an attack? The day had passed strangely. First, Xiang Tingchun died inexplicably outside the city. Then, the magistrate and even Chun Sansi disappeared and hadn't returned till now, giving everyone the impression that something significant was about to happen. Yet they were all kept in the dark. Only Su Wenkai came forward, waving his junior brother's banner, organizing tasks so methodically that he called out one name after another, as smoothly as if he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind, finally having the chance to execute them. Miss Sun, I trust the official, and I ask you to trust him too. Su Wenkai was utterly composed. You just follow my instructions. With the official backing us, tonight will be the biggest and sole victorious battle since the start of the war in Pyong. The lives and properties of tens of thousands of citizens depend on this. Barbarian Army Camp. Wu Mu'er, reading the secret letter handed to him, looked stern. The deputy general asked, Sir, has something unexpected happened? The witch god sect was attacked. Many died. But no matter, there will still be Hua Jin experts joining the big army heading to Pyong in about 2 or 3 days. Wu Mu'er put down the letter. The fall of Pyong City is imminent. Sir, do you know what the witch god sect intends to do? The deputy general curiously asked. I heard that wherever a city is breached, the witch god sect enters to collect the heart blood of the living, all so secretive. What use is heart blood? If it's not your concern, don't ask. Wu Mu'er spoke gravely. Our mission is simply to take down Pyong. Speaking of which, the willpower of the Shang people is indeed terrifying. After fighting for over a month, the number of city defenders was actually increasing. They suffered heavy losses, and as a result, hesitated to continue the assault, being forced to wait for the arrival of reinforcements. What's laughable is, they had internal strife. Wu Mu'er looked at several bodies within the tent, his gaze mocking. These bodies found not long ago by the city gate. From their identities, each was a refining organ martial artist. Moreover, with the news from spies that the main general Xiang Tingchun had disappeared, it seems there might be no refining organ fighters left within Pyong City. Everyone says the Shang people have severe internal conflicts, with parties within the court often fighting bitterly. I used to not believe it, but it seems now it might be even worse than described. The deputy general agreed. Sir, you are right. I think the Shang dynasty is running out of its fate. We, the people of the Sky Clan, will own the fertile grounds of the Central Plains sooner or later. As the two talked, noise erupted outside. Report! A soldier burst into the tent. The defenders in Pyong City are attacking our camp. Attacking the camp? With so many refining organ fighters dead, what do they have left to attack with? Wu Mu'er picked up his curved sword and hurried out of the tent. Looking towards the direction of the West City Gate and the chaotic scene, he quickly evaluated the reality. This isn't regular soldiers, just a mob from the city. Where do they get the guts? Tired of living, are they? Pass my order. Move all the cavalry from the east here. Crush them. After the command was delivered, the cavalry quickly arrived. Wu Mu'er planned to join the battle himself. But at that moment, a fire started in the east, and shouts thundered through the air. Report! Another rider came. Sir, it's bad news. The reinforcements from Hengkong Prefecture have arrived. What? Wu Mu'er frowned. Are you sure you saw it clearly? A few days ago, someone had broken through and headed towards Hengkong Prefecture. At that time, he guessed they were seeking reinforcements. But based on the distance, the forces from Hengkong Prefecture shouldn't have arrived for another 4 days, nearly a step behind the barbarian army. How could they arrive so quickly? All cavalry? I saw it clearly, the soldier said nervously. Dust fills the sky, shouts shatter one's lungs, and there are mountains full of military flags and torches. Conservatively estimating, there were over 2,000. It's indeed possible for Hengkong Prefecture to dispatch this many troops, Wu Mu'er told the deputy general. You stay here and keep order. Don't panic. I'll personally check what's going on. In this situation, clarity was crucial. Once the army's morale is disturbed, collapse is imminent. Kill! Kill! East of the city. Following Su Onesai's commands, Sun Buki and others stealthily exited the city in batches, gathering 200 new recruits in the east. They used rags to disguise as military flags and lit torches all over the hills, and finally, they beat the war drums and shouted their war cries. He was puzzled. This old scholar, using Shanshur to pressure us. What's the point in doing all these displays of might? Since it's the official's order, we just need to follow it. While speaking, Wang Li energetically scattered ashes everywhere, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Kill! Kill! Kill! They're coming! They're coming!" Sun Buki, holding his long spear, said, "Somebody's coming, all cavalry. The one in the middle seems like Wu Mu'er. What did Su Onesai tell us to do next? Run up the mountain, hide, and when the signal arrow sounds, set fires simultaneously, then attack again." Wang Li grabbed his things and ran off. "Go!" Sun Buki hurriedly followed. "What is this?" Finally catching up, Wu Mu'er stopped his horse staring at the empty space before him. "Is this what you call the reinforcements from Hong Kong Prefecture?" "Sir, it's too dark. We couldn't see clearly either." The soldier who had reported earlier, fearing punishment, suggested, "Shall we check the mountain? Cavalry go up the mountain? Does anyone with a brain say such a thing?" Wu Mu'er thought for a moment. "Retreat! It's most likely a bluff. Not worth our attention." Whoosh! Just as they were about to head back to camp, a sudden arrow sound near Wu Mu'er made him shudder, and he slashed his curved sword in the direction of the sound, successfully cutting down one arrow, then a second and a third. "Is that you?" In the darkness in the distance, a familiar figure on a white horse appeared. Wu Mu'er could not fail to recognize him. Over a month ago, it was this young man who had captured the 9th prince right before him. If the war had not just commenced, when manpower was crucial, he would have probably been beheaded long ago. Even now, he might still face serious consequences after autumn. Such quick arrows. Wu Mu'er focused on defending against the relentless arrows and calmly ordered, "Surround him!" No matter how fast this person shot arrows, he was still just one man. By diverting the attention of the remaining men, he could quickly close in. "Senior Sister Sun!" Chen Sansi shouted loudly. Sun Li arrived in time and 50 riders formed 10 small, car suspension formations, charging into the barbarian cavalry, clashing fiercely, trying their best to prevent them from surrounding Chen Sansi, each facing multiple enemies, with her alone confronting 2 Lianggu 100 households. Watching the target of her junior brother's arrows, she finally figured out what this series of connected plans intended to do. Chen Sansi intended to lure Wu Mu'er from the heavily guarded Central Army camp to recreate the feat on the grassland. However, it wasn't to capture a useless prince this time, but to kill the refining organ general, thereby throwing the enemy into disarray. "Junior brother, be careful." Sun Li was already surrounded by many cavalrymen. "I will buy you time." Not only did she understand, Wu Mu'er understood as well. This youngster wanted to kill him, the last main general of the Shi River tribe. By this means, to cause his army to collapse. But as the main general, how could he not know his own importance? The reason he dared lead 500 cavalry to inspect was because all the known refining organ martial artists within Payang City had killed each other. And this youngster, merely 100 households officer. If he truly had the capability to kill him, during the previous encounter on the grassland, he wouldn't have just left a fat man to face the blade while going to find the 9th prince himself. Clang, clang, clang. The men at the West City Gate were sent by you as well, weren't they? Wu Mu'er sneered, as he blocked the arrows while speaking. "I won't chase after you. Your bow alone won't kill me. I'll just drag this out with you. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the rabble at the West City Gate will be crushed and wiped out. And the pretty little lady leading over 50 cavalry behind me will be captured alive. Once her cultivation is crippled, she'll make a fine slave for me. Lastly, when you run out of arrows, I'll kill you." For now, the only threat to him was the big bow in this youngster's hands. All he needed was to be cautious, and if he just dragged it out, he would win. Smarter than Luo Dongquan. He knows to be wary of archery, not actively pursuing me. If it were a one-on-one, dragging this out wouldn't be a problem. But there are 500 cavalry behind him. Wang Ji, Sun Li, they can't hold on much longer. So, Chun Sansi unexpectedly tucked away his bow and grabbed his spear. I didn't plan on dragging this out with you. You dare come at me? Wu Mu'er gripped his curved sword. I want to see just what progress you've made in just over a month. Clang! The two warhorses crossed paths, and the curved sword and long spear collided for the first time. Chun Sansi felt the trembling of the long spear. His chi blood surged within him, stabilizing his form. On any other day, he could have dragged it out. But today, he had to kill quickly. He changed his usual fighting style, the undying golden snake spear technique, forcibly conjuring the aura of the breaking formation spear, attacking ferociously. Even though there was a difference in pure strength compared to the refining organ, he still did not retreat to defend. But being anxious and attacking recklessly would expose flaws. Full of openings, Wu Mu'er seized the moment, his curved blade like a black moon descending, tearing through the air, aiming directly at the opponent's face. He had thought that, faced with such a deadly strike, the opponent would inevitably defend, but quite the contrary, there was no attempt to dodge, still determined to thrust his flawed spear. Does this guy think his head is harder than my blade? The curved sword neatly sliced through Chun Sansi's iron helmet, striking squarely on the head. Crack! However, the expected gore did not materialize. Instead, upon contact with flesh, the blade emitted a sound as if scraping against metal, sparking faintly. Vajra body?
Wu Mu'er was shocked.
After the incident with the ninth prince, he had investigated Chun Sansi. A genius youth with the 9-dragon body, selected officer of the governor mansion. Where did the Vajra body come from? His blood velocity surged, and he forcibly retracted the curved sword, just in time blocking the long spear stabbing at him. Clang! In the close encounter, another glint flashed at the young man's waist, a sword light tearing through the heavens, gone in a flash. The 9th prince's sword. Wu Mu'er recognized the weapon, then felt the ground getting closer, even though his body was still on horseback. Before he could understand, the world plunged into darkness. Chapter 103 Grand Ancestor Chun Lei. The hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. Grass. Chun Sansi's iron helmet was chopped in half. His forehead throbbed with pain, leaving a trail of blood. Copper skin, iron bone. Whether it's copper or iron, it can eventually be destroyed, if bone training can't break through his skin. But after all, it is refining organs, a leap across a major realm. Fortunately, it was ultimately blocked. Chun Sansi wasn't reckless. When he was killing Luo Dongquan earlier, he deliberately exchanged a blow to understand the immense power wielded by someone proficient in the refining organ skill, and he was confident that his Vajra body could withstand it. Then he could take advantage of the surprise and deliver a deadly slash. Vajra body, swordsmanship, perfection. Lacking either one would not do. Sun Li, with her own strength, killed 2 bone-training martial artists of the same realm. However, she was also sneak-attacked several times, and she found it difficult to divert attention to the situation dozens of steps away. She was about to face an assault from bone-training generals as well as dozens of cavalry. If this continued, she would soon be weakened from loss of chi blood and killed by the disorderly blades. The 50 cavalry she brought were already reduced by half in such a short time. Just then, the sound of an armor-piercing arrow tore through the night sky, followed by a loud shout. Wu Mu'er is dead. Reinforcements from Hong Kong Prefecture have arrived. You barbarian thieves better surrender quickly. Chun Sansi used his long spear to lift a head, showing it to them. Lord Thousand Households is dead? The barbarian cavalry were all greatly shocked. Kill, 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 kill. After the signal of the armor-piercing arrow, those who had previously hidden on the mountain, like Sun Buki and others, began to wave their torches again and screamed shrilly. The war drums were pounded so vigorously that they shook the earth, and in the shadows of the trees and woods, it was unclear how many people there were. Reinforcements. Hong Kong Prefecture really sent help. There's an ambush, retreat quickly. Retreat, retreat. The 500 cavalry trembled with fear. Where are you running? Chan Sansi, with a spear lifting a head in one hand and the Jinyue sword in the other, entered the crowd to kill. In this way, the barbarian cavalry were even more convinced of the ambush, and their desire to fight was completely lost. They only cared for their lives. It's over, Chin Sansi knew. Once this cavalry returned to their main camp, it would be their moment of collapse. On top of the city walls. Lazybones, get up. Wang Ji and his men are about to bite the dust. Zhu Tong was so anxious that he paced back and forth. My lord, how come the lord hasn't returned? Su Bin also began to grow agitated. The lord must be fine. Amidst the utter chaos, Su Wenkai turned out to be the calmest of all, gripping his feather fan tightly. Just wait for one more tea time. After one tea time, the barbarian army of 6,000 can be crushed at the snap of the fingers. Finally, on Eastern Mountain, fire lit up for the second time. Good, good, good. The barbarian army is broken. Su Wenkai waved his feather fan without hesitation. Lu Jinkue, Zhu Tong, Wu De, Su Bin. Relay my command. Fling open the West City Gate and strike with all our might. The cavalry will form the car suspension formation at the forefront, advancing with everyone else following behind. Just kill anyone you see, and remember, we must be loud and have plenty of torches. Su Wenkai. Lu Jinkue was half doubtful. We're putting our lives in your and Chen Baihu's hands. Yesterday evening, under the arrangement of Su Wenkai, Sun Li siblings and Wang Ji suddenly began to take over the command of the army inside the city, claiming that they were preparing for a breakout during the night. At first, they didn't understand what was happening and they didn't take orders from just anyone. But now, half of the people inside the city belonged to Chun Sansi's faction. Among them, the Sun Li siblings had high status and were not to be offended lightly. What's most crucial was that, overnight, Xiang Tingchun, Luo Dongquan, and others all went missing without a trace of life or death, obviously indicating some major event was about to unfold, a matter of life or death, which they couldn't ignore. As a result of this series of actions, felt as if doom was imminent. Go out of the city. The city gates opened wide. The remaining fighting force inside the city poured out, with less than 1,000 people, and took the offensive against a barbarian army of 6,000. West City Gate. Pan Quan had already died amidst the chaotic army. Zhao Shangming had been chopped to lose an arm, hanging on to life by a thread. The disciples from the martial arts hall and local gentry were mostly dead. Little remained. Wang Ji and his men had fought until this point, also suffering severe casualties. Is Su Wenkai deceiving me? Is this really how Stoney arranged it? He looked at the seemingly endless barbarians. To hell with it. If all else fails, just die. 15 years ago, he climbed the city walls and didn't die. If he were to die on the battlefield today, it would be a fitting end. Good. In the next life, I'll be a fellow traveler with you again. Xiong Chuan's bones were exposed, and he too was preparing to embrace death. Kill. Behind them, the city gates flung open. The flames soared into the sky, and the sounds of killing roared like thunder. The barbarian soldiers were intimidated by the energy, but not yet disordered, for their numbers were many. They were just perplexed why Pyong City was going crazy tonight. From where did they get such confidence? Were they really courting death? Until the cavalry unit that had left earlier returned to report, explaining their question. Lord Wu Muer is dead. 3,000 Hong Kong Prefecture cavalry have come to our aid. No, 5,000 cavalry. What? The deputy general stood dumbfounded, but still clung to the last bit of rationality. Don't panic. Where did so many reinforcements come from? Wu Muer's head is here. A white horse burst onto the battlefield and a familiar head was lifted high under the frosty moonlight. Surrender quickly. My lord. Whoosh! An armor-piercing arrow flew swiftly, directly shooting the bone-training martial artist of perfection off his horse, becoming the final straw that crushed their psychological defenses. The news of both the main general and deputy general dying spread with inconceivable speed, growing more exaggerated with each retelling. By the end, it had become a story that the 8 camps had won the main battlefield of Liangzhou, and Sun Xiangzong himself had come to encircle and kill them. At that moment, 6,000 barbarians. Their defeat was as swift as a landslide. The soldiers from Piyang County chased and slaughtered them from behind, while the barbarians did not even fight back, casting away their armor and weapons, their lines breaking into a complete rout. It was not until this moment. Lu Jingkue, Xiong Chuan, Zhao Kong, and others, watching Chun Sansi move unobstructed through the chaotic army, his Lu-leaf-long spear holding the head of a refining organs general, looked upon him as if he was a deity. In a single night, Piyang City went from being deeply encircled to achieving a grand victory. Years later, with the change of dynasties, this battle was recorded in history. In the 72nd year of the Longqing era of the Old Dynasty, on the 6th day of the 12th lunar month, the Grand Emperor Qinlei, faced with desperation, cut down enemy generals and led over 1,000 remnants to a great victory over 6,000 barbarians. This battle is known in history as the Battle of Piyang, also called the Dragon Emerges from the Abyss. Only at daybreak did the 6,000 barbarian soldiers, abandoning countless baggage and provisions, retreat beyond the Great Wall, not one daring to look back. Warfare hinges on coordinating the heavens, the earth, and the people. The number of soldiers alone cannot decide the outcome 100% of the time. If one can harness the general trend to their advantage, victory against a larger force is not impossible. The barbarian army had besieged the city for a long time without success. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, they lost a total of 3 refining organ generals, severely lowering their morale. When the last refining organ general fell, they were bound to crumble like sand. By contrast, Piyang, after a long siege, aside from the local gentry and elites, the soldiers and civilians had an unprecedented fighting spirit, united as one. Among them, hundreds developed a sinking formation death will. Given these increasing advantages and disadvantages, the gap was too vast. Additionally, there indeed was someone who knew that Hong Kong Prefecture was very likely to send reinforcements soon. With the heavens, the earth, and the people aligned, how could the barbarian army not be defeated? However, just when everyone was excited about this miracle, Chun Sansi suddenly announced another command. Abandon the city. Abandon the city? Why? Questions arose among people like Zhao Kong. Over half the barbarians died or were injured overnight, with hundreds trampled to death by their own. They've already retreated beyond the Great Wall, and they might even return to the grasslands. Inside Piyang City, we have ample food and supplies. We should take this opportunity to strengthen our defenses and continue the siege. The barbarians have besieged us without attacking for a long time. What do you think they're doing? They're waiting for reinforcements. And the next time, there might be even higher realm generals. Chun Sansi announced the harsh reality before the eyes of everyone. On the other hand, the bodies of several dignitaries have been discovered in the barbarian camp, and we don't even have a single person who has undergone refining of organs. How can we continue to defend? My lord is right, Su Wenkai added. Last night, we captured a close aide to the barbarians who was 100 households, and he confessed that at least 30,000 more troops will march towards Piyang soon. The defeated barbarians will also quickly regroup and come back for another attack. The only plan for now is to flee the city. That is the only way to live. But what about us? The numerous civilians responsible for repairing the city walls, hearing that the defenders planned to abandon the city, dropped their tools in despair. Abandon the city. That meant abandoning them, didn't it? This sort of thing wasn't unheard of. The defenders flee, and the civilians are left behind to be slaughtered. So what was the point of their desperate defense for this past month? Unexpectedly, the civilians did not riot. They dispersed and continued to pick up their tools to reinforce the fortifications. Although their expressions were numb, their movements stiff, as if they were soulless zombies. Most of the soldiers, new recruits, and laborers did the same. To abandon the city is to focus on a rapid escape. Those who couldn't ride horses were likely to be left behind. Not to mention, most of their family members were still here. How could they bear to leave? Wives, children, fathers, mothers, all left behind to await death? Wait a moment. I haven't finished speaking. Chon Sansi gathered his chi blood and spoke loudly, ensuring most of those present could hear him. We will indeed abandon the city, but I never said we would abandon the people. Pass my order. The civilians within Pyong City, all who wish to leave, may follow the army. We, the military, will cover the rear. Upon these words, not only did the civilians, even Su Wenkai and many subordinates were shocked. Escape with the civilians? And cover for them? In thousands of years, when had this ever happened? Aren't they worried about being slowed down? Of course. I'm not forcing anyone. Chon Sansi continued. We will depart from the West City Gate before noon today, heading westward, with a temporary destination of Hong Kong Prefecture. Whether to go or stay is completely voluntary. You must think carefully. If you leave, you may never be able to return, and it's very possible to die on the road. My lord, we are willing to go. We will follow you in life and death. After a brief silence, the civilians inside the city knelt down in unison. Staying here is also to be slaughtered by the barbarians. The barbarians, known for their ruthless looting and ravaging, would definitely not leave any survivors. Therefore, escaping is the only way to live. Thank you, my lord. My lord. Su Wenkai, you take care of the arrangements. After leaving these words, Chon Sansi went to the horse stable in the eastern part of the city to find the gravely injured and weak Han Chung. Has there been any word from the governor mansion? It will be a few more days. Han Chung replied. We should be receiving a message soon. Good. Chon Sansi recalled the words of Magistrate Xue, feeling that even going to Hong Kong Prefecture might not be safe. He had said it. Hong Kong Prefecture could be abandoned if necessary. But heading westward, leaving U State would take them to U State, one of the Northwest 3 states. If U State were to fall, they would have no choice but to seek shelter in Liang State, where the 8 camps and the governor mansion are located. There, they might receive more support and find their last hope.
Chapter 104 Unity Spear Technique.
The more they feared the governor mansion, the more they knew they had to head there to be safe. Mr. Chun, today's feat was truly once in a millennium. Households Han remarked, do you really plan to lead the thousands next? I said what I said. I can't go back on it now. Chon Sansi estimated. The Shi River tribe just escaped the Great Wall. It will take at least a day for them to react and wait for the main army to arrive. By then, we would have been gone for 3 days and nights. Not enough. Han Chang shook his head. The cavalry can cover hundreds of miles in a single day, but how far can a group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled travel? They will catch up soon enough. That's why I hope Mr. Han contacts the governor mansion as soon as possible, preferably to have some troops sent over. Chun Sansi even doubted whether the 2,000 troops from Hong Kong Prefecture could still come, and if so, how many. I still suggest, Han Chang said somewhat uneasily, that the young master and miss along with your family leave first. All right, I'll ask Sun Li if she's willing. They can leave quickly on horseback. Chun Sansi did not refute. Good. Sir, I will take my leave now. Han Chang, coughing, said, officially, I am already a dead man. If I'm seen with you somewhere and complications arise, I will signal you with the call of a cuckoo, and you can find me by following the sound. Also, take this. While saying this, he pulled out a cultivation technique.
Refining Organ Spear Technique.
Chun Sansi held the book, named Unity Spear Technique. Where did this come from, and can I practice it? Before coming to Pyong, the supervisor sent this to me. It seems to be a fusion of 3 military spear techniques that he created. It wasn't meant for you initially. Han Chang looked in the direction of the city. It was planned to be handed over to the young master when the time was right, but now it seems better to give it to you. Sun Buki. Chun Sansi understood the deep meaning behind it. Supervisor Sun sending the Sun Li siblings here was not just an experience for them, but a preparation to temper Brother Bu Chi's disposition and then to give him a superior method. Now it appeared. Until now, he had never seen Sun Buki practice the spear, not even achieving a small achievement in bone training. He had practiced archery quite frequently, but without any progress. Take the cultivation technique and intensively practice refining organs. Han Chung spoke exhaustedly. From here on, you'll have to manage on your own. Remember, when you hear the cuckoo calling, come and find me. After finishing, he bowed with his fists and left. I finally have something to train with. Chun Sansi was accustomed to daily martial arts practice. Suddenly stopping it felt very unnatural. He returned to the city and in an abandoned civilian house, he found Sun Li and Sister Lan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He stood outside the bedroom and didn't enter. Sun Li was injured while buying him time, sustaining damage to her bones. Gu Xinlan was helping her apply medicine and bandage the wounds. Not until it was finished inside did he open the door. Brother Shi. Gu Xinlan threw herself into his arms. She checked him over here and there, finally noticing the scar on his forehead that nearly split his head in two. It was just a scrape. I'm fine. Chun Sansi reassured her and then turned to the lady in red. Senior Sister Sun, thanks to you blocking the cavalry, I at most could have handled a single refining organs expert. If not for you, Payong would have been in grave danger. Junior Brother Sure knows how to flatter. It was clearly your victory over the barbarian army, but you make it sound like I deserve the credit. Sun Li's pale face, due to her injuries, became even whiter. But you must be at bone forging perfection by now, right? No wonder you've been practicing with both sabers and swords. It seems you've had nothing else to train. Hadn't been long. Reflecting upon her arrival in Pyong, he was only just starting bone training. Now, he had single-handedly slain a refining organs expert and led them to rout the enemy army. His growth rate was undeniably astounding. Senior Sister Sunday, Chun Sansi asked, do you and Brother Bu Chi want to leave first? Leave first. Sun Li leaned on the bedpost, tilting her head. Junior brother, are you looking down on me? Why would you say that, senior sister? Sun Li was slightly displeased, but her weak voice made her sound feeble. You all stay to protect the civilians, yet you want me to leave first. Do you think it's because I'm a woman, or is it because I'm the daughter of the supervisor that I'm more valuable? That's not what I meant. Chun Sansi was just fulfilling Han Cheng's request to ask her. He knew she wouldn't leave early, but seeing her so injured, it seemed she really couldn't stay to cover the rear. He pondered for a moment and then said, Senior sister, you are seriously injured. Staying would just slow us down. Are you repulsed by me? Sun Li, angered, moved slightly, but the pain from her wounds made her lay back down. Why would I, senior sister? Chun Sansi explained. How about this, you don't need to leave early. Just walk with the civilians, that way you can help take care of Sister Lan and also protect the civilians to prevent any accidents. If you don't agree, how can I rest assured letting Sister Lan walk alone in the chaos? Not just Sister Lan, there's also Mrs. Su from the Su family, and Zhu Tong's mother, among many others. Surely there needs to be someone to look after them? I wouldn't trust anyone else. A whole lot of talking later. Finally, Sun Li agreed. Thank you, Senior Sister Sunday. Chun Sansi cupped his fists. Brother Shi, come with me for a moment. Gu Xinlan pulled him outside and, after walking a considerable distance, cautiously asked, Do you have any medicine that can remove scars? Remove scars. It's not for me, it's for Li. She cried. Gu Xinlan said with evident distress. She suffered several deep cuts across her body. The wounds are so deep that you can see the bones. We don't lack medicine for healing, but she keeps shedding tears. I guess she didn't bring any scar removal medicine. After all, as a woman, if her body is scarred, how will she cope in the future? I understand. Chun Sansi nodded. I'll give it to you before we leave. He was proficient in medical arts, not only skilled in concocting cultivation-enhancing medicine but also adept at treating all kinds of difficult diseases in the mortal world. Removing scars was a trivial matter for him, as ingredients with similar properties could be found in black jade protective ointment and condensed dew body refining soup. Without wasting any time, Chun Sansi went to Yunha Medicine Store and acquired a batch of medicinal materials for free. He then concocted the scar removal medicine on the spot, along with a large quantity of the G family's secret golden sore medicine and other emergency hemostatic drugs, distributing them to his subordinates. Lastly, there was the tiger blood wine. Initially, Ji Guangxin had transported the wine from the capital city as a reward, but they couldn't carry it all due to too many burdens. Only 6 jars were hung on Chen Sun's body, which was temporarily sufficient. In order not to waste it, taking advantage of the remaining time, Chun Sansi gulped half a jar of wine and then started practicing the cultivation techniques he had memorized from photographic memory. Unity Spear Technique, Flying Snake Wind, Python Breaking Formation, Undying Golden Snake. The pile work and techniques of the 3 spear methods were perfectly integrated. Even the vast breathing skill had some minor variations. They complemented each other, combining strengths and defenses, flawless and complete. Moreover, the name seemed casually chosen, sounding like some mild and steady spear technique. But in reality, Chun Sansi could vaguely sense a hint of frenzy from the text and diagrams. Instead of calling it Unity Spear Technique, it might as well be called Frenzy Blood Spear Technique. Correspondingly, the difficulty of the practice also increased exponentially. The complexity of the pile work and techniques was more than several times, 10 times even. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely find it hard just to memorize it. No wonder it had to wait until Sun Buki changed his temperament to give it to him. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Refining internal organs, from entry-level to great success, corresponds to blood movement, quenching internal organs, heart burning, blood explosion. Blood movement is different from blood refining. Blood refining alters the blood, whereas blood movement involves further utilization of qi blood. Only after attaining great success in refining internal organs can one advance to Hua Jin. Chun Sansi personally experienced why the word used is refining and not practicing, forcibly altering the speed of blood flow within the body to increase explosive power while tempering the internal organs in an excruciatingly painful process, comparable to being refined by fire. The potent effects of the exotic tiger blood wine combined with the complex pile work spear technique made him feel as though he had jumped into a furnace. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat as his internal organs, blood vessels, bones, and meridians seemed to melt. Fortunately, with his blended physique, he was able to fluidly execute the technique by the end of the morning. Cultivation technique. Unity Spear Technique. Not entered. Progress. 5 out of 100. Utility. Blood of the dragon elephant. 9 dragon living veins. Vajra body. What spear technique is this? I've never seen it before. Sun Buki, who had been secretly watching for a while, widened his eyes. I want to learn it too. Go ahead and learn. Chun Sansi had noticed him long before, and after all, this originally belonged to someone else. Refining organ skill? Forget it. I won't learn that. Sun Buki flipped through a few pages and then gave up, soon realizing something was amiss. Where did this come from? Could it be that you created it yourself? No, wait. Did my father come?
No.
Chun Sansi didn't continue the conversation with him, but instead went to the West City Gate. Sir. Lu Jinkue, Zhao Kong, and others, although technically of the same rank as him, involuntarily addressed him this way, not even realizing it themselves. Among those who can handle weapons and are willing to stay behind to cover our retreat, there are 1,500 people, including 1,200 array soldier infantry and 300 cavalry, capable of forming the car suspension formation that you personally drill. Besides, there are 500 strong and young civilians, a total of 2,000. From the civilian side, a rough count shows over 40,000 are willing to accompany us. Additionally, from last night's battle, countless weapons, supplies, and nearly 1,000 horses have been seized. Should we take as many as we can? As much as possible, especially the horses. Chun Sansi instructed. Drilling the battle formation is definitely out of the question, but it's beneficial if they can all learn to ride horses. Pass my order, we leave in an hour. Yes. Everyone promptly acknowledged the command and departed. Outside the West City Gate, led by soldiers specifically responsible for guiding the way, an endless stream of civilians followed, entering the boundless expanse of the world. The most dangerous aspect of this journey was being pursued. Food was less of a concern. In Pyong City and the barbarian army camps alone, the military rations were sufficient for a long time. Ironically enough, this winter many who would have died of hunger or cold, on the day the city was abandoned, wore warm clothes and had full bellies. Depart! Chun Sansi, mounted on his horse, commanded loudly. The 2,000 covering the retreat moved forward. He took one last look at Pyong County before kicking his horse's sides to catch up with the troop. Chapter 105, Meridian Passage Realm. 2 days later, outside the Great Wall, the scattered barbarian soldiers finally regrouped, numbering around 1,000, but no one dared to approach the Great Wall again. They headed straight back to the grasslands dozens of miles away to station themselves. During this period, the 2 spies they had sent out also vanished without a trace, deterring anyone else from going. Boom! 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 The sound of horse hooves shook the earth. It was on this day. The large army forcibly transferred from the main battlefield in Liangzhou finally arrived, with more troops than reported, 40,000 strong. Damn it! The main general of the Meridian Passage Realm, Wu Liangha, lashed his whip onto a soldier. You were supposed to be besieging the city. Why are you here? The whip split the soldier's body right in half. To those with good eyesight, it was clear. In fact, the whip hadn't touched the barbarian's body at all. Instead, an invisible force attached to the whip was what tore the soldier apart. Mercy, my lord! The barbarian soldiers knelt down one after another, recounting the events of 2 days prior. Nonsense! Sun Xiangzong is still at the main Liangzhou battlefield. It would take at least half a month to come to Yu State. How could he possibly run to Pyong and kill an insignificant refining organ general? Wu Liangha raged. Army, march with me.
Direct assault on Poyang.
I want to see who scared you like this. When the army of 40,000 arrived beneath the city walls, what emerged before them was an empty city. Not only were there no defending troops, but even the civilians were gone. Idiots, idiots! Wu Liangha was hopping mad. Tens of thousands of people from a city, and you let them escape? If you're not up for taking the city, can't you even encircle it? Search the city. The barbarian army flooded into the city. Wu Liangha, on his own, went to an uninhabited place and waited in silence. Before long, one after another, members of the witch god sect cloaked in black robes arrived. Leading them was also a master of the Meridian Passage. In his hand, he held a long spike. General Wu Liangha, why have you given me an empty city?
Vu Millionaire is completely useless.
One after another, the refining organ troops sent are no fewer than the Shang dynasties, yet they're beaten down to just 2,000 men. Wu Liangha suppressed his rage. What's next? Should we give up on Pyong?
No.
The witch god sect leader Amugu with a solemn expression. We originally counted on the 600,000 from Yu State, and one county should have at least 30,000. If they escape, what if we can't meet the numbers? Then we shall pursue. Wu Liangha said firmly. These city defenders are not thinking straight, dragging civilians with them. Their pace must be extremely slow. Leading the army by the main road, the cavalry should catch up in a few days. Send 3,000 light cavalry to pursue. A few refining organ leaders will suffice. I'll take another troop to Hong Kong Prefecture first. There are more people there. After dealing with that, I'll personally go after them. Amugu methodically arranged. As for the rest, you lead them to Hit and Ding Prefecture. Above refining organ is Huajin. Above Huajin is Meridian Passage. And Ding Prefecture? Wu Liangha did not immediately reply. Are you sure? Wasn't it agreed that we would surround Ding Prefecture but not attack, and immediately retreat after our main mission? This is the sect hierarch's command. Amugu stated, Hangkong Prefecture is about to fall. If we can also take Ding Prefecture, even if we can't occupy Yu State, we'll be able to demand more benefits. Fine. Wu Liangha accepted. That is enough. The defenders in this city, the highest realm is merely at refining organ, and they might not even have that. Leave it to you. Orders were dispatched. The barbarian cavalry quickly followed the trail left by the abandoned city garrison and gave chase. Phew! Having finally assimilated the potency of the tiger blood wine, Chun Sansi planted his long spear into the ground and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Cultivation technique. Unity spear technique. Not yet entry-level. Progress. 45 out of 100. Utility. Power of the dragon elephant. 9 dragon living veins. Vajra body. After starting the refining internal process, his efficiency in utilizing spiritual grain improved. Coupled with the valuable tiger blood wine, his cultivation speed was not slow. It had been 2.5 days since they left Pyong. In another 2 days, he could almost enter the refining internal realm. By then, should he encounter refining organ generals, unless they are at the perfect level, he would not have to face life and death situations as before. However, the barbarian pursuers were likely to catch up soon. My lord! Wang Li raced over on his horse. Mr. Wang's reinforcement troops have come to assist, numbering 2,000. Chun Sansi picked up his spear and mounted his horse, riding Chen Sun to the fork in the road ahead. It had felt incomplete to only call it Little Sun before. Since it could find its master from 1,000 miles away, it was fittingly named Chen Sun, a complete name. Arriving at the designated location, he saw a troop with fairly commendable marching discipline. At the very front was a refining organ deputy general on a red-maned horse, holding a long spear. This must be Officer Chan, who led 1,000 remnants to crush 6,000 barbarian bandits. Truly a young hero. Du has nothing but admiration. Wang Ji introduced, This is Vice Thousand Households Du Rong, sent specially by Commander Ma to assist us. Mr. Chen. Du Rong sat upright on his horse. Hangkong Prefecture is in dire need. I implore you to make haste and return with me to assist. We can't go back directly. Su Wenkai, bring the map. Chun Sansi pointed with his spear at the map. Vice Thousand Households Du, I must ask you to lead your troops through this minor road with me. Additionally, dispatch a small number of troops to take the major road back to Hangkong Prefecture to assess the situation. After confirming everything is in order, we can then cut back from the border of this mountain. Why make such an unnecessary move? This back and forth will delay us by at least a day and a half. Mr. Chan, you can't possibly suspect that Hangkong Prefecture has been taken in the past few days. Can you? Du Rong speculated with a start. Chun Sansi tacitly agreed.
Impossible.
Du Rong asserted confidently, Hangkong Prefecture is built against the mountains. Easy to defend but hard to attack. Even facing a large army, it should hold for at least 5 months. How could it possibly fall in just a few days? I kindly ask Mr. Du to allow my suggestion. Chun Sansi cupped his fists. With tens of thousands of civilians ahead, I dare not gamble with their lives. This way is the safest. Easy to defend but hard to attack. Wasn't Pyong County just a small city that held out? But if there's internal trouble, who could foresee it? The strongest fortresses are often breached from within. The words of Shui Yuping before had left him uneasy. Du Rong furrowed his brows in thought, half believing and half doubting. If that's true, then I can't afford to waste time with you. I must rush back immediately. Mr.
Du, caution is paramount.
Chun Sansi gave his final piece of advice. Let the army take the small path first. We should hear news within 2 days at most. There's no harm in deciding then. No way. Du Rong had made up his mind. Wang Ji, I'll leave those few kinsmen of yours behind to follow Mr. Chen's route. The rest must come back to the prefecture city with me immediately. After speaking, he hastily led his troops back the way they came. The once mighty procession, after just a short time, was reduced to little more than 200 people remained. Chun Sansi sighed softly. He couldn't persuade him, and there was nothing he could do. It was natural for someone to be anxious when their home was in danger. He too hoped that Hong Kong Prefecture was all right. But if things had gone wrong, there was a 9 out of 10 chance that Du Rong wouldn't be coming back. However, at least there were 200 more people at his disposal.
Unso Tang.
We've seen General Tang. The 3 Bone Training Realm military officers leading the group saluted Fatty Wong. All right, rise. Wang Ji stepped forward and helped each of them up. You have so many kinsmen in Hong Kong Prefecture? Chun Sansi was somewhat curious, guessing, old acquaintances of yours? To answer Mr. Chun, a young man spoke up before anyone else. Our fathers were all generals in the Black Tortoise camp. After the incident, General Tang settled us in Hong Kong Prefecture, and all the resources for practicing martial arts were provided by General Tang. Without General Tang, our cultivation would have been greatly diminished. Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm the one who owes them. Wang Ji admitted guiltily. Back then, I rashly attacked the city without reporting it to the Heavenly Strategy Camp, which constituted unauthorized troop deployment, causing the total annihilation of our forces. Not only I, but also all the generals above the Bone Forger realm, were removed from their positions to serve as a warning to others. Chun Sansi finally understood where all of Fatty Wong's money had gone. Report. Wu Da, responsible for scouting at the rear, came galloping in on his warhorse. Sir, this is bad news. 50 li away, we found 3,000 elite barbarian cavalry. Wu Da, Yu and Zhuang Yi, along with a separate group of men, stay behind. 10 li after we leave, set the mountain on fire. Chun Sansi ordered decisively. The sides of the small road were flanked by forests. In the dry autumn and winter seasons, the forest caught fire easily, which could greatly slow down the cavalry. Boom! A blaze roared into the sky, the flames spreading quickly and soon joining together into a vast sea of fire. Black smoke billowed into the sky, turning 100 li into scorched earth. The barbarian cavalry that had come in pursuit had no choice but to take a detour. It's only a temporary measure. Chun Sansi sighed. The road ahead was long and hindered, and he could only hope his worries were unfounded, and that after passing through this small road, they could find a way to Hong Kong Prefecture to settle. Unfortunately, the bad news still came. Hong Kong Prefecture has fallen. 1 day later, of the 2,000 Hong Kong Prefecture soldiers they had just seen, only a dozen or so cavalry arrived at the rendezvous point. 3 days ago, the Vice Commander-in-Chief of the Vanguard of Hong Kong Prefecture committed treason. He launched a surprise attack and killed Commander Ma, then opened the city gates wide. Now inside and out, Hong Kong Prefecture is enduring a massacre by the barbarians. The brothers who escaped death are scattered and gone, their whereabouts unknown. Traitorous? How could this happen? Wang Ji yanked the man off his horse. Commander Ma is dead? Dead. His head is hanging over the city gates. Mr. Wang, Yunzhou is finished. A heavy weight sank in Chun Sansi's heart. The fall of Hong Kong Prefecture, with Nding Prefecture and the other 2 closing their gates, meant that the rest of Yunzhou would be trampled underhoof. Tens if not hundreds of thousands of citizens' lives were likely to be used for the so-called blood sacrifice. What was even more frightening was that their own situation was even less optimistic. State was not far from their current location, but it would take at least half a month to reach. That time was definitely enough for the barbarian pursuers to catch up. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Suddenly, the call of a cuckoo bird echoed in the nearby woods. Was there news from the Governor Mansion? Chapter 106. Lone Rider blocking 1,000 troops. Chun Sansi immediately dismounted and squeezed into the forest from whence the sound originated. He happened to see Han Cheng releasing in Hai Dongxing behind a pile of disorderly stones. which seemed to have shed the appearance of an ordinary bird and could be considered an exotic beast. Mr. Chan, the supervisor has sent a letter. We have hope. Leaning against a rock, Han Chang said. The supervisor wrote that the main battlefield of the Northwest 3 states is at a critical moment of determining the outcome, and in the short term it's impossible to divert the elite of the 8 camps or the garrison soldiers, but they have still managed to gather 50,000 garrison soldiers, including reserve generals from the selected point of the Northwest 3 states, all of whom are hastening to Yunzhou night and day. Selected point? Chun Sansi took note of the emphasis. You mean the kind I am? Yes. Han Chung nodded. The selected points begin in February after the spring has commenced, but many arrive in Liangzhou early. It's just that the selections officially start once everyone has assembled. In about 7 days, they should arrive at Huanwen County of Yunzhou on the northwest border. Using this county as a base, they will then dispatch troops according to the real-time war situation to all parts of Yunzhou to lift the siege. The distance between us and Huanwen County is not far. It will also take roughly 7 days to get there. But, if we continue on this road, to reach Huanwen County, we'll need to cross a river. Hongze River is the biggest river in the entire north. I don't know how much time it will waste to get 40,000 civilians across the river. Mr. Chun, my suggestion remains the same. Forget those civilians and ordinary subordinates. Just lead the cavalry and gallop ahead. Once you cross the river, you'll be safe. Moreover, gathering the reserve generals this time, it's likely the supervisor is using this battle as a test for everyone. Real combat. It's always been an important part of the selected point. The selected point selects military officers. If a general cannot command soldiers in battle, what use is a higher realm? Participating in the battle in Yunzhou is definitely crucial. So, Mr. Chen, it's best that you hurry to Huanwen County as soon as possible. You'll be assigned troops based on your realm and cultivation when you arrive. If you miss it, it's like missing a chance to make a good impression on the supervisor. Think carefully about it. No need for more words, Mr. Han, at this point. Chun Sansi felt no regret. If he had fled and abandoned the city from the very start, that would be simply cowardice. But to run halfway through, he really couldn't sleep with such a choice. He wasn't worried about the selected point. His cultivation progress wasn't slow, and with the skill of commanding soldiers beside him, even if he didn't start out ahead, he would definitely gradually emerge on the battlefield. Unless, the governor mansion was just like the garrisons, all show and no substance. But that probability was slim. If an army was truly rotten to the core, it absolutely wouldn't have the combat power to terrify the world. Even if it were so, looking across the great Shang dynasty, where else could he go? Good. Han Chang didn't urge further. As long as Mr. Chun has thought it through. Also, please find an excuse to send the young master to the very front of the troop. Don't leave him at the back. I understand, Chun Sansi replied, parting ways with him. Chun Sansi located his position on the map, planned a new route, and informed everyone that their destination had shifted from Hong Kong Prefecture to Huanwen County, passing the orders to the front of the column. 7 days. Even with the civilians, we can roughly make it. It was far better than the half a month previously expected. Nevertheless, it would be impossible to avoid encountering pursuits next. 3,000 cavalrymen, as long as none of them had exceeded the stage of refining internal organs, they could possibly tackle them. Swiftly advancing in refining internal herpkins, ascertain the true state of the enemy, and then make a decision. Chun Sansi made up his mind. For the next 3 days, he purposefully slowed down, trailing at the end of the large troop by himself, using the time saved to cultivate and then catch up to the troop at breakneck speed with Chen Sun's divine haste, repeating this process in cycles. It must be said that the utility of the white swan horse was truly immense. Deep in the night, Chun Sansi drank the last jar of tiger blood wine and crammed a small handful of spiritual grain into his mouth, starting to wield the long spear in his hands. Under the moonlight, his phragmite spear stirred the chilly wind, possessing the stability of the golden snake, the swiftness of the flying snake, and the ferocity of the breaking formation spear technique, all integrated into one. White snake spits, iron bull plowing, swallows snatching the nest, yellow dragon lying rode. One move after another, all blended into one. The long spear in his hands no longer resembled a snake, but rather a python, an untamed python, a python that would one day become a dragon, empowered by the unity spear technique. Chun Sansi's blood seemed to lose control, wildly turbulent, causing indescribable pain from the chaos inside his body. Several times he nearly fainted, until gradually grasping the pattern, perfectly syncing his spear technique with it, finally bringing his raging draconic elephant's blood under control, making it come and go at his will. At this moment, with the enhancement of his blood, his reaction speed, burst strength, and the five senses all improved dramatically. Under the state of blood movement, he could easily perceive dangers from all around and react swiftly. Furthermore, combined with the terrifying burst power,
No wonder.
whether it was Xiang Tingchun, Luo Dongquan, or Wu Mu'er, they could all easily block the arrows he shot. He had the most close-quarters combat with Wu Mu'er. This guy could also quickly identify the weaknesses in his spear technique. To sum up, the advantage of entry-level martial artists before refining internal is that they can rely on the comprehensive quality improvement brought by blood movement to resolve most crises and then counterattack with astonishing explosive power. Defense, counterattack, and amalgamated with physique like Vajra bloodline and 9 dragon living veins, wouldn't the speed of blood movement far surpass that of ordinary martial artists of the same realm, by more than just a little? Cultivation technique. Unity spear technique. Entry-level. Progress. 0/500. Utility. Vajra bloodline. 9 dragon living veins. Vajra body. Frenzy blood dance. Frenzy blood dance. Blood movement to the extreme. An unstoppable frenzy. Unstoppable frenzy. Perhaps because of the unity spear technique, which integrates the features of various spear techniques, there's an added element of frenzy. Fierce, ferocious, and enduring. When fused together, doesn't that spell out frenzy, a fearlessness in the face of death? After refining internal, Chun Sansi's advantage in endurance still exists and even becomes better with the advancement in realm, but now, to experience his endurance, one would probably have to withstand the ferocious initial onslaught of his spear. Before reaching the great success of refining internal, none of his opponents were a match for his 3 unions technique. I've finally achieved refining internal. Chun Sansi let out a sigh of relief. He didn't follow the group but temporarily separated from the white swan horse, telling it to hide first. He sneaked into the woods, quietly waiting for the pursuit to come, then followed them in secret. Whether retreating or pursuing, a rest was needed. Not all horses can travel 2,000 li a day like the white swan horse. Running too hard can exhaust them to death. They need to stop frequently for maintenance and eat quality feed. Each time the pursuers rested on the spot. Chun Sansi would take advantage of the night to find opportunities to catch isolated individuals and force them to divulge information. He finally concluded. The highest rank among the cavalry generals coming for him was only at the small achievement level of refining internal. Chun Sansi no longer had any reservations. For him, the only worry was being crushed by a high-realm martial artist. Otherwise, with his spear technique, archery, and the divine speed of the white swan horse, he was essentially a guerrilla warfare god who could not be held by anyone as long as he didn't charge into the enemy's heavy encirclement. Enemy attack! The barbarian cavalry had just stopped to rest when suddenly arrows rained down on them, instantly killing several soldiers. Everyone looked sharply, but all they saw was a single white horse military officer in front. A Shang spy! Chase him down! Kill him! The barbarian cavalry truly thought he was just a spy. However, as soon as they chased out, the white horse disappeared. You're lucky you run fast. Whoosh! The moment the barbarian cavalry thought he had escaped, several more arrows came flying. Chase! The white horse disappeared again. This repeated over a dozen times, always the same. This is too much. The cavalry main general could no longer contain himself. When the white horse military officer reappeared, he charged forward with over a dozen cavalry closely behind him. However, this time the white horse's speed mysteriously slowed down. until they were within 300 paces. Chun Sansi suddenly turned his horse around, charging at them while drawing his bow. The main general's followers fell one after another until they were within 10 paces, at which point, the big bow in his hands had unknowingly been replaced with a long spear. The barbarian main general was also holding a long weapon, a large-bladed long axe, well prepared for combat. But when it actually came time to clash, he found himself at a loss on how to receive the attack, fear unexpectedly growing in his heart, even having the impulse to turn and flee. Poochie! In that moment of hesitation, the long spear had already pierced through his heart. The 3,000 cavalry behind finally caught up. The white horse general had already vanished again. Like a specter, a ferocious ghost reaping lives. He took the head of an enemy general amid thousands of troops. After the beheading, no trace to be found. Do we still pursue? The deputy general swallowed hard, remaining motionless for a long time. Chapter 107, Refining Internal Battles Meridian Passage. This spear technique actually has the effect of intimidating the enemy. Chun Sansi noticed that the enemy general was clearly frightened and confused before he died. Who would have thought that Sun Dusher's self-created spear technique would have such an effect? What level could be above a martial saint? In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the record of Grand Ancestor Chao Xie breaking through 2,300 armored soldiers. What realm was Chao Xie in? What level of troops were those 2,300? Were they guerrilla fighters or were they surrounded? If it were Sun Dusher, how many could he have killed? Now was not the time to think about these things. After rushing up a few miles, Chun Sansi pulled his horse to a stop, waiting for the enemy to catch up before he fiercely drew his bow and released arrows, instantly shooting one after another, and in a short time he had shot dead more than a dozen cavalrymen. The barbarian cavalry was extremely frustrated. They couldn't catch up, nor could they escape. In the end, they didn't dare advance even half a step and simply formed an arrow formation on the spot, while sending others to secretly detour around, planning to encircle him from the flank. Chun Sansi, with his insight shocking, left on Chien Sun 200 paces before the sound of the enemy's horses' hooves reached him, leaving only 2 arrows behind for the enemy. 3,000 cavalrymen, there was no way there was only one refining-level general. And even though he was enduring, he couldn't face so many people without his chi blood depleting. But indeed, he didn't know what his own limit was. This kind of life-risking thing, naturally, no one would willingly want to test. One man, one horse, blocking 3,000 cavalry. Until dawn broke, it was still the same. So much so that the speed of the cavalry's advance slowed to such a degree that even tens of thousands of civilians could outpace them. Chun Sansi did not dare be too arrogant. After holding them back for a while, he would spur his horse forward to rush back to his troops, keeping an eye on the situation ahead, especially the movements from the southwest direction of Hong Kong Prefecture. This time there were Hua Jin masters. Shui Yuping had said so, and he hadn't forgotten. Through interrogating the captured barbarian cavalry, he analyzed that it was highly likely they had gone to Hong Kong Prefecture and could turn around at any moment to pursue and kill them. That was the real trouble. His guerrilla tactics were only viable as long as there were not many high-realm martial artists on the other side, and none who could overwhelm him. Once there were those above Hua Jin, the situation would become a life-and-death matter. Just in case, he had prepared torches attached to his horse for igniting fires. It was best not to have to use them. Where did this fast horse come from? It must be an exotic beast disguised as a horse. Of course, the 3,000 cavalry didn't just have one refining organ general. The vanguard, the center, and the rear each had one refining organ general. The generals of the center and rear were drawn to the front. What shall we do? Are we 3,000 men to be stopped in our tracks by a single man? No need to hurry. Another general said, the message has already been rapidly sent to Hong Kong Prefecture, which God sect Master Amugu has probably already dispatched troops to encircle them. The Shang people are too slow. Once they pass the mountain ridge ahead, they'll be trapped with no escape. By then, it will be an encirclement from front and rear, and not a single soldier or civilian will get away. So, we just need to keep following slowly from behind. Don't make stupid mistakes like Wu Mu'er. What has Mr. Chun been doing these past few days? Yeah, he's been appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Zhao Kong, Feng Yong, and a few others discussed. Even weirder, according to the speed the barbarian cavalry should have caught up by now. So why haven't they appeared yet? Could it be that he alone has stopped the 3,000 cavalry? As this thought crossed their minds, they exchanged glances, almost simultaneously gasping in shock. This sounded like an impossible thing. But apart from that, there was no way to explain why the pursuers hadn't caught up yet. Scary. Recalling the Battle of Pyong, who knows what was happening behind them. Unknowingly, this youngest military officer of the households had already become their commander. Even though he hadn't officially been promoted, they were more than willing to follow his lead. In a way, their lives to this point had been given to them by Chun Sansi, otherwise they would have died long ago. Damn! Lucky I never offended Mr. Chun before. Zhao Kong felt a chill. You few are dead men. Feng Yong pointed at Lu Jinkue and the others, recalling, if I remember correctly, when recruiting back then, didn't you take some benefits from the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall and refuse to teach them the breathing skill? Right, it was you guys. Zhao Kong said gleefully. Just wait for the reckoning come autumn. That matter wasn't targeted at him alone. It was a rule left by the previous Li Qianhu, a tradition for decades. Previously, anyone who dared to teach privately without taking money would be punished by Li Qianhu. Lu Jinkue was panicked. That's right, if anyone is going to die, it should be Wang Ji. Xiong Chuan cursed. We just didn't teach. That fat guy took 8 taels of silver and still didn't teach. And later when he saw someone had talent, he came sniffing around like a dog. What a disgrace, deserving of death. Go to hell. What are you cursing for? Just as they were talking, Wang Ji returned with a team of scouts. Who's looking to kill me? Mr. Chun wants to kill you. A few said nearly in unison. I'm the dog. A mangy dog. How about that? With incredibly thick skin, Wang Ji said, whether I'm killed or not is not for you lot to decide. My life is entrusted to him. Damn it. Vice thousand households, somebody called you General Tang. You wouldn't happen to be someone resurrected from the dead from the year 57 of Longqing, would you? What realm must the Xuanwu camp commander be in? A main general who commands over 10,000, at the very least has to be in the Meridian Passage. As for the elites from the 8 camps, 8 or 9 out of 10 are above Meridian Passage, below Marshal Saint. Is that not the profound image realm? What's the use? Isn't he still practicing bone training just like us? Roll, you know jack shit. Wang Ji fell silent. His organs were damaged, his meridians destroyed. If these could be healed, he wouldn't need many years to return to his peak. Unfortunately, only immortals could heal such wounds. Mr. Chun has returned. A group of riders reined in their horses, waiting for the white horse approaching rapidly. Whoa! What's the situation now? Chun Sansi asked as soon as he opened his mouth. Every day, he would send out several groups of spies to collect intelligence from all directions, ensuring that they could respond in time in case of any emergencies. Commanding tens of thousands of people was truly not an easy task. Zhao Kong and others had gathered here to report the situation. I found Du Rong's corpse. Hong Kong Prefecture has already freed up nearly 20,000 men to encircle us from the shorter route up ahead. Wang Ji's expression turned solemn. It seems they don't plan to let a single one of us escape. The map. Chun Sansi looked at the map and quickly made a decision. There's a gorge here where we can make our last stand. Delay them for another 2 days. After 2 days, only heaven will know. Any of you want to leave early? Mr. Chen. What's the point of saying these things now? Not just the others. We're willing to stick with you until the end. Yes, our families, our women and children, are up ahead. Isn't joining the army and practicing martial arts all for the sake of our own families? Good. Chun Sansi began to issue commands. Wang Ji, you take 400 men and encounter the troops from Hong Kong Prefecture. You are only allowed to feign defeat and must not slay the enemy. Lead them to this gorge. Feng Yong, Zhao Kong, you must hurry to the gorge with the fastest speed. Once the enemy in large numbers follows, first release arrows and then roll down the rocks and logs. Finally, set fire to the mountain. Don't engage in close combat. After doing all this, get out of there. His plans were entirely reliant on geographical advantages. Small tricks. After another 80 li ahead, there would be no more natural defenses to rely on, no more mountains to burn, and they would enter a flat wasteland that stretched for 1,000 li. At that time, there would be no stopping the iron hooves of the barbarian cavalry. All he could do now was do his humanly best and leave the rest to fate. Your humble servant obeys the command. Obeying the command. One by one, the men dispatched their troops and left. Chun Sansi then returned to his previous position, shooting and killing 20-some pursuing riders who were behind them. Only after preventing them from daring to move forward for a short time could he afford to rush toward the gorge to lend support. It's an ambush, retreat quickly. When the barbarian bandits chased into a gorge, a sudden shout from above shook the sky, and arrows fell like rain. Then, rocks and logs came tumbling down from a height of over a dozen zhang, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting, with no place to hide. The lower realm barbarian cavalry were instantly smashed into pulp, and their sturdy steeds also suffered, creating an incessant stream of screams and howls. A bunch of trash. Master Amugu of the witch god sect, finally arriving, looked at the scene unfolding before him with an extremely ugly expression. So many elite cavalry, chasing a remnant of Shang people carrying civilians, had taken so long yet still hadn't caught up, not to mention the heavy losses they'd incurred. What was most outrageous was the report from the 3,000 cavalry at the rear. Their 3,000 men had been scared off by a single refining organ little general and didn't dare to pursue. This was a humiliation of epic proportions. You are all Akina, Sai Sihai. With such terrain, even a fool could see the ambush. Why did you still chase here? Now scram, pursue them via the main road. While giving orders, Master Amugu himself led 20-some witch god sect followers, riding the best warhorses, and charged into the gorge, fearlessly facing the rain of arrows and falling rocks as he opened the way ahead. Boom! With a palm raised, the rocks above him didn't even hit him, exploding into countless small stones before they could reach within an inch of him.
Méridien passage.
At the end of the gorge, Wang Ji saw everything clearly and shouted, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Alas, it was already too late. With Meridian Passage opening the path, the 20-some witch god sect followers on horseback quickly advanced. Master Amugu, holding a specially made Vajra pestle, found that no one could match him in a fight. They all fell to the pestle piercing their hearts, with the mechanism inside storing the warm blood that gushed out. In a few breaths' time, 7 or 8 men had fallen off their horses.
Méridien passage.
Feng Yong, Zhao Kong, and their companions were all hereditary military households born and raised in Payang County. They had never left the area, and the highest realm martial artist they had ever seen was at the refining level. When faced with someone akin to a legendary Meridian Passage, they had no idea what to do for the moment. Run, hurry up and run! Wang Ji roared as he rushed forward. Master Amugu looked on with contempt and with a single swing of his pestle was about to strike. To his slight surprise, the opponent managed to block the attack with saber technique that far exceeded his own level. But that was all. The terrible force surged forward, and Wang Ji's hands were immediately shaken and his mo blade was sent flying. Master Amugu didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. His left hand followed instantly, striking the chest. The other man raised his arms to block, but it was futile. He spat out a mist of blood, flew backward several zhang, and crashed to the ground, passing out immediately. Whiz! Just as Master Amugu was about to take the man's life, he noticed movement from the flank. He reached out and caught a willow leaf arrow accurately, crushing it easily. Looking intently, he saw not far away a young general riding a white horse, wielding a big bow. "Is it you?" The young Shang person who held back 3,000 cavalry surely had to be this individual. Good. That saves me the trouble of having to find you myself. Chapter 108 Immortal Treasure Strange Fire. Take Wang Ji and leave. I'll lead this one away. Mr. Chun? Zhao Kong and the others looked towards the white horse, all worried. It's the Meridian Passage. Quit your yapping. Just do what he tells you. Feng Yong took advantage of the witch god churchmaster chasing after the white horse to grab Wang Ji and lead the troops in a rapid retreat. Indeed, that white horse is incredibly fast. It should be able to lose them. Zhao Kong hurriedly followed. A mere refining internal martial artist, standing alone against my 3,000 iron cavalry. I really must see how capable you are. Amugu quickly lost interest in the others, ordering his men to deal with them while he himself sped off in pursuit of the young military officer. This horse. He quickly realizes that the opponent's mount, the white horse, is extraordinary. Its speed and endurance far surpassing that of a normal warhorse, entering the rank of an exotic beast, probably worth a fortune. It's mine! The distance between them grew wider. Amugu snorted coldly, leaped into the air, used his own horse as a stepping stone, and jumped more than a dozen yards into the dense forest. Taking a shortcut, the white swan horse was not small in size. It was impossible to maintain such speed in the mountains and forests. But if he dismounted, even with light as a feather at his disposal, he still wouldn't be able to outrun the Meridian Passage. Rustle, rustle. Rapid footsteps came from the hillside on the right. The witch god churchmaster burst forth at such speed that he almost became a blur, closing a large distance with each blink, certain to catch up before reaching open ground. Hao Qianxuan, you go first. Chun Sansi simply jumped off the horse, lit the torch carried by the horse with his fire stick, then used it to light the oilcloth-wrapped fire arrow, pulled the bow and quickly loosed arrows at the blur, the speed of his archery equally lightning-fast. Impressive archery! Amugu, watching the continuous barrage of arrows, exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Your horseback shooting skills are genius level. Too bad. You're not one of our grassland people. Don't waste your effort. Even a bow of over 10 stones can't hurt me. He wielded the Vajra pestle in his hand and deflected the arrows with ease, pouncing through the air like a fierce tiger. Clang! The long spear and the Vajra pestle collided. In an instant, Chun Sansi felt an indescribable, terrifying power come from the tip of the gun, roaring up to his arm. The blood of the dragon elephant danced wildly in his body, and from head to toe, he turned into a Vajra body. His arms, holding the long spear, even made metallic vibrating sounds. Despite this, he still felt an intense pain sweep over him. The wooden handle of the spear swung wildly like rubber, forcing him to release his grip and let it fall to the ground. Time to die! In the blink of an eye, Amugu was in front of him, thrusting the Vajra pestle straight at his heart. Clang! Another metallic sound rang out, as if a great bell had been struck. Chun Sansi placed the Jinu's sword in front of him just in time to block the strike, feeling as if a huge mountain had smashed into him. He lost his balance and flew backwards several yards before crashing heavily against a tree trunk, his organs aching from the impact. He forcefully stabilized his form, landing with the Jinu's sword as support, his right hand still holding the torch, a trickle of fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. For the first time since he began practicing martial arts, he was injured. Not because he was weak, but because his opponent was at the Meridian Passage.
Méridien Passage, Mystérieux Phénoménon, Martial Saint.
Meaning, the witch god sect follower in front of him was only one major realm away from martial saint. Not bad. You survived 2 of my moves, impressive. While Amugu spoke, he didn't give Chun any chance, bursting forward with astonishing speed to kill again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chun Sansi planted the torch into the ground and switched his weapon back to the bow and arrows, moving from lighting the arrow to loosing it in one breath. Amugu caught a fire arrow. On his palm he summoned an invisible, fearsome power, directly snuffing out the flame, and then crushed the iron cage until it was twisted and deformed. Whoosh! Another fire arrow flew towards him. Need to see the coffin before you cry? Amugu, repeating his trick, easily caught the arrow, intending to break it directly, but he felt that this fire arrow seemed a bit odd, a bit hot to the touch. Boom! A red-hot flame burst forth suddenly, instantly turning into a fire dragon several yards high. The witch god church master didn't even have time to scream before he was engulfed by this red flame and then turned into a pile of ash. Chun Sansi took a deep breath, sat down on the ground, and used his breathing skill to control the injuries inside his body. After all, he had to resort to the last measure he wanted to use. He had already prepared a foolproof plan. Even if the arrows were useless, he had already coated the Jinhua sword with lamp oil, which would cut through anything once lit. Only he was reluctant to do it, planning to use it at the very end. Immortal World Sword, likewise, could not withstand the Immortal Treasure Strange Fire. Such a fine sword would be a pity to burn. As for exposing it, he had been paying attention to the other witch god sect followers, knowing that none had followed. Even if they had, there wouldn't be many, only a dozen or so, no different from slaughtering chickens and dogs after killing the High Master of the Meridian Passage. If they didn't follow, that was their luck. Meridian Passage, huh? Chun Sansi saw that the person was able to use a powerful force that was different from the others, probably the power, which could also be attached to the surface of the body or a weapon. I wonder if it can be attached to an arrow. Otherwise, the lethality of archery is a bit insufficient against high-realm martial artists. Even refining internal would take a lot of time. He still preferred the feeling of one arrow, one kill. Now's not the time to ponder this. Chun Sansi hastily ate some pre-prepared healing pills, then got up to scatter Amugu's ashes, making sure not to leave any trace, and then lit a fire, setting ablaze the nearby woods. Chapter 108. Immortal Treasure Strange Fire _2. A fuzzy sensation came across his face. Qian Sun, seeing that the fight was over, automatically came back to rub against him, as if expressing concern. The wound's not serious, I'm fine, let's go. Chun Sansi picked up his reed-leaf-long spear, mounted his horse, and galloped away. The next day with the main forces. What?
Méridian Passage.
Sun Buki, looking at Tang Ruishan, who was as lifeless as a dead pig, widened his eyes. Where's Sansi? You left him alone to deal with the Meridian Passage expert? He ordered us to rescue Wang Ji, and he alone lured away the witch god sect expert with the Meridian Passage ability. Zhao Kong and the others also showed worried expressions. But in the army, obedience was of utmost importance. Having decided to acknowledge Chun Sansi as their commander, they had to follow orders, whether they were commanded to face death or to retreat. I'll go take a look, Sun Buki said as he was about to take his spear and mount his horse. That won't do, Mr. Sun. A group of people hurriedly held him back. Mr. Chen's white swan horse is unbelievably fast. Perhaps he has already shaken them off. If you go like this, you might just end up being a burden. Sun Buki hesitated. I'm Fine. The familiar voice and the white horse appeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously. How's Wang Ji? Chun Sansi asked. Is he dead?
No.
Zhao Kong placed his hand at the base of the neck. He's still breathing, but I don't think he will live much longer. Chun Sansi took out all the medicinal herbs that could heal wounds on his body and handed them over to Wang Ji's nephews and subordinates to take care of him. Whether he could survive was now up to Wang Ji's own fate. It was the same old saying. On the battlefield, there is no such thing as an immortal man. Good riddance. Sun Buki cursed with his mouth, but his eyes held no excitement. His impression of the fat man, Tang Ruishan, stayed back in his early childhood memories when he used to follow him around. Tang didn't mind his naughty pranks and sometimes would even skip martial practice to take him tree climbing, where Tang could climb particularly high, scaring him to the point of wetting his pants. That was until later when his older brother left with him and never returned. Actually, his older sister was right. Sometimes you can't just blame Tang Ruishan. He was also trying to save his father. If there was someone to blame, it was the emperor. Maps. Chun Sansi asked, what about the pursuing forces? Reporting to Mr. Chun. Zhao Kong replied, the ambush at the gorge will delay them for a while. The civilians at the front are moving faster, and in about 2 more days, we should reach the Hongzhou River. Once we cross the river, we'll be at Huanwen County. It's just, we're running out of time. We're about to enter the plains, and the barbarian cavalry will catch up soon. The force is more than 20,000 strong, and they're likely to bypass the mountains and directly appear here, right in front of the civilians. They're really not planning to spare a single one. 20,000. After continued losses along the way, Chun Sansi now had only about 1,000 usable men left, including Wang Zhi's nephews and subordinates, many of whom were greenhorns. Mr. Chun. As he was devising a strategy, Su Wansai's voice rang out. He couldn't ride a horse, so he had Zhu Tong ride with him in the back, looking as if he was about to be thrown off at any moment. Mr. Chun. His face was full of ecstatic joy. We're saved. We're saved. What do you mean, saved? Chun Sansi asked. Is there military aid? 50,000 troops. Su Wenkai held up his hand. At the very front, a large number of troops are coming from Huanwen County, carrying the banners of the Yuzhou Guards, saying they've come to provide aid to Yunzhou, and are currently asking the civilians for specific details about the state of Yunzhou. The Yuzhou garrison soldiers, which included the reserve generals mentioned by Han Cheng, had arrived early. Good. I'll go check it out. Chun Sansi immediately spurred his horse forward. All the way there, all the usable tricks had been spent long ago. From now on, even if Han Xian or Zhuge himself came, they would have to engage in close combat. There was absolutely no second method to delay time. But if indeed 50,000 troops had come to their aid, everyone has a way to live. On an endless wasteland, tens of thousands of common folks, carrying their belongings, were helping one another move forward. Da. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Rolling dust clouds rose in the distance. Before long, a dense mass of cavalry came into sight. The hearts of the common people quivered, fearing the barbarians had caught up so quickly. But soon they realized, this wasn't the cavalry of the barbarians. It was the cavalry of the great Shang dynasty. On the military flag fluttering high, a huge Shang was depicted, the Shang of the prosperous era. The generals at the forefront looked imposing, each a young talent. Ha! Upon encountering the people, the army slowed down, loosely sending cavalry to approach the crowd. Military lords. The commoners, seeing their saviors, had excitement written all over their faces. They took out what little dry food they had left. Military lords, you must be tired from the journey. Please have something to eat and drink. This cake even has sesame in it. I've never eaten such good cake in my life. You should try it. A young general around 20, majestic in his armor, sat on his horse, gazing down at the commoners in rough linen clothes, his voice devoid of emotion. Where do you come from? To answer the Lord, we were led by Mr. Chun out of Yunzhou, escaping from Payang.
Poyang?
Where's that? Anding Prefecture. It seems to be under the jurisdiction of Anding Prefecture. The county? I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the specific situation in Yunzhou. What specific situation? What do you mean, military lord? You're talking about the war, right? We don't understand that. It's just that they say there are barbarians everywhere, and there are those chasing us right behind. But now that you military lords are here, we'll be safe. Seeing that he couldn't get much information, the young general gradually lost patience and was about to move on to ask others. Wait, military lord, try this jerky. It was left by the barbarians. It's very fragrant.
Stand Azide.
The young general seemed deaf to their pleas. You can take it with you to eat on the road. Get lost. The young general frowned and used the handle of his weapon to sweep the commoner to the ground. Peft! The gaunt man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Why are you hitting people? You? Why? Are you lot disguised as barbarians? Lai Zi was nearby, cursing from afar. Hey! How dare you! Slap! It's you scum, you poor wretches, who I'm hitting. The young general raised his hand and with a single whip, killed an old man on the spot. He then stirred his chi blood, his voice booming. You bunch of troublemakers. Do you realize you're blocking the path of my advancing army? Move aside quickly. If you get trampled to death, so be it. But if you trip up even one warhorse, can you afford to compensate? Deathly silence. Tens of thousands of common people simultaneously stopped in their tracks. Nearly 100,000 pairs of eyes looking towards the general on horseback. The joy and excitement on their faces vanishing into nothingness, replaced by the resignation they should have been accustomed to. At that moment they remembered. They were the lowest of the low. Scenes of harmony between the military and the people only happened when it was time to use them as cannon fodder. In this world, perhaps only that Mr. Chan with the surname Chan would say to them, all who volunteer can follow with the army, and we, the military, will cover your retreat. Military lords, please spare our lives. At this moment, people recalled the fear imprinted in their bones through generations. No longer daring to come a step closer, they scattered like startled animals in all directions, leaving the flattest and easiest path open for the cavalry bearing the great Shang flag to pass. Chapter 109 Sun Xiangzong. Drive! Chun Sansi rode Qian soon straight ahead. When he reached the middle of the common folks column, he noticed something amiss up front. The people seemed to have encountered a deluge or a ferocious beast. The originally orderly lines had scattered in disarray, nearly beyond control. What's wrong? The barbarians couldn't have circled to the front so quickly. Chun Sansi sped up and clearly saw several flags being held aloft, all belonging to the great Shang dynasty. And upon the general's banner, the name of Yuzhou General Jingfuhu was clearly written. Where are you deserters coming from? The young general who had previously whipped and killed several of the commoners came forth. I see you're wearing armor befitting a general. Yunzhou is in urgent need. How can you desert? Question mark. Chun Sansi didn't even have the chance to speak. Not killing you deserters will fail to establish the might of the Shang army, the young general said as he lifted his spear, ready to strike, but someone called out to stop him. Halt! Another general on a black horse slowly approached, wielding an azure dragon crescent blade, flanked by many fully armored generals, all young, at most in their mid-20s. Princely heir. In Hanwen treated the newcomer with great respect. Isn't this man a deserter who should be executed? Find out the situation in Yunzhou first. Chao Fan squinted his eyes and asked, Where do you hail from? Anding Prefecture. Payong Thousand Households. Captain Chengxin Chun Sansi. Chun Sansi introduced himself. So you are that Chun Sansi? Chao Fan was slightly surprised. His followers exchanged glances, clearly having heard the name before. Is it you who captured that useless Yuan Sion? In Hanwen asked with interest. The battle reports say that you were surrounded by thousands of cavalry. With you in the Bone Forger realm, how did you do it? Luck, nothing more. Chun Sansi could feel the disdain in their words. He took note of this in his heart, but now was not the time for such pettiness. The priority was to resolve the issue of the pursuing enemy. But the other party simply wouldn't give. I knew it, no point in asking you. In Hanwen scoffed. Surely you captured him when he was alone, right? The battle reports are probably local officials exaggerating to flatter you. That Yuan Sion is a well-known good-for-nothing. What's so impressive about capturing him? His Majesty actually praised you personally. Why did you flee? Chao Fan asked sternly. To my knowledge, Yunzhou is in a total state of emergency. You've just been awarded a royal decree not long ago. Shouldn't you have defended your city to the death? Why abandon it and run here? We're almost at Yu State's territory past Huanwen County. Chun Sansi felt frustrated. He realized these men were likely high-ranking official sons. Their arrogance was normal, but why wouldn't they even give him a chance to speak? He is not a routed soldier, nor a deserter. A cold voice spoke up. Miss Sun. Chow Fan greeted familiarly. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you in Liangzhou. They only said you went to Yunzhou with Brother Buqi to be a selection officer. I would never have expected you'd go to such a trivial county town. What was its name? Princely Air. A pale-faced Sun Li rode up beside her junior brother. How can you accuse Sansi of desertion without knowing the facts? Don't you realize that if it weren't for him, I, my junior brother, and tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians would have perished under the barbarians' blades? Exactly. Sun Buqi also rushed over, recounting the tale of the battle at Pyong, where 1,000 remnants broke through 6,000 barbarian marauders. Sun Buqi, are you blowing smoke? In Hanwen disbelieved. Him, a bone trainer, killing a barbarian refining internal? He has the 9-dragon body. No worse than any of you. Sun Buqi said discontentedly. Speak more respectfully. Even if what you're saying is true. In Hanwen said, in the end, didn't you still flee the city? There were special reasons for that. Brother Buqi, why are you so protective of him? That's favoritism. Abandoning the city and fleeing on your own is a serious crime. Yuan, are you asking for a beating? Brother Buqi, who can you beat? Enough, quit arguing. Chow Fan gave a bow to the young man. Could you please inform us of the specific situation inside Yunzhou borders, especially in Ding, Taining, and Lingfeng prefectures? Chun Sansi had to prioritize the overall situation. Directly 50 li behind us, there are 3,000 barbarian cavalry, and to the southwest another 20,000 barbarian marauders. My spy's report indicated that the highest ranking among them is a refining organ commander, with also a divine sect meridian passage expert. I'm not asking about that. Chow Fan shook his head slightly. There's no need to worry about pursuers here. Not far ahead, Huanwen County has already called in over 30,000 soldiers for defense, plus the natural barrier of the Hongze River. They won't be able to cross it. What I want to ask Brother Chan about is the distribution of barbarian troops within Yunzhou and the specific combat situations, especially in Nding, Taining, and Lingfeng 3 prefectures. I'll do it. Sun Buqi took over the conversation, sharing all they knew about the situation. Oh, Chow Fan gestured, and immediately 2 people spread out a map in front of him. According to this, the situation is that the 3 prefectures are still holding. That makes things easier. Next, we will only need to send 30,000 troops to Nding Prefecture and 20,000 to Taining Prefecture. Once these 2 are relieved, Lingfeng will naturally be saved, and then we can coordinate with the main forces of the Northwest 3 states to retake Yunzhou territories. That's great. In Hanwen showed joy. Princely Air, let's quickly report to General Jing, so that he assigns some troops for us to command. The selection hasn't officially started yet, and we're about to make a great contribution. Chow Fan nodded, signaling to pack up the map. Brother Chun, now that we've met, come with us. General Jing will assign troops for you to command based on your realm, and you surely wouldn't want to miss the chance to earn military honors. Chapter 109 Sun Xiangzong _2. Princely Air. Chun Sansi pointed his long spear behind him. Our top priority should be to reorganize our troops and deal with the pursuing forces behind us. HSS, Brother Chun, did you not understand my meaning? Chow Fan raised an eyebrow. Didn't I just say that behind us lies Huanwen County, and if we take the official road from the far north, we won't encounter any barbarian bandits. We can head straight for Nding Prefecture, which is much faster than the path they are taking. Once we get to Nding Prefecture ahead of time and find a terrain that is easy to defend but hard to attack, if they dare to come to the rescue, they'll be on a path to certain death. This is encirclement and relief targeting. If they do not come to the rescue, that would be even better. The siege on Nding Prefecture can be broken with just a snap of a finger, and those people can only retreat to Nding Prefecture and wait for death. Princely Air, there's no need to waste words on him. In Hanwen said disdainfully. He comes from a small county town. How could he possibly understand the bigger picture? I know what you are talking about. Chan Sansi made one final effort. But if we don't first repel the pursuing forces from behind, what will become of the tens of thousands of civilians who have fled from Payong County all the way here? Wouldn't it mean leaving them to be slaughtered? Civilians. Chow Fan was extremely surprised. What civilians? Princely heir. He is most likely referring to these lowly people. In Hanwen said with a disgusted face. Shouldn't they have stayed in their locality, defending their own cities to the death instead of running out? If they go to other places, wouldn't that just waste the local food supplies? They should be killed, all of them. Oh, you mean these people? Chow Fan, realizing who Chun Sansi was referring to, saw the dirt-covered poor people nearby and had an epiphany. Yes, they are also civilians. Hurry and send someone to tell Huanwen County to send more ferries. As for how many of them can cross the river, the overall situation is what matters. We really can't manage them. One more word could result in a missed opportunity in battle. Miss Sun, Brother Buqi, and this, Brother Chen, right? We need to hurry and report to General Jing and then set off. If you're not coming with us, you better ride fast and cross the river while there's time. Farewell. After dropping a few words, he led a few people beside him and hurried towards the Central Army. Princely heir. Sun Li couldn't stop them even if she wanted to. The 50,000-strong army quickly mobilized. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands, they completely ignored them, taking the official road to the far north, and within 2 hours, they had all disappeared from sight, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. When the dust settled, it was as if they had never been there. The civilians looked ashen. Mr. Chen, what should we do? Su Wenkai, who had witnessed the whole process, stomped his feet anxiously. How could they not leave a single soldier behind? What should we do now? Chun Sansi silently watched the direction in which the army had vanished, hearing the fearful and uneasy voices of the civilians. He was expressionless. How much longer until we can cross the river? Su Wenkai blurted out. 1 day. Then we will delay for 1 more day. We can't hold them off. Su Wenkai stated firmly. This is a plain, and once the cavalry bursts out of the hills, we will have no tricks left, only to face them head-on. We'll be crushed in an instant, and we can't even hold out for 2 hours. Who said I'm waiting for them to chase us out? Chun Sansi lifted his long spear and enunciated every word. Convey my orders. The whole army, counterattack. On the east bank of Hongza River, there were a few small rural villages. Having heard that barbarian bandits had entered the land, they had fled early on, seeking refuge across the river in Huanwen County. Under an old willow tree, a stone chessboard left by the villagers remained. In the empty and desolate village, surprisingly, 2 men were playing a game of chess. One appeared to be around 50 years old, with a pale, beardless face, wearing a blue scholar's robe, exuding an air of refined elegance. Only his legs were crippled, and he sat in a wooden wheelchair. Across from him sat an old man in a coarse linen garment, with silver hair mixed with black and a goatee, holding a black piece in hand but hesitating to make a move, causing the middle-aged scholar's impatience to show. Master, please make your move. What's the rush? The old man spoke angrily. Are you going to move or not? The middle-aged scholar immediately closed his mouth. After a long while, he cautiously asked, Master, are you really not going to do anything about Payong County? Our junior brothers and sisters are all there. Where are the extra troops to send over? The old man furrowed his brows, unnoticeably moved a white piece on the board, countered with a black one, and finally said with satisfaction, All right, it's your turn. Without much thought, the middle-aged scholar made a move and continued to speak. What I mean, Master, is that you alone could go and bring the junior brothers and sisters back. That should still be fine. Me go? Great. Will you battle the Wushan sect leader then? The old man fell into worry again, hesitating over his move. As for that worthless Buqi and the girl, if some accident really happens, it'll just be time to settle the accounts accumulated over these years. No need to keep living so wretchedly. Master! A flicker of sympathy passed through the middle-aged scholar's eyes. After all, our junior brothers and sisters. Children will have their own luck. The old man put down a piece and interrupted. Don't worry. If they really have the luck to come back alive, I will still prepare a future for them as I said before. Let it be humble, so be it. Master, over the years, you've become somewhat crazed. How are you speaking to your master? Master. You lost. The middle-aged scholar decisively placed a piece, securing victory for the white side. Don't you know to go easy on me? The old man stood up in a huff. I think you're trying to make me die of anger. Master, it's not me. It's His Majesty who won. The middle-aged scholar closed his eyes and let out a long breath. We've all been deceived. The Northwest 3 states was a ruse. Their real target is Yunzhou, and now even if we dispatch the troops from U State to relieve them, it will still take at least 7 days. Taking into account 10 days' time, that's enough for them to complete the blood sacrifice. Hee. The old man suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly, the ancient voice filled with sorrow. It seems I won't outlast him. Almost 1 million people in the whole Yunzhou. The middle-aged scholar's eyes reddened. He banged on the chessboard, his voice trembling. In his eyes, what are his subjects? What are we? And for the last batch of reserve generals from Selected Point, either there for personal glory or for the immortal law in your hand, master. How many of them are joining the 8 camps for the sake of the world's common folk? For the people? Is there any hope left for the great Shang dynasty? Oh, the misery of the Yunzhou people. 4th brother. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. If within 3 days, we drive them off from the northwest main battlefield and I hurry over, how many people can I save? The middle-aged scholar shook his head and sighed. Apart from the 3 prefectures, there will surely not be a single survivor. Reporting to the supervisor, a figure appeared before the 2, kneeling on one knee. Han Sheng. The middle-aged scholar quickly asked, how are the junior brother and sister? They are safe and sound. Han Chung, fist in palm, said, under the protection of Mr. Chun from Payang County. They nearly reached the banks of the Hungza River. Good. A trace of relief washed over the middle-aged scholar's face. Quickly, send people to bring them all back. This brother Chun has performed a great service by saving our junior brothers and sisters. Mr. Chun, I'm afraid, can't make it back. Han Chung hung his head. There's something you don't know yet, Commander. When Mr. Chun left, he didn't just bring the young masters and ladies, he took more than 30,000 civilians with him, in order to ensure the civilians could safely cross the river. Just now, he led over 1,000 people into an attack against an army of over 20,000 barbarians. What? Chapter 110. Why tolerate? Shansher, they are not my father's men. My father's men would never act like this. Sun Buki was afraid the young man in front of him would misunderstand. That man surnamed Chow is the crown prince's heir. The toady next to him is the son of the minister of Ministry of Industry. The Yuzhou army, they are not part of the 8 camps, but rather belong to the left army governor's command, under the control of the Military Affairs Department. In the Northwest 3 states, Yu State, Liang State, and Yen State each have their own commanding general. Although during wartime, my father can allocate the distribution of all hands, but he only has authority over their deployment, not their administrative affairs. Only the 8 camps are truly our own people. Even so, in recent years, efforts have been made to decentralize power, appointing provincial governors, and trying to transfer people elsewhere. The eldest apprentice brother. 2. He's right. Sun Li spoke feebly. The 8 camps are not the forces of a single region. Although they were initially recruited and assembled in Liang State to fight against the barbarian marauders, they were later moved to wherever the need arose, staying in the southern regions before being sent to the east to fight against Qing country. And then, 3 years ago, it was when the barbarian marauders began to stir again that the 8 camps were readjusted to the northern territory. Chen Sansi understood this practice, to prevent them from becoming too rooted in one state and turning into local tyrants. It's possible that each time they leave, the local supporters of the 8 camps, the family clans and sect officials, also have to suffer a purge, Everything must be under the control of the court. This matched the emperor's style of resorting to despicable methods like poisoning to silence people and kill them. But if it were truly so, could one really tolerate it? Chun Sansi asked himself if he would be able to endure it if he were in that situation. He definitely would not. Why can Supervisor's son endure it? Unless he was about to die. Only a man on the verge of death, with something left to care for, would have no choice but to suffer in silence. Although it was merely a conjecture, Chun Sansi felt that only this could make all the logic make sense. Otherwise, if one is among the supreme powers in the human realm, commanding 80,000 elite troops, why endure? What would be the reason to tolerate anything? Beyond this, there was the identity of the people participating in the selected point. Identities so precious. The crown prince's heir. That is, nominally, the emperor after the next. Would such a person lack resources or cultivation techniques? Why would he run to participate in selected point and become a disciple of Supervisor's son? What could be so tempting? These were not matters to consider at the moment. Counterattack. Soon, the martial arts halls were gathered together, and upon hearing the command issued by the commander, they all looked at each other with puzzlement. Obviously, they were somewhat confused by the meaning of this phrase. Counterattack naturally meant killing the enemy. But their 1,000 or so men going to kill 20,000? Who knows how many among them were in the refining internal realm? How could they counterattack? One day, Chun Sansi spoke firmly. It will take another day before the villagers ahead can start crossing the river. We want to delay for one day. It's not possible on the plain, so we need to enter the mountains to counterattack. Su Wenkai, I give you half an hour to come up with at least 3 blocking points. If you can't find them, I'll chop off your dog head. The rest of you, go and see your families one more time. This might be your last words, so you can choose not to come back. After half an hour, if you choose to come back, be prepared to die. With that said, the others finally understood. Yes, sir. Not a single one raised an objection. All the men gradually dispersed. Junior brother. Seeing him, Sun Li asked, Aren't you going to talk to Sister Lan? She's in the carriage up ahead. I won't. Chun Sansi took up the old scholar's writing brush and hastily wrote a few words. After sealing the letter, he handed it over. Senior Sister Sun, please help me give this to Sister Lan, and then make sure you personally ensure her safety. You're really not going? Sun Li emphasized her question. Chun Sansi shook his head again. He didn't tell Sun Li that he was scared, fearful that after seeing the only relative he had in this world, he wouldn't dare to go and intercept the enemy. Seriously speaking, he himself didn't know how he ended up in this peculiar situation. Perhaps it was because his family was in front of him. Perhaps it was because his subordinates were willing to die for him, driven by a sense of responsibility or something else. He just couldn't bear to abandon them. Or perhaps it was because he came from another world. He knows it sounds pretentious, extremely pretentious, but that's simply the truth. If there had to be a motive or logic, it would be that. In Chun Sansi's view, there were no upper-class people or lower-class people, only those who deserved to die and those who didn't. Those who deserved to die he would kill. Those who didn't deserve to die he would try his best to help. He also knew that if word of this battle got out, there would certainly be those who accused him of being a hypocrite, of feigning righteousness. But Chun Sansi didn't care. If worse comes to worst, he would pretend for the rest of his life. You all. Chun Sansi looked at the nephews that Wang Ji had left behind and added their followers, also amounting to around 200 people. Do you also plan to stay behind? We won't disgrace General Tang. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Good. Chun Sansi nodded his head. Lastly, there was Sun Buki, who showed no intention of leaving. To blast him away in these circumstances would be an insult. As for Su Wenkai, bereft of relatives or kin long ago, he lay on the ground studying the maps. Half a day later, Yellow Earth Ridge. Hurry up. We must intercept them before the Shang people cross the river. Several Witch God sect followers mixed within the troops, uniformly holding Vajra pestles used to collect blood. Among them, the refining internal leader took command. Not a single one should remain after the killing. Remember to collect the heart blood promptly. What about Master Amugu? The cavalry commander Bilage inquired. Why don't I see him? The more than 20,000 pursuers, everyone above Huajin, were all called away to attack Nding Prefecture. Only a few of them with the skill of refining internal remained, indeed somewhat afraid to command such a large army. The only witch god sect Meridian Passage Master had also disappeared. Master Amugu has gone to pursue a refining organ little general, and his current whereabouts are unknown. He might be waiting for us up ahead, the squad leader urged. Let's speed up.
Refining organ.
Bilage found it interesting. Using Shang people's words, this is called using a cleaver to kill a chicken. Master Amugu acts ruthlessly, personally taking action and leaving no routes of survival for the Shang people. I received a carrier pigeon message, ordering us to collect the heart blood of about 10,000 people as a reserve within 2 days, and then to retreat at top speed without engaging in prolonged warfare, and directly leave Yunzhou. The squad leader stated coldly, without that white horse refining organ, there's no more refining organ commanders up front, posing no threat. Only bone training realm remains, so we may pursue as we please. Speedy retreat? Bilage pondered. Retreating from the northwest so soon? A war, especially a decisive battle for life and death, should at least last a year or half a year. Retreating after just over 2 months indicates there was never a real commitment to see it through to the end. We simply follow orders. The Witch God sect squad leader reminded. The Shang people up ahead are about to cross the river. If we don't speed up, there's a high chance they'll escape successfully, and both you and I will bear grave punishments for failing the mission. Rest assured, after breaking out of the mountain range, we'll catch up within half a day. Hush! As the two spoke, with sounds of chaos and men and horses toppling over, the vanguard suddenly halted. What's happening? Sir, there's an ambush ahead. Traps are everywhere. Move it. Bilage personally went to inspect. He saw that the not-so-wide path through the mountain range had been dug full of deep pits, rudimentary traps set within them. Moreover, every passable spot was also blocked by mounds of loose stones. The most troublesome part was the presence of several carts used to transport supplies, stuck in the middle, loaded up with dry wood and kindling, burning fiercely and preventing the vanguard cavalry from passing. Bilage wasn't in a hurry and loudly ordered, "Clear the obstacles!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. No sooner had a group of soldiers gone to handle it than a troop of enemy crossbowmen emerged, firing a volley of arrows from the distance. Child's play, Bilage said calmly. Bring the thick shield bearers from the rear to the front to bear the brunt. Among the more than 20,000 troops, it was impossible for all to be cavalry. The vanguard consisted of 5,000 cavalrymen. The rest were foot soldiers. Infantry with shields defended while others cleared the way. After half an hour, they had cleared the path for travel. However, they hadn't gone far when they encountered similar obstructions, happening 2 or 3 times consecutively, each delaying them by more than half an hour, unbeknownst to them, adding up to half a day. General Bilage, the Witch God sect squad leader said anxiously, "We can't keep this up. They are merely delaying time. Do you think I can't see that?" Bilage said through gritted teeth. "They're clearly forcing me to lead the troops through a side path, but I don't understand. Unlike the previous canyon, the slopes on both sides here are low, totally unsuitable for an ambush. Even if we oblige and go that way, it will still come down to a direct clash of weapons. Their forces at most number 1,000 people plus 300 horses. Even if our cavalry can't fully deploy to form an encirclement, it would just cost us some troops and horses to crush them. What are they trying to achieve? General, the situation is urgent. Since you feel there's no ambush on the side path, let's hurry through it," the Witch God sect squad leader said, disturbed. "As long as we can move swiftly beyond Yellow Earth Ridge, some loss of troops and horses is acceptable." "All right," Bilage quickly decided. "Cavalry, follow me on the side path. Infantry, go around the obstacles and proceed on the main road. I want to see what kind of trick they are really up to. The barbarians split their forces in two. To save time, all 5,000 cavalrymen took the side path, including Bilage, summing up to 5 refining internal practitioners. Bilage led at the forefront, advancing cautiously and slowly, racking his brain about the possible ambushes in such terrain. When he reached the fork where they would leave the mountain range, he finally encountered the Shang army at the end of the side path, on the wide, open ground. There was no ambush here. What lay ahead was merely a formation of no more than 300 cavalrymen and a few hundred foot soldiers. A significant number of them didn't even have their own armor, wearing that stripped from the Shi River tribes instead, and the weapons in their hands were of the grassland make, terribly conspicuous. They simply blocked the exit of the mountain range, ready for battle. At this moment, Bilage finally understood why the enemy went to such lengths to push them onto this path. They planned to use their lives to buy as much time as possible for the civilians ahead to cross the river. Chapter 111 Du He. In Bilage's eyes, a trace of admiration flashed, but it was quickly replaced by disdain.
Car suspension formation.
Charge. After Wang Ji left, Zhao Kong became the only bone forger. He stood in the forefront, holding the He Miao long sword, and roared loudly, "Charge!" Under the incredulous gazes of 5,000 cavalry, a mere 300 enemy cavalry charged without any hesitation. Although their equipment was simple, the cavalry formation they displayed was well organized. As they rushed, they resembled a giant wheel, equipped with sharp blades. "Bilage, let me handle this." Another refining organ general from the barbarian tribes stepped forward, also leading his iron cavalry to open up in formation, presenting a Ren-shaped charge, numbering around 300 as well. This was the reason they were forced to take the small path. Encountering on a narrow road negates the advantage in numbers. The barbarian refining organ general took the lead, holding a meteor hammer, ready to smash the Shang man who was shouting "Charge!" However, just as the two armies were about to clash, Zhao Kong suddenly pulled his horse to a halt, and from behind him charged a white horse, a long spear carrying a terrifying momentum. It arrived in front of them almost in an instant. After the initial shock, the barbarian general immediately swung his meteor hammer. He truly felt he could block the attack, but the next moment, he felt a chill in his heart as a hole was pierced through him. The main general is dead. The barbarian cavalry were panic-stricken. In disarray, they retreated with over 30 of them slain in succession. Fortunately, the main army was right behind them, preventing a total collapse. They quickly regrouped and rearranged their formation. White horse refining organ, a spear kills the general. Isn't this the one Master Amugu went to chase? He has come back alive. Bilage's pupils trembled. He couldn't help but ask, "Where is Master Amugu?" "Killed by Sun Dusher." Chun Sansi's voice boomed. "Sun Dusher will lead the Yuzhou army here within an hour. If you do not surrender now, you have but one path left, the path of death." "Sun Xiangzong, Yuzhou army?" Bilage forcefully calmed himself. "You spout nonsense. How could you send troops here? Because you've already been defeated in the northwest 3 states. Chun Sansi spoke each word distinctly. "Otherwise, why do you think we'd dare block your way with just this few men?" "Defeated?" Bilage, looking at the opposing side's confident demeanor, felt an unsettling suspicion in his heart. Theoretically, the likelihood of Sun Xiangzong appearing here was minimal. But it couldn't be ruled out that the northwest 3 states might have withdrawn their troops earlier. After all, every transmission of news has its delay, and everyone receives information that is, at best, days old. Perhaps Sun noticed signs of a blood sacrifice and specifically came to check. After all, if not for the presence of someone above the level of Meridian Passage, how could Amugu still be missing? Sun Xiangzong. He has come to Yunzhou? Why has he come here? Upon hearing this name, the barbarian troops immediately exploded into panic, each one becoming restless and distressed. The supreme strategy of warfare is to attack the enemy's plans and heart. Just like what happened previously in Pyong, half-true, half-false news most effectively terrifies the enemy. Chun Sansi knew that mere words wouldn't deter them for long at this moment, but even delaying for a minute was beneficial. He didn't lead everyone here merely to face death. Mainly, it was to buy time. Once enough time had passed, they would look for a way to break out. "What are you panicking for?" Still rational, Bilage rebuked loudly. "Whatever he says, you just believe? If it were really so, would they need to send these defeated remnants to die?" "Exactly," the other refining organ generals concurred, bluffing at the last gasp. "All men, heed my command. Take not a step back, rotate and charge continuously. Whoever kills the White Horse General will be rewarded with 10,000 cattle and sheep and 100 slaves. Charge for me." On a narrow road, no other strategies were left.
Car suspension formation, charge.
Chun Sansi raised his Lu Yi long spear. Paying attention to several generals in the opposing crowd, he suddenly realized that perhaps there was still a way out. Simple. He just needed to kill all the enemy generals, right? Hongze River. Thousands of civilians finally reached their destination. In front of them was a magnificent, turbid river. Looking across, the mountains on the other side appeared like rows of green eyebrows, beneath which lay a small town, Huanwen County. To reach Huanwen County, they had to cross a river 300 yards wide. Fortunately, at the riverbank crossing, boats had been prepared in advance, along with civilians to manage the ferrying. The people from Pyong lined up and began to board the boats one after the other. "How come we don't see Mr. Chun and the others?" Soon something seemed amiss. The Pyong soldiers who had escorted them this far were nowhere to be seen up to now. "Cross the river! Cross the river!" Su Wenkai finally learned to ride a horse. Holding a feather fan, he shouted desperately, "Why aren't you hurrying to cross the river? Wait until you are almost halfway across. Then Mr. Chun and the others can retreat." "What? We get halfway across, and only then can Mr. Chun leave? Why?" What else could it be? Su Wenkai was so anxious his face and neck turned red. "Behind you, there are 20,000 barbarian marauders. Mr. Chun went to counterattack with 1,000 men just to buy you time." 20,000 men? Isn't that almost as many as our entire county? Only at that moment did they realize, recalling their husbands or sons who had suddenly made a special trip home not long ago. The words they spoke might well have been their last. Chapter 111 Do He _2. December 16th. On this day, Yunzhou finally saw snow. The cold wind howled, and large snowflakes fluttered down gracefully, painting the world white. Alongside the Hongze River, more than 40,000 people, dragging their families and belongings, supporting the old and carrying the young, wept as they went. Cries filled both banks of the river. "Hurry, hurry up!" On board a small boat, Sun Li rowed forcefully, not daring to stop for a moment, even though each movement pulled at her wounds, causing intense pain. "Sister Lan, don't worry. Once we reach the shore, there is still the guard force. I'll try to see whether I can persuade them to send reinforcements." In fact, she knew it was only psychological comfort. Not to mention, she had no authority to command troops, and even if she could persuade them, the vast majority of troops in Huanwen County had probably been taken away by the Yuzhou general. Less than a few thousand remained, and they still needed to cross many miles and a river. There wouldn't be enough time. Sun Li truly wanted to turn back immediately to help. But she was injured, and her personal strength was limited. Moreover, having promised to ensure Sister Lan's safety first, she had to do as she said. Gu Xinlan sat on the edge of the boat, holding a note left by her husband. It only contained 5 words. It simply said, "Just cross the river. Brother Sher will definitely come back." Gu Xinlan maintained her composure without crying or fussing, quietly wiping her tears. "If he doesn't come back, I will go down there to find him." "Where are you all from?" In response to the general's question, "We are from Pyong County in Yunzhou." As they neared the shore, a robust voice continuously reverberated. There stood a general on the shore, about 7 feet tall, with a physique as sturdy as a mountain, wearing dark red heavy armor. Holding a heavenly halberd in his hand, he asked everyone he met, "Have you seen a woman in red?
Non.
How many more people are waiting behind you to cross the river?" "Many thousands. Elder brother, this won't do." Before Master left, he said we must hold our ground in Liangzhou and not leave it by a single step. Stop talking. With such a huge mess in Yunzhou, and our junior sister Li being there, how could I possibly not go look for her? Elder brother, step aside. The general, wielding the heavenly halberd, leaped powerfully, astonishingly jumping 50 feet out and landing on the surface of the Hongze River like a meteorite from outer space, causing waves several meters high. Then, with another leap, he repeated the scene. Boom! Every time he landed, the massive force overturned several nearby small boats, causing tens of people to fall into the water. Sorry everyone, I have an urgent matter. Third brother, hurry and save people and make sure nobody drowns. If anyone does, I will hold you responsible. Elder brother. Witnessing this, Sun Li looked on in disbelief. What are you doing? Junior sister Li? Thank goodness it looked like you were all right. I was about to go to Yunzhou to look for you. Lu Ji hurriedly strode across the waves and stood on a small boat nearby, looking at the drowned locals with a touch of embarrassment. He said, Junior sister, I can't perform Qinggong. It wasn't intentional. I am going to help them cross the river now. Wait, are you injured, junior sister? Is it serious? Where are you hurt? I'm fine. Sun Li saluted with a fist and spoke with a clear sense of distance. Please, elder brother, help me save someone. Lu Ji looked at the respectfully behaving woman and his expression soured slightly, but he quickly adjusted. Whom does junior sister wish to save? Just say it. An entry-level junior brother. Sun Li pointed across the river with her scabbard. He led over 1,000 people to counterattack against more than 20,000 barbarian marauders to escort our crossing. He definitely won't be able to hold out much longer. I hope elder brother can deploy troops to rescue him. A junior brother? Lu Ji paused. There aren't many troops in Huanwen County. Even if I call them, it'll be too late. I should go myself. Saving him shouldn't be a problem. By the way, have you seen our master, junior sister? Father. Sun Li shook her head, a glint of hope passing through her eyes. Father came. I don't know, he's definitely not in Liangzhou. I'm off. Bang! With just a few leaps, Lu Ji crossed the 300-zhang wide Hongze River and disappeared from the opposite bank in an instant. Yellow Earth Ridge. Plop! Stop him! Stop him! Bilage watched as another refining organ general was killed by the opponent, his heart filled with terror. Quick! Fire the signal arrows. Notify the infantry and the other 3,000 cavalry to come here and surround this person. Then go after the remaining Shang people. He couldn't understand. They were all refining organ practitioners. Why was no one a match for this man from 3 unions? Amidst the crowd, Chun Sansi, using the car suspension formation as cover to prevent being surrounded by heavy forces. His long spear and Jinyue sword, already coated with an unknown amount of the enemy's fresh blood, had only one target. Main General. From the very beginning of the engagement, he had noticed. Among those 5,000 cavalry, there seemed to be no Hua Jin or Meridian Passage experts. This meant he had a chance to slay a general. After slaying the general, the enemy army would disperse, and they would still have a chance to survive. Alone, it definitely wouldn't be feasible. But he had 200 cavalry and over 700 infantry behind him, able to help him disperse most of the encirclement. That was enough. Stop him. No matter how Bilage yelled, the White Horse General still charged towards them, unstoppable like a force of nature. He felt the urgency. Wu Li Han, that day Pine, let's do it together. We can't let him slay another general. 1,000 men against 5,000, and he had already slain 2 generals. What was even more terrifying was that not only the general was like this, but his remaining soldiers seemed to be fearless. Especially this formation, which rotated like a wheel, From the beginning of its initiation until now, no matter how many were lost, it never broke its ranks. At most, they just reduced the formation size until later, when too many had died, they actually transformed from one large formation into 20 smaller formations. Chapter 111 Do He _3. Even the array soldiers were perfectly coordinated, ready for both attack and defense, and even if many died before their eyes, they wouldn't even blink, immediately replacing the fallen, clearly charging toward death. Sinking formation death will. Such frightening combat power and willpower only appeared among the elite of the elite. Yet, they were clearly just routed soldiers who fled from an abandoned small county. If it weren't for their weak cultivation, Bilage might even think they were the mighty troops of the 8 camps. The morale of the barbarian soldiers noticeably shifted, and since they couldn't form an encirclement here, if the fight continued like this and another main general died, they might indeed be routed. Kill the white horse. Once he dies, these people will be nothing but a disorganized mob. 3 refining organ generals from the barbarian tribe attacked simultaneously. A curved saber, a wolf fang club, and a giant axe. 3 ferocious weapons struck almost at the same time from different directions. They were all refining internal, and all had achieved small success in refining. None were far from the great success of refining. One just beginning to refine organs, facing 3 with small achievements in refining organs. The spear technique of the White Horse General was erratic and wild. Individually they were no match, and even combining their explosive power, they absolutely could not withstand his attacks, particularly when assailed from all sides. Chun Sansi blocked the giant axe with his long spear, then used the sword at his waist to intercept the wolf fang club, and with a bizarre posture, dodged the curved saber aimed at him, forcefully repelling the 2 heavy weapons. In the opening, his long spear turned into a giant python that swallowed the sky, directly lunging at the wielder of the curved saber. Clang! Bilage desperately blocked the attacks, knowing in his heart that he would be killed within 3 exchanges. But thankfully he wasn't alone. The other 2 brothers, temporarily repelled, returned to fight, their giant axe and wolf fang club arriving instantly behind their opponent. If he didn't dodge, death was almost certain. If he did dodge, it meant he would have to keep evading endlessly. As long as they could delay him, that was good enough. The White Horse General's subordinates were not afraid to die, but they were not invincible. People were still dying continuously. In just a short time, from the original 1,000 or more, only about 700 remained, and that number was rapidly decreasing. Moreover, after sending the signal, more pursuers would gather here, and soon they'd be facing a mass siege of 20,000. Swiftly leading to their complete annihilation. Then the White Horse would also be surrounded by heavy forces, destined to be consumed alive. One word: delay. However, what they did not expect was that Chun Sansi had no intention of dodging. He let the wolf fang club and the giant axe smash down on him with the force of 10,000 June, emitting a thud like the ringing of a bell. His internal organs vibrated with acute pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but the pace of his spear thrust did not slow down at all, and finally, in the 3rd exchange, he pierced through Bilage's throat. A swift kill. He had no right to delay. Only a swift kill was the path to life. Vajra body? Ulihan was greatly shocked. With Bilage gone, the pressure to defend drastically decreased. Chun Sansi held a spear in his right hand, a sword in his left, enduring the attacks from dozens of soldiers coming from behind, an uncountable number of blades, spears, axes, and hooks. Before their eyes, he brutally killed the last 2 generals within 10 exchanges, his body drenched in blood, like a war god from the heavens. Crash! After killing the enemy main general, he was like a fierce beast unleashed. No one could stop him, cutting down enemies as if cleaving through vegetables. He killed nearly 200 cavalrymen in a row, eventually instilling fear, horror, and prompting their rout. The remaining 4,000 or so cavalrymen withdrew like the tide, their retreat chaotic with countless warhorses colliding and neighing, tumbling together with the cavalry on their backs, falling to their death. Chun Sansi looked at the remaining 600 or so men, taking the lead on his horse to clear the way forward. Wherever he passed, the dense enemies automatically parted, leaving a path, and still, no one dared to pursue him actively. "Break through," he shouted until he was hoarse. Judging by the time, it's almost up. At least more than half of the people had successfully crossed the river. As long as they left this place before being enclosed, there was a great chance of crossing the river smoothly. However, it seemed too late, because he could hear, just behind the slope on their flank, at least tens of thousands of infantry taking a shortcut to catch up, and they would block them at the junction ahead. Chun Sansi's injury could still hold up, and with about half of his chi blood left to consume, as long as there were no generals above his level of cultivation, relying on Chen Sun's incredible speed, breaking out was still possible, but he didn't know how many people could remain behind him at that moment. 110, or just himself alone. As he gripped the spear shaft, ready to fight to the death, the pursuer's footsteps stopped almost simultaneously, as if suddenly there was no path ahead, or something was blocking them. This allowed them to reach the shores of the Hungza River and begin crossing. They've stopped chasing? Everything came to an abrupt stop, and Chun Sansi felt somewhat incredulous, as if he had been dreaming. Good lad. Master, slow down a bit." The middle-aged scholar gripped the handles of the wheelchair tight, his face distorted and deformed by the gale. "Slow down, please. Did you just see that?" The elderly man in coarse clothing looked relieved. How daring this lad is, a mere practitioner of refining stepping up to block 5,000 men, and he actually held them off, quite reminiscent of my younger days. That's not the key point. The middle-aged scholar nearly fell from the sky several times. The key is, he could have escaped on his own, but he chose to resist the army to help those commoners cross the river. Who else in this world would do such a thing nowadays? Old Fourth. The old man's gaze was profound. Can he make it? There's hope. Good, hope is all we need. Master, will you make a move? Your lifespan. Just to block them a bit. It's not a big deal. Someone who helps others cross the river deserves to be helped across as well. In the very front of the advancing horde of over 10,000 barbarians, suddenly two figures appeared, blocking the road. An old man in coarse clothing, pushing a wheelchair-bound disabled scholar. Chapter 112 Emperor Wanshou. They didn't chase us? Chun Sansi doubted whether he was hallucinating. More than 10,000 foot soldiers, followed, perhaps, by another 3,000 cavalry. Just like that, they let them cross the river? Boom! A loud noise thundered. Chun Sansi saw from afar, about 20 miles away. It seemed as if someone was thrown into the sky and then fell back down, scattering like beans. Bang! Who is Chun Sansi? Another loud noise followed. It was as if an earth dragon had turned over, and the entire riverbank trembled violently. What seemed like a mountain crash-landed, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a general in shining armor. From the look of the armor, it was from the Shang people. It is I. Chun Sansi dismounted and bowed with his hands clasped, his breath somewhat unsteady. You have already returned? Sister Li was worried in vain. Quickly cross the river, he said. LVG sized him up and noticed Sun Buki next to him. Younger martial brother. You're here too. How are your injuries? Sun Buki's clothes were already ragged, soaked with blood from head to toe. He used his long spear as a crutch, supporting himself with difficulty, not even taking a glance as he said, It's none of your concern. It's good that you're all right, replied LVG, who seemed accustomed to this. He turned to look at the black dots in the distant sky, his expression turning stern. Oh no, master! Bang! Yet another leap, shaking heaven and earth. He could leap nearly 100 zhang each time. In just a few breaths, he had disappeared from view. Sister Li? If this person was Sun Li's senior martial brother, then the master he mentioned, Sun Dusher? Chun Sansi looked towards where the 10,000 pursuers should have been coming from, his gaze growing more complex. One person to withstand over 10,000 barbarian bandits? Is this really a human? And there was Sun Li's senior martial brother. One leap is over hundreds of zhang. What kind of realm is that? The Meridian Passage realm certainly does not demonstrate such strength, so it must be mysterious phenomenon, more like the legendary martial saint. In Payong County, they were like frogs at the bottom of a well, only able to see a mere corner of the vast heavens. Would their future opponents all be at this kind of level? Chen Sansi thought about himself again. Indeed, still far too weak. But it's impractical to aim too high. Set a small goal for now, reach refining internal organs perfection as soon as possible, then move on to Huajin. Plop! Old Xiong, dog scrap. Silly Chun. Wuda, wuda. Finally reaching the riverbank with no pursuers behind them. The brothers could no longer hold on, tumbling down to the ground one after another. The initial 1,000 men had now become only 400. Most of these 400 were utterly exhausted, many collapsing unconscious on the spot. Zhao Kong was covered in blood. "Sir, the brothers have all fallen. How do we cross the river? Sir, Mr. Chan." Upon the grand and turbulent surface of the Hongze River, suddenly, a few small boats appeared, then dozens, then hundreds, countless simple clothed figures standing on the boats, waving at them. "Let's cross the river." Chun Sansi breathed a sigh of relief. With the help of hundreds, thousands of civilians, these last 400 men could finally lie flat and cross the river. "Brother Sure." Gu Xinlan and Sun Li rowed a boat quickly over. "How come you're bleeding so much?" Gu Xinlan was biting and tearing, ripping off pieces of her dress's sleeves, preparing to use them for emergency bandaging. "A minor injury." Chun Sansi's cloth armor was already so tattered that it barely held together. His appearance now worse than a beggar's, blood mixed with grime covering his exterior, indistinguishable whether it was his enemy's or his own. "My lady, Mr. Chun here single-handedly killed 5 refiners," Zhao Kong vividly remembered saying. "If it weren't for that, we would all have died at Yellow Earth Ridge." This was too terrifying. He hadn't been practicing martial arts for long. Among those barbarian leaders, at least 2 were at the small achievement in refining internal organs, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Keep in mind, this was during a fierce encirclement. Otherwise, they might not have lasted even 3 rounds. That means Chun Sansi could now take on 5 Xiong Tingchuns. How many? 5. Sun Li also turned pale, hastened to take out a porcelain jar from her bosom, containing scar removal ointment Chun Sansi himself had previously mixed for her. It was very effective for treating external wounds, and she was ready to apply it personally. "Sister, what about me?" Sun Buki, who followed from beginning to end, was also full of wounds, but seemingly nobody cared about him. "Sister, I'm really okay." Chun Sansi had only shallow wounds on his body, merely some cuts and bleeding here and there, which wouldn't take more than a few days to heal, even though it looked rather scary. Fortunately, he relied on his iron bone copper skin trait. An ordinary person would have been minced into pulp by now. His worst injuries were internal. Taking on the Meridian Passage was no joke, and later he was hit by heavy weaponry, slightly damaging his internal organs. But it was no big problem. A few days of rest would be enough for recovery. When Sun Li touched the wounds, she recoiled like she had been electrocuted. Then she handed the ointment to Gu Xinlan. "It's better if sister applies the medicine for you." "Really, it's not necessary. Let's talk about it after we get back." Chun Sansi lay on the deck, watching the riverbank grow increasingly distant and the fading commotion in the distance. Did they really hold them back? That's no longer my concern. In any case, he had won. It was just that the other prefecture cities, counties, and villages in Yunzhou, as well as the millions of other civilians and soldiers guarding the borders, were probably not so lucky. So many matters. Chun Sansi had no energy left to think about them. "I'm so tired, Sister Lan. I'm going to sleep for a while." In the past 2 months, he had hardly slept well. Now, at last, he could rest properly. Capital City. Imperial Palace. It's snowing. Heaven blesses us with auspicious snow. The Emperor is virtuous indeed. Go and report the good news. Vermilion high walls, golden bricks, and sparkling tiles. Snow from the sky blankets everything in white, dressing it all in silver. With this year's belated heavy snow, joy enveloped both inside and outside the imperial palace. "Master, it's snowing!" A dozen eunuchs from the ritual supervision, wearing thick and warm red cloaks, knelt in unison outside the palace gates. Above their heads, the massive plaque bore the gilded characters, "Longevity Palace." Despite being in the imperial palace, there were almost no ostentatious decorations visible. Both the architecture and decor were restrained. The layout seemed more akin to a Taoist temple than a palace. Only those who knew their craft could appreciate that every timber here was worth its weight in gold, and each tile was invaluable. Constructing such a palace must have taken an extraordinary amount of time, labor, and wealth. The eunuchs knelt before the doors, unmoving, quickly becoming covered with ice and snow as if they were sculptures made of ice. Inside the great hall, there was no dragon chair here, only high altars shrouded with layers of cyan gray curtains, barely revealing the silhouettes of figures sitting cross-legged inside. Their true faces hidden, only silence pervading as if the hall itself were amidst the frozen lands. "Your Majesty, I know you bear the worries of the entire world, but please, do not rush and harm your celestial body." A court official in a scarlet robe knelt on the ground, his words earnest. Next to him, an old man sat on a small stool instead of kneeling, speaking slowly. "Your Majesty, judging by the time, Mr. Huang should be returning soon." Still silence. A great victory. A great victory in the northwest. A great victory in Yunzhou. Only when the urgent and clear voices announcing the joyous news entered the hall, did the entire Longevity Palace suddenly feel as warm as spring. "Your humble servant pays respects to your Majesty. Long live, forever long live." An old eunuch with youthful features and white hair, dressed in a black uniform, rushed into the hall, exhausted from the journey. He knelt heavily on the ground and performed a deep kowtow. Then, without any further words, he took out a petition and read aloud. "On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, the 8 camps in Liangzhou greatly defeated the Tuoba clan at Machio, annihilating over 30,000 of the enemy, beheading 10 commanders and capturing innumerable supplies and provisions. As a result, the other 3 nomadic tribes on the grasslands crumbled without a fight, retreating over 300 miles overnight, back into the depths of the grasslands. On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, the Yuzhou army arrived in Yunzhou, and Inding Prefecture was saved from peril. Soon after, Xuanwu Camp and Vermilion Bird Camp led the Liangzhou army into the battle, reclaimed the entire territory within 7 days. Behind the curtains, the authoritative voice carried a hint of urgency. "What else is there? This is a letter written by hand from the great Khan Tuoba, seeking peace, and he requests your Majesty to read it personally." Mr. Huang knelt on the ground, took out an exquisitely crafted box, and carefully presented it just outside the curtains. A large hand reached out from within the curtains and swiftly snatched the box away. Click! The sound of the box opening echoed. Moments later, for the first time in 20 years, everyone present heard the emperor burst into laughter, a sign of immense pleasure. Emperor Longqing's voice was exuberant. "In this matter, Yan Liang is the chief contributor, but the rest have also made great contributions, and they shall all be rewarded, all be rewarded." "Master!" Mr. Huang stood up with permission, bent at the waist, and said, "There is one more small matter that I have not yet fully reported." "Speak." Mr. Huang spoke slowly and evenly. "Chan Sansi, the Captain Qingxin from Yunzhou, is still alive. Not only did he survive, but he also rescued tens of thousands of civilians from Piyang County. In the end, to cover the civilians' crossing of the river, he and slightly more than 1,000 men held off 5,000 iron cavalry and even cut down several enemy generals of the same realm, proving himself to be invincible and brave. At the critical moment, Sun Xiangzong took action personally. With a single thrust of his spear, Sun Xiangzong penetrated 1,800 armors and routed nearly 20,000 barbarian bandits. Pierced 1,800 armors? The relatively young official in the crimson robe sneered. Just the mention of his name makes me angry, Your Majesty. I suspect that the deaths of Magistrate Xue and Magistrate Ji in Piyangmei have been the work of Sun Xiangzong. That Sun fellow is a dying flame in the wind, yet he still dares to play the hero. I think he's grown tired of living. Your Majesty. Mr. Huang lowered his voice. Initially, your sacred edict intended to promote Chen Sansi to a position in the capital city. Now, by a twist of fate, he has ended up in the governor mansion. Your Majesty, should we still reward him, or issue another decree for his reassignment? Rewarding him is a certainty, but there's no need to call him back. The voice behind the curtains resumed its untroubled tone. I am very fond of this brave young man, but if Sun Xiangzong is willing to act, it shows he likes the boy too, perhaps enough to pass on his true inheritance. If we were to recall him now, wouldn't we be ruining his opportunity for nothing? Yan Liang, what are your thoughts? In response to Your Majesty, Elder Yan spoke with a weighty voice. Considering the last letter from Xue Yuping, Chen Sansi shows great respect for Your Majesty. He accepted everything granted by the imperial decree on the spot. With proper grooming, he may become a useful talent in time. Moreover, princely heir Chao Fan might not be quite to Sun Xiangzong's liking. How about we leave him in the governor mansion for now, to see how far he can go? Do as Yan Liang suggests. Besides, the act of helping civilians cross the river should not only be rewarded but also proclaimed to the whole world. Let the people everywhere see that my servants are all such righteous individuals. Did you just mention that it is snowing? The curtains were lifted, revealing the face of the true dragon. Emperor Longqing, though an elderly man with years upon him, surprisingly still had mostly black hair on his head, and he walked with a firm and steady gait. If not for the scent of decay that emitted from him, one could almost believe in his ability to rejuvenate. He went to the entrance of the Longevity Palace and watched the snow fluttering down from the sky, feeling emotional. Such an auspicious heavy snow. With this snow, good news has been coming one after another. Well then, with the end of the war I can finally close off in peace. You may all withdraw. Upon hearing this, almost everyone knelt down at the same time. Congratulations to Your Majesty. Joyous tidings to Your Majesty. After this battle, our great dashing empire shall last for 1,000, a myriad of generations, thriving forevermore. And Your Majesty will surely attain immortality. The next time we see Your Majesty, we shall likely have to address you as immortal. Emperor Wan Shou, Emperor Wan Shou, you lot just know how to flatter me. Hurry up and withdraw. Don't disturb my meditation. Emperor Longqing swept back to his palace with a wave of his sleeve. Chapter 113. The Art of Alchemy. Huanwen County. Inside a residence. A fit young man with his upper body bare was waving a long spear in the courtyard. With the movements of the spear, a tornado composed of snowflakes swirled around him, making the already cold winter day feel even more biting. He wasn't wearing any clothes yet didn't feel the cold at all. His body was emitting terrifying heat, and the snow melted into water before it could touch his skin, making him seem as if he had just leapt out of an alchemy furnace, radiating intense heat. Streams of hot blood surged from his marrow, furiously churning within his body and tempering his internal organs. Refining organ skill, small achievement stage, quenching internal organs. The human body is a whole. Having reached this stage in martial arts, where sinews, bones, skin, marrow, and blood had all been trained, it was naturally time to temper the internal organs. Otherwise, no matter how strong one's external power, if the internal organs can't withstand it, it's all for naught. Just like before. Chen Sansi, having resisted the simultaneous attack of two individuals who also practiced refining organ skill, had blocked it but still suffered internal injuries. Quenching internal organs involved tempering the 4 major and 6 minor organs to further increase the physical body's strength. Bang! Chen Sansi thrust out with his spear, directly shattering the water tank in the middle of the yard. The several feet of ice inside also exploded, turning into ice spurs that pierced in all directions.
Cultivation technique, Unity Spear technique, Prophecy.
Progress 0/1000. Utility Mysterious Elemental 5 Viscera Body. Mysterious Elemental 5 Viscera. Upon great success of the cultivation technique, tempered into the Mysterious Elemental 5 Viscera Body. Great! Something else to add to the list. I've truly become a jack of all trades. At least I've finally made a breakthrough. Chun Sansi put away the long spear and exhaled a breath of hot air. It had been 10 days since crossing the river. His wounds had healed, and he had coincidentally made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Besides that, after so much exertion, his various skills had also improved significantly. Tracking and concealment, small achievement. Progress 888/1000. Skill Horse control, proficient. Progress 309/500. Skill Commanding soldiers, proficient. Progress 890/1000. Skill Archery, great success. Progress 550/2000. Skill Medical skill, mortal, proficient. Progress 210/1000. Among the many skills, especially horse control and commanding soldiers, had been practically in continuous real-life use. Thus their progress had increased very quickly, needing only a few more days to make a breakthrough. The battle also had a final outcome. Several days before, the Northwest 3 states decided the victor, and the 4 clans of the grassland all retreated. On the Yunzhou side, after Chao Fan and others brought troops to the rescue, they easily lifted the siege. Additionally, with the involvement of the 8 camps later, they undoubtedly reclaimed the entire territory. But if you cut off the beginning and end, the barbarians' massacre within Yunzhou lasted for a full 10 days. Yunzhou, 10 days. Nearly 1 million commoners. Bodies strewn everywhere, wailing ghosts and howling wolves. This was a disastrous defeat, a thorough and complete disaster. Although no land was lost, it was still a massive loss. Just the thought of recovery, it would probably take over a decade. It's said that the court has ordered the migration of refugees and landless tenant farmers from various states. These poor people would finally be able to have their own land. How ironic. Moreover, it won't be long before the barbarian forces return stronger than before. The logic is simple. If they couldn't reap huge benefits from this 10-day ordeal in Yunzhou, why would they willingly go along with such a grand scheme orchestrated by the emperor? After all, they too had sacrificed 30,000 troops. Having gained benefits and become stronger, what would the barbarians do? Of course, the attack on Dashing. In other words, no matter what the emperor is actually up to, or what the blood sacrifice is for, judging from the outcome. He's committing treason by colluding with the enemy, and that's without the immortal treasure being found. Otherwise, if the barbarian tribes just need to conserve their strength for 10 or 20 years, building a significant force stronger than Huajin, how could we even fight this war? Are we really planning to rely on our population advantage to brute force our way through? Speaking of which, the things they're using for the blood sacrifice, it might be related to the immortal treasure. A complete prescription, a container that can withstand the temperature of abnormal fire, and lamp oil. Only when these 3 things are combined, do they truly deserve the immortal in their name. Chun Sansi estimates that the barbarians attacked Piyang County partly to search for the immortal treasure. They just didn't find it, but they will certainly not give up in the future. That being said, if one day he manages to make his way to the barbarian capital, might he be able to gather a complete set? There's actually hope. It's rumored that one of Sun Dusher's greatest lifelong wishes is to delve deep into the grassland, slaughtering the barbarian marauders so they wouldn't dare to make any rash moves again, securing peace for the people in the north. But coming back to the point, why hasn't he done so until now? With the 8 camps and 200,000 troops from the Northwest Army, there are definitely enough soldiers, so it can only be because the highest combat power is not sufficient. Above Marshal Saint, not enough? Chun Sansi? ignorant and uninformed, doesn't know much about the highest combat power of the 4 clans of the barbarians: Yuan, Tuoba, Morong, and Duan. He only knows that the Yuan family has been supported by the witch god sect in recent years. He knows virtually nothing about the other 3 families. The same goes for Su Wenkai. Even if he's capable, he couldn't possibly understand situations far beyond his rank. But the 8 camps must be clear on this. Even Sun Li and Sun Buki might know. It's just that he has never asked. It's not that he's uninterested. It's just that there was no need before. Back then, with only bone training level, what would be the point of asking about the highest combat power on the grassland? Would that not be an act of idle curiosity? But moving forward, it's time to understand it properly. Because of the immortal treasure. Previously, it was the witch god sect sneaking into the Central Plains in search of the immortal treasure. Next, it'll be a reversal of roles. The lamp oil was stolen from the Tuoba clan, while the blood sacrifice was conducted by the witch god sect, which represents the Yuan family. Tuoba, Yuan. These 2 families, they definitely can't escape responsibility. Chun Sansi has now mentally drawn himself a huge pie. Having only lamp oil is indeed a bit shabby. It's like having a set of equipment with only an ignition device and nothing else. Although the spiritual grain is still proving very effective. The more it is so, the more curious he is about what could be refined if he had the container and the prescription. Immortal. If there really exists an immortal, where do they live? And why would these things end up in the mortal world? One step at a time, he told himself. Chun Sansi knew he mustn't rush. After surviving life and death for 2 months, things have finally come to a temporary close. The people from Payang County have also started returning one after another. If they stayed in Huanwen County, they'd only become refugees. There are only 2 outcomes for refugees. Either die of starvation or live in incognito as house slaves for the powerful families, losing their freedom forever. By comparison, it's naturally better to return to Payang. As for Chun Sansi, he naturally will not be returning. In 2 days, he's leaving for Liangzhou to take part in the selection for the 8 camps selected point. Even if he isn't the first choice as a true inheritor, he's confident he can join the inner sect. In the future, he will most likely remain in Liangzhou to join the 8 camps. Why are you secretly training again? Gu Xinlan returned from shopping for supplies and immediately ran up to her husband worriedly when she saw the long spear in his hands. Sister Li said you've injured your internal organs, and you need proper rest. I'm really fine. Chun Sansi put down the long spear and suddenly picked Sister Lan up. If you don't believe me, try for yourself. You need to rest well. Don't hurt yourself because of this. I'm as sturdy as can be. I am a Vajra body with copper skin and iron bone. How could I be so easily damaged? Chun Sansi thought to himself but didn't say out loud, as he truly dared not demonstrate it. You promised to have a child. Now that the war is over, are you planning to go back on your word? Chapter 114. The Martial Saint of the World. 3 days later, outside Huanwen County, a large group of troops assembled. 3 carriages, along with hundreds of escorting soldiers, formed a grand procession. Halt! What are you doing? We are subordinates of Mr. Chun. I know. So why are you following us? Can we go together?
No.
At the city gate, hundreds of soldiers looked at the caravan, unsure of what to do. For Zhao Kong, Wang Li, Zhu Tong, and others, after numerous bloody battles, they had already regarded Chun Sansi as their mainstay. If truly left behind, they would probably not even know what to do each day. Li Qianzong, the one in charge of the escort, refused without hesitation. No means no. Qianzong, can't you make an exception? Chun Sansi personally came forward to plead. I am preparing to go to the 8 camps selected point. Even if I don't rank well in the selected point, I'll still be a low-level general. I'll need some people under me, and I'll continue to use them without taking any soldiers from Liangzhou. Mr. Chen, Li Qianzong said helplessly, It's not that I can't make an exception, but the rules are the rules. They all are soldiers under the flag of the commanding department from Inding Prefecture. Now that the battle is over, they should return to standby. How can they just leave whenever they want? Wouldn't that create chaos? Qianzong, I remember there are vacancies in the Liangzhou guard station, right? Sun Li hurried over upon hearing this. Why not transfer them to the Liangzhou guard station? My dear Mississippi. Li Qianzong gave a bitter smile. Why are you pressing me too? Even if they are transferred, shouldn't there be a procedure? Chun Sansi felt a headache coming on. He knew that the other party was not intentionally making things difficult. It was truly against the rules. But he really couldn't bear to leave behind this group of men. These were the first soldiers he had led. Now they all had sinking formation death will on them. If truly left behind, he couldn't bear it. Otherwise, Chun Sansi looked at everyone. You return to Pyong first and wait for me? I'll strive to get good results at the selected point and then find a way to transfer you. It'll be at most half a year. I promise I will definitely get you transferred. Everyone exchanged glances. Let them go together. Just as everyone was even preparing for a temporary farewell, an attendant pushing a wooden wheelchair appeared, with a middle-aged scholar in a green robe sitting on it, holding a scroll book in his hand. General Fong. Greetings to General Fong. Though clearly a disabled scholar, Li Qianzong and others greeted him respectfully upon seeing him. Fourth brother. Sun Buki's eyes lit up as he rushed forward. You? How come you are here? Fong Qingyun smiled. Of course, to take you and Miss Ri home. Where's my father? Sun Buki looked around. Did he come? He came, then left. Fong Qingyun spoke calmly. He is very busy, but this time he actually looked at you in a new light. My father saw me killing enemies? Sun Buki asked eagerly and excitedly. What did Dad say about me? Fong Qingyun said with a smile. Master said, although you are not up to much, you still have a bit of hot blood. Is that it? Sun Buki felt that wasn't really a compliment. Isn't that still not up to much? General Fong. Li Qianzong said with some confusion. You just said you were taking them with you? Isn't that against the rules? I wrote the petition 7 days ago, and I just received a reply today. Qianzong, take a look. Fong Qingyun produced a transfer order. From today onwards, these people are part of the 8 camps, to be temporarily placed under my Azure Dragon camp for duties, to be arranged later. 8 camps, Azure Dragon camp? Feng Yong, Zhao Kong, and others exchanged incredulous looks. They were just hoping that they could enter the Liangzhou guard station and continue serving under Chun Sansi. But how did they suddenly end up in the 8 camps? Everyone had heard. In the 8 camps, even if one was just doing logistical chores, the ordinary supplemental medicines were plentiful. Doesn't this mean they were like phoenixes rising to the top of the trees? Thank you, General. Chun Sansi sincerely gave a fist salute. Chun Sansi remembers this kindness. This person said he had written the petition 7 days ago, which means he had been ready since the day they crossed the river. No need to be polite, younger brother. Fong Qingyun also returned the fist salute with a warm smile. My surname is Fong, given name Qingyun. If you don't mind, just call me elder brother. Chun Sansi immediately said, Thank you, Brother Fong. So you're the Phoenix? From a distance, Su Wenkai rushed over excitedly, bowing deeply. My surname is Su, given name Wenkai, styled Wulong. I have long admired your reputation. Question mark. A question mark appeared above everyone's heads. What a thick-skinned fellow. Subin stared with wide eyes. Your self-bestowed stylistic name, can it be the same as one respectfully addressed by others based on prestige? Lu Jinkue hastily shouted. Old man, come back here. Don't embarrass us. They had finally gotten the chance to go to Liangzhou together and feared that the old scholar might accidentally offend General Fong, which could result in others dismissing them on a whim. Oh! Fong Qingyun looked at the shabby old scholar in front of him, 10 years his senior, not feeling insulted but instead quite interested. You are Wulong, and I am Phoenix. It seems to say that our meeting here is a significant destiny. Mr. Fong. Su Wenkai rarely spoke solemnly. Honestly, although I am called Wulong, I am aware of my shallow talents and virtues and have many areas where I would like to consult with Mr. Fong. Good. Fong Qingyun cheerfully said, after we set off later, you can join me in my carriage. It might turn out to be me asking for your advice. Chun, has everyone arrived? One is still missing. Chun Sansi looked back towards the end of the line. Old Six, stop hiding. Fong Qingyun shook his head. Come out. Wang Ji, who had barely recovered from a severe injury, stepped out with his head lowered, his eyes darting around apprehensively. Can I also go? Why not? Fong Qingyun retorted. What do you think kept you alive with such severe injuries? Is it master? Wang Ji's body trembled, nearly falling to his knees. Is he not angry with me anymore? He's definitely still angry. Who told you to attack the city with the entire Xuanwu camp just for the sake of loyalty, leading to so many unnecessary casualties? Fong Qingyun sighed. But that doesn't mean he will cut all ties with you. Follow Brother Sansi for now. When the old man is in a better mood, I'll plead your case. Brother, for your leg. Wang Ji looked at the lower half of the green-robed scholar, concerned. In Longqing 57 years. Where were you? I didn't see you for a whole year. They said you were about to break through martial saint. How did you end up like this, even giving up martial arts for the literati, referred to as what? Phoenix chick. Let's not bring up the past. Fong Qingyun's smile was tinged with bitterness. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. Let's go. Li Qianzong waved his hand grandly. The procession of thousands set off mightily. Moreover, since Li Qianzong and others were from the 8 camps, carrying the banners of the 8 camps, in the northwest 3 states, no one dared to provoke them and the way was unobstructed. Chun Sansi did not ride in a carriage. He let Su Bin's wife and sister Lan take the carriage since she had just given birth, and after enduring more than a month of convalescence she was still weak, plus she needed to breastfeed, making it inconvenient to walk with the main group. Speaking of which, Su Bin's daughter turned out to be quite adorable. The name given by Su Wenkai, Su Yuhuan, was indeed a bit familiar. Furthermore, out of gratitude for this period, Su Bin insisted on having Chun Sansi become the godfather to his daughter. Su Bin, you shameless, just like Fatty Wong. Zhao Kong directly cursed. You think this is gratitude? You just want to take advantage of the situation. If Mr. Chun becomes a great general in the future, imagine how high you can climb. Exactly. Xiong Chuan, covered in bandages, added, really shameless, typical of someone brought out by Wang Ji. Wang Ji angrily retorted, damn it, insult me all you want, but why drag me into this? Su Bin turned red with shame, utterly embarrassed. All right, Brother Bin. Chun Sansi readily agreed. I'll be this uncle for you, Huan. This? Su Bin, realizing the impropriety, said, Sir, never mind. I've already agreed, and now you say never mind? Are you taking me for a fool? Chun Sansi joked. That settles it then, now I also have a daughter. Good, good. Su Bin was beaming. When Yu Huan learns to talk, I'll teach her to call me godfather first. Without a godfather, she and her mother would have died in the crowd long ago. Thus, the godfather relationship was established. It left the rest green with envy. Feng Yong hurriedly shouted, Mr. Chun, I have a daughter too. Go to hell, Feng Yong, your daughter is too old. She'd be more suited as Mr. Chen's concubine. Get lost. Ha 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 ha. The group bantered and laughed, never bothering to count the days they traveled. During these days, Su Wenkai visited Fong Qingyun's carriage at the same time each day, seemingly gaining a lot. Good things. The old scholar was undoubtedly skilled, and he wouldn't fail in critical moments, but limited by his background, there was so much he lacked. With guidance from a general of the 8 camps, his capabilities would surely improve greatly. Speaking of which, this brother Fong really had no airs about him. Just like Sun Li and Sun Buki, anyone personally trained by Supervisor Sun generally wasn't irritating. Wang Ji. Chan Sansi approached. You mentioned that Brother Fong almost broke through to Martial Saint before? Yes. Wang Ji nodded. He was the first among our fellow disciples to touch the threshold of Martial Saint. But during the invasion of Nanshu country in Longqing 57 years, he disappeared. When he returned, he became like this, truly unfortunate. Now, in the 8 camps, it seems only the eldest brother is a Martial Saint, and recently one younger brother also reached the threshold. Chun Sansi asked, in this world, how many Martial Saints are there? 15 years ago, not many, just 3 to 5. Wang Ji carefully counted and replied, but ever since I left the 8 camps, there's been a surge, and now they say there are dozens of Martial Saints around the world, not just in the court but including several major sects. Of course, those above Martial Saint are still few. My master, he is definitely the strongest. That many more? Chun Sansi temporarily couldn't reach such a high realm. But he also knew that something unusual must be brewing. Longqing 57 years. Fang Qingyun returned disabled. That same year, Supervisor Sun broke above Martial Saint. Martial Saints exploded across the world. That year, apart from the annihilation of Xuanwu camp, there must have been other significant events. Chapter 115. A grown woman won't stay long. We're almost at Liangzhou. Li Qianzong, riding a horse, spread the news. Just a final stretch and everyone can rest. We're finally almost there. Chun Sansi lay on Qian Sun's horse's mane, flipping through a book in utter boredom. He himself was not tired. The main issue was constantly traveling without much time for martial arts, which really made him anxious. Cultivation technique. Unity spear technique. Proficient. Progress. 168/1000. Even after such a long time, despite utilizing the White Swan horse's swift speed to chase back and forth, the progress had only increased by this small amount. That too under the circumstances of having spiritual grain, otherwise the pace would be even slower. The book that Chan Sansi held was a folk band book, acquired from Fang Qingyun, called Record of Major Sects Under Heaven, which contained records of some major sects and schools throughout the lands. In a small Payang county alone, there were the 4 great martial arts schools holding sway. In larger areas, similar organizations existed. They were just not called martial arts halls, but referred to as sections. As Chun Sansi saw it, in this world, the sects largely replaced the influential clans and families of worlds where cultivation was not possible, constituting a significant force. Moreover, the history in the Record of Major Sects Under Heaven was quite different from that in Dashing Chronicles. In Dashing Chronicles, the main accounts were about how the grand ancestor Chao Xie was invincible and heroic, and the efforts and hardships of the nation's founders were significant, while the sects were somewhat glossed over. But in Record of Major Sects Under Heaven, the story was different. It was said initially, Chao Xie received substantial support from 36 major sects throughout the lands, which helped him unify the nation, and some sects even had their own territories 300 years ago, almost equivalent to feudal princes. But Chao Xie was ruthless and ungrateful. Within less than 5 years after his ascension to the throne, he launched a campaign to stifle Jianghu, wiping out the influence of a few largest sects all at once, thereafter suppressing the sects, restricting disciples' numbers, and limiting their cultivation realms. This situation only improved during Yuanan's Renaissance. To this day, every time there is a war, it becomes necessary to dispatch sect disciples to battle, and they have regained some status, albeit limited, and are still under the category of families and clans, and no single sect could prevail on its own. Interestingly, Liangzhou had 2 major sects with martial saints. One was the Tiantong Sword sect, and the other was the Moon-Splitting Mountain Villa. Apart from the ordinary sects, there was a mysterious sect that greatly intrigued Chun Sansi. Seeking Immortal Tower. This tower was profoundly mysterious, with a heritage of thousands of years, but it rarely appeared, even during changes of dynasties. Their sole purpose was to seek immortality, an organization seemingly detached from worldly desires. Next, there was the Witch God sect. It was rumored that thousands of years ago, the Witch God of the Witch God sect had ascended, and his followers aimed to find the path to the immortal realm and continue following the Witch God. Supporting the Yuan family was merely for constructing their own forces to help in their quest to find traces of immortals, coveting the fertile lands of Central Plains because it was easier to find traces of immortals due to the area being rich in extraordinary talents and spiritual lands. It seems the real upper echelons were all practicing immortality, and Chun Sansi was still practicing martial arts. The disparity between them was as vast as that between the clouds and the mud. Coming to the governor mansion was indeed the right move. Nowadays, there were many martial saints, but those above martial saint were still as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. By joining the governor mansion, if he himself could reach the threshold, it was very likely he could receive guidance. Under the emperor, it was pointless to consider. Just because he didn't carry the surname Chao, his potential was capped. How could the emperor, who was so cautious of Sun Xiangzong, possibly nurture another Chun Sansi? Lastly, the sect record also mentioned a unique martial constitution called the Transformation and Mysterious Body. Individuals with this constitution, before practicing martial arts, showed no difference from ordinary people, but once they started practicing, no matter the cultivation technique, would gradually transform their bodies to be most compatible with the techniques practiced. Those with the Transformation and Mysterious Body, given enough resources, were certain to reach the martial saint realm. Thus, the Transformation and Mysterious Body, along with a few other rare constitutions, were collectively known as the innate martial saint body. Am I an innate martial saint body? As Chun Sansi read this, his emotions inevitably fluctuated. He indeed did not doubt that he could become a martial saint. After all, with the proficiency panel and spiritual grain, it was merely a question of time. But he had not expected that the changes brought by the panel were not illogical. It turned out to be a transformation and mysterious body. Along the way, Chun Sansi had been worried about the jumbled mix of physiological traits within him, wondering what to do if someone detected it during bone training. It seemed he had been overly concerned. Skill. Reading, small achievement. Progress. 496/800. He closed the book and looked up. At the end of the road ahead, a city gradually emerged on the horizon. The city was small, even smaller than Piyang County, with Dongyi City inscribed in large characters above the city gate. This place was only a dozen or so miles from Liangzhou City, but it was quite strangely besieged by heavy troops. On the military banner, the prominent mark of Black Tortoise Camp was visible. Wang Ji was taken aback and felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Chun Sansi asked, "What are they doing surrounding this place?" "Mr. Chun is not aware." Li Qianzong spoke in a relaxed tone. During the recent skirmish against the barbarians, due to the shortage of men, temporary help from the disciples of the sects was requested for defending the city. However, this seven absolute sect actually conspired secretly with the barbarians, betraying the nation and planning to collaborate from inside with the enemy to capture Liangzhou. Obviously, that was wishful thinking. When they acted, they were suppressed by General Liu, and later they led 1,500 disciples to hide in Dongyi City. Dongyi City and West Yi City are two garrison cities of Liangzhou City, specifically utilized for stationing troops. There are no civilians. Not much grain was stored, and since the conflict had ended, we haven't rushed to deal with them and simply surrounded them for now. Our commander always strategizes to minimize casualties. Chun Sansi nodded. This was indeed true. Even with only about 1,000 men, storming the city would indeed lead to substantial casualties. With little food supply inside, dragging it out would leave only two choices. 1. Open the gates and surrender. 2. Starve to death. Let me give a little heads up to the junior disciple. Fang Qingyun, pushed along by Sun Li, came over and spoke slowly. The Seven Absolute Sect is merely a second-tier sect within Liangzhou. The reason why Master has kept them until now is also to use them as a benchmark for the selected point assessment. We will see the specifics of the assessment when the time comes. Thank you for the tip, senior brother. Chun Sansi expressed his gratitude. It's not exactly leaking the questions since many people already knew. Telling you just makes things fairer. Fang Qingyun made a gesture of invitation. Could I ask you to step aside for a private word? Junior brother? Why not? Chan Sansi dismounted, took the wheelchair from Sun Li, and pushed it to the woodland beside the road. What advice do you have, senior brother? Here, take this. Fong Qingyun took out a porcelain bottle from his sleeve. If you feel unwell within 2 months, mix this with water and drink it. If nothing happens, just discard it, and consider it as if nothing happened. Chun Sansi opened the porcelain bottle, which contained black medicinal powder. Green blood poison dew antidote. Antidote, of course. Lord Governor Sun probably knew the emperor had poisoned him. He had instructed him to act as usual, obviously having prepared this antidote in advance. Yet he didn't explicitly say so, and he even said to drink it after 2 months, wondering if the emperor would provide an antidote. If provided, then act as if nothing had happened. Was this meant to avoid directly confronting the emperor? I understand now, Chen Sansi said. He didn't ask further. Right, that's all then. Fong Qingyun said softly, It has been quite a journey, brother. Please push me back. We are about to reach Liangzhou. 10 miles later, a giant city came into view. The city was as high as 6 fathoms, and judging from the wall's thickness, they appeared to be more than 5 fathoms thick, almost endless at first sight, like a massive beast of rock sprawled across the wilderness. It was Liangzhou City, the foremost stronghold of the Northern Territory. Open the gates. After verifying their identities, a team of over 1,000 people entered the city smoothly. Despite being the closest to the barbarian tribes and in a region of constant strife, the bustling inside the city surprised everyone. Passing through the city gates, there were towers and shops everywhere, vendors shouting, people haggling, and the noise of disputes combining into a symphony of life, with streets bustling and people living peacefully. Mr. Chun, please follow me, Li Thousand Captain said. Your and your lady's accommodations have been arranged by General Fong, and your followers will also be well placed in the areas where the soldiers stay. Please rest assured. Thank you for your efforts. Chen Sansi and others bid farewell. Ah, this journey truly wore me out, but at last we are home. Fong Qingyun coughed twice. May I ask Sister Sun Li to push me home? Senior brother 4. Sun Li spoke with a hint of concern in her voice. Earlier, I encountered Chao Fan and Yin Hanwen, and some others. Why did they all rush from the capital city to Liangzhou for the selected point? Is it really necessary? The last round of closed disciples are all aiming for the special skills in the hands of our master, so of course it is necessary. Fong Qingyun stopped, bought some candied hawthorn on sticks, and handed 1 stick to each of the Sun siblings. Not just them, but the crown prince's men too, and even the emperor has sent people to participate in the selected point. Their physique is good and they have the best resources. Some are even nearing the Huajin phase. This selected point might be the most outstanding one of recent years. Nearing Huajin? Sun Li stopped mid-bite and pulled the candied hawthorn away from her mouth. Junior brother has only just mastered refining internal. Can he really compete with them? Stop for a moment. After the wheelchair stopped, Fong Qingyun turned around to face his junior sister, and just stared without a word. Senior brother 4, why are you looking at me like that? Sun Li was puzzled. It's nothing. Fong Qingyun, realizing but not revealing, wore an inscrutable smile. It just feels like you are quite close to this junior brother Chun, worrying about him so soon. Senior brother. Just as Sun Buqi had entered the city, he bought a lot of food and toys and hurried to catch up. Chao Fan and the others seem quite formidable. Perhaps you could help Sansi when the time comes? His skills would certainly make him the top disciple in other years. But what if he doesn't make the cut this year? Wouldn't that be too harsh? What, you think I should show favoritism? Fong Qingyun struck Sun Buqi on the head with a rolled-up scroll. Even if I wanted to, do you think that would be helping Chen? That would be harming him. Take yourself, for example. Although your physique is average, your perceptiveness is excellent. With some effort, you certainly wouldn't fall far behind Chao Fan and his group. Do you know why you're still lingering in the bone training realm? Isn't it because you rely on our master? I still remember when you were a child at the private school, if you lost a fight, you would immediately threaten with my father is a martial saint and my senior brother is from the mysterious phenomenon. I'm gonna get them to come and smash your whole family. Especially Tang Ruishan. Every time he actually went and intimidated others, either by smashing stone lions with a palm or uprooting willow trees, not stopping until he made them cry. He completely spoiled you. How could you possibly cultivate diligently? Boring. You managed to bring up something about me and everything. Sun Buqi made a quick exit. Hey! Fong Qingyun suddenly remembered something and furrowed his brows. Sister, unless I'm mistaken, junior brother Chun is already married. Isn't he? Yes, indeed. Sun Li, unaware of any issue, answered with a clear gaze. Sister Lan is very skilled at needlework. She is virtuous and kind-hearted. This is bad. This is bad. Listening to the endless praises, Fong Qingyun first shouted in alarm and then sighed deeply. Our master will probably be quite upset about this. Senior brother, you're speaking in bits and pieces. What exactly are you talking about? Sun Li considered herself smart. However, today she found her senior brother's words as hard to understand as a riddle. Chapter 116, Imperial Decree Bestowal, renowned throughout the land. Mr. Chan, this is the place? Said Li Qianzong as he stopped in front of a grand residence. General Fong has prepared the house in advance and even arranged for 2 maids. If that's not enough, you can buy 2 more yourself. It would be best to purchase the children from poor families through a broker. Better than seeing them sold into brothels, wouldn't you agree? There's something else I need to make clear beforehand. People from the governor mansion must not randomly kill or harm their servants for entertainment. Of course, this is only if they haven't made any mistakes. If they do something wrong, they still have to be punished. All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. Now, Mr. Chun, you can settle in here and wait for the notification from the selected point. You might also get some visitors since those who can participate in the selected point are all outstanding and talented youths from various places. In the future, who knows, you might be a general. Mr. Chun, you'll handle it accordingly. I appreciate it, Li Qianzong. I'll treat you to a drink another day, said Chan Sansi as he clasped his fist in farewell. Li Qianzong had been quite thorough in his explanations, despite the task being a challenging one. We're at the new home now. Chan Sansi finally had time to look at the residence. What a grand home, with 3 courtyards and 3 entryways. In Piyang County, only the county magistrate and a few wealthy families could afford such a residence. And truthfully, he didn't even need such a large house. Fortunately, it came with 2 maids, or else Sister Lan would have been worked to death just keeping it clean. We greet the master and the mistress, said 2 maidens, still at the tender age of puberty, as they came forward to welcome and bowed in respect. Chun Sansi waved his hand dismissively. You 2 can go now. I'll call on you if I need something. Master! The 2 maids exchanged a glance and timidly spoke. You haven't given us our names yet. Names? It was then that Chun Sansi remembered that after selling themselves into servitude, they no longer owned their names. He really wasn't good at naming. Sister Lan, I'll leave it to you. All right, I'll do it. Gu Xinlan took the hands of the 2 maids, gently inquired about their family backgrounds, ages, and talents, and finally named one Si Qin and the other Mo Hua. Both had been sold by their parents from a young age, specifically trained to be sold to wealthy households as maids, and they came at a steep price. It seems I don't have any silver to provide for the household. It suddenly dawned on Chun Sansi. He had fought in battles for 2 months, without a single coin of silver on him. Luckily, he held the rank of a 6th-rank captain and additionally a medal from the rank of 5th-rank cavalier, both of which came with stipends. He just wasn't sure where to collect it and would have to ask around later. Master! Mo Hua rushed over, looking somewhat panicked. There is an eunuch outside who says you're needed to receive an imperial decree, and there are a lot of people. An imperial decree? A surge of unpleasant memories flashed through Chun Sansi's mind. But he had no grudges with the emperor, so there was nothing to fear, and most likely, it was some kind of reward. Even if there was some bad news, he had to receive the decree. What choice did he have when his power was so weak? "Let's go," said Chun Sansi as he walked out the door. He saw before the entrance to the residence. There were no less than a dozen carriages lined up. Such a grand spectacle attracted hundreds of onlookers. At the front was a eunuch dressed in an exquisite python robe, with a jade belt at his waist. His face pale as paper, his expression somber and his breath steady and long. By his demeanor, he seemed to be trained in the martial arts as well. With a sharp and somewhat piercing voice, the eunuch proclaimed, "The imperial decree has arrived. Captain Chengxin Chun Sansi, receive the decree. Your servant hears and obeys." Chun Sansi and his family knelt down. As usual, when one's strength is lacking, one must bow their heads, or else it's as good as courting death. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Captain Chengxin Chun Sansi, who has led the people across the Hongze River shore, has moved both heaven and earth. Having heard of it, I am moved to tears. To have such a courageous and benevolent general is indeed my great fortune, as well as the fortune of the great Shang dynasty. Hence, you are promoted to the General of Martial Virtue of the 5th rank and exceptionally appointed as the standard 3rd-rank cavalry commander in an honorary capacity, bestowed with 1,000 taels of gold, 50,000 taels of silver, 1,000 rolls of silk, 30 refining organ treasure medicine, and a pot of imperial wine. Take heed of this decree. Your servant receives the decree and gratefully thanks the heavenly grace. Long live the emperor. Long, long live the emperor. Chun Sansi had no choice but to express his gratitude with perfect propriety, bowing deeply in thanks. Who is this person? The new neighbor, leading the people to cross the river? I've heard of this incident. It seems that during Yunzhou's 10-day crisis, a commander from a small county led tens of thousands of people in an escape. To help the people cross the river, he and his subordinates nearly lost their lives. There's actually an official willing to go to such lengths for the common people? The emperor is indeed a sagacious and enlightened ruler. Exactly, otherwise he wouldn't have bestowed so much. With the gold, the silver, and 1,000 rolls of silk, that's enough for many people's lifetimes of food and clothing combined. So young and already awarded a 3rd-rank medal. He's eligible to attend court and see the emperor. This man is sure to be a great leader one day. The onlookers discussed among themselves. Damn it, that old emperor sure knows how to take advantage of my situation, cursed Chun Sansi internally. The old emperor conspired with the enemy and betrayed the country, causing nearly 1 million civilians to be slaughtered in Yunzhou over 10 days. Now, by giving him this reward, he's trying to garner a good reputation, the epitome of shamelessness. The gifts are too few. Give more, much more. Otherwise, it doesn't make up for this kneel. Mr. Chun, aren't you inviting me inside to sit? Inquired the chief eunuch from above. Chun Sansi stood up. Please come in, eunuch. Mo Hua. Go make some tea. Master, we don't have tea. Mo Hua, who had never seen such a scene, was terrified on her first day, at work, facing an imperial decree, with talk of thousands in gold and tens of thousands in silver. It was too frightening, making her shiver all over. Eunuch, I have just moved in, and the house is honestly quite empty. Chun Sansi explained, it may be an imposition to ask you to drink plain water. Master, we don't have plain water either. Si Chin timidly added, we haven't even bought firewood or tea sets for the house yet. Forget it then, I won't go inside. Let's talk here. The great eunuch stopped in front of the main hall and sighed. My surname is Ho, and I'm the supervisor of the military in the Northwest 3 states, overseeing all military affairs. You can simply call me Elder Ho. Chun Sansi inquired, is there anything Elder Ho needs? Supervisor. The supervisor was naturally Sun Xiangzong. It must be that this person also holds a high position in the palace. You were just granted the 5th rank title of Flying Cavalry Commander, and now so soon you've been further awarded the 3rd rank title of Light Chariot Commander, far exceeding the medal you should have for your refining organs cultivation. Mr. Ho emphasized with a drag. Mr. Chun, do you understand the implication of this? The heavenly grace of His Majesty. This general will surely hold firmly in his heart, and will not forget it for a moment. Chun Sansi said word by word. Not forget it for a moment. Good. You are indeed clever. Mr. Ho waved his hand, signaling his subordinate eunuchs to bring up the imperial wine. Mr. Chun, do not let down the holy intent. Green blood poison dew antidote. Chun Sansi picked up the imperial wine and drank it all in one gulp. Constant poisoning was no solution, because over time the poison would certainly flare up, and it wouldn't do to have slow-acting poison, periodically bestowing some food and drink as gifts. Even a fool would find it odd, and it would only increase the distance between monarch and subject. Better to give the antidote and then bestow great rewards, which could win people's hearts. If it weren't for Chun Sansi's prior knowledge of the poison through recognized medicine, and the serendipitous understanding of Yunzhou's inside story, he might have really thought this was a benevolent and wise monarch, and hence felt grateful and esteemed. The means of an emperor to rule over his subjects. Good. Mr. Ho watched him drink the wine and smiled. Mr. Chun, you will next stay at the Governor Mansion's selected point. So, rest assured, Mr. Ho. Chun Sansi replied promptly. As a servant, no matter where I am, I will always remember that I am a subject of the great Shang dynasty, a subject of His Majesty. You are a smart one. I like you. All right, since there's no tea or refreshments, I will take my leave now. Mr. Ho left, satisfied. The others helped move things into the Chun mansion and then dared to depart. As the gates were closed, Chun Sansi immediately took out the refining organ treasure medicine and began to practice. Thousands of gold and silver coins, plus 1,000 rolls of silk, would indeed suffice for some time. But what was really valuable was the treasure medicine. After reaching above the refining organ stage, the required medicines could basically no longer be gauged by money. The truly precious ingredients were invaluable. After all, they demanded extremely harsh requirements for age and growth environment, which is why even Piyang County was at its resource limit when it came to refining organs. Even in the 8 camps, treasure medicines were not available to just anyone who wished for them. Because the 8 camps were constantly relocating, they had no fixed assets of their own, and military supplies also required court-allocated funds and local support to maintain. Fortunately, I won't be lacking for the time being. After Chun Sansi verified that the treasure medicine was fine, he swallowed it, and under the powerful force of the medicine, he practiced his spear technique. 30 pieces of treasure medicine, enough to support him until Hua Jin. The combined value, how could it be just thousands of gold?
Cultivation technique, Unity Spear technique, Mastered.
Progress 288/1000. With the addition of spiritual grain, the efficiency of skill improvement was astonishing. Logically, after entering the refining internal organ stage, the speed of cultivation progress was bound to slow down. But he was confident that, within 1 month, he could break through to refining organ's small achievement. Chun Sansi had originally planned to enter seclusion, but the very next day his residence became bustling. Invitations from scholars, aristocratic families, sects, to officials big and small, a massive amount of invitations were sent to Chun Mansion. Suddenly, the doorstep was as busy as a marketplace, with an endless stream of visitors coming and going. With such a grand display of imperial reward, even though it wasn't in the capital city, it indicated a promising future. It was normal that people wanted to make connections. Chun Sansi did not refuse them. The resources needed for future practice would increase, and one couldn't guarantee when they might be needed from a family. It was just that, for the time being, he really couldn't accommodate them all. Shanshur. That afternoon, after Chun Sansi had eaten and was practicing spear in the courtyard, Sun Buki knocked on his door. Come on. I'm here on their behalf to invite you to the banquet. The Selected Points banquet, you must go. Selected Points banquet? Chun Sansi took the opportunity to ask, by the way, could you tell me about the specific processes involved with Selected Point? Soon, with Sun Buki's explanation, he roughly understood the process. Selected Point was divided into 2 main categories: Reserve Military Officer and Reserve Generals. Those who participated in selected point were subject to age restrictions. Within the age limit, anyone above refining organs cultivation could participate in the reserve general selection. Additionally, each selected point would accept 8 intersect disciples. But there was only one true inheritor. There were 5 parts to the assessment. 1. Formation setting. 2. Formation breaking. 3. Battle deployment, that is real combat. 4. Martial arts competition. 5. Root bone, to judge the upper limit and then decide how many resources to allocate based on that limit. The series of assessments was basically equivalent to another martial arts examination process. The difference was that after passing the assessment, one would directly stay in the 8 camps and be taught martial arts by Sun Xiangzong. Shansher. This year is the toughest one. Sun Buki sighed. Last time, the ones you saw like Yin Hanwen, Chao Fan, and even Elder Yan's grandson are here, along with the young sect master from the sky-reaching sword sect in Liangzhou, disciples from the moon-splitting mountain villa, and so on. Most of them have reached refining internal organs perfection. And because everyone arrived particularly early this year, the selected point will officially start in 10 days. Shansher, you've just mastered your refining organ skill, haven't you? These opponents are not like the previous ones. Each and every one of them has a special physique. Anywhere in the Jianghu, they could be undefeated at the same stage. It won't be easy for you to win against them across cultivation levels. To Chun Sansi, all these could wait till later. What mattered to him was that there was only one true inheritor. Not only was he the last batch of selected point disciples, but also the last true inheritor. Needless to say what that implied. Immortal law. Only by becoming the only true inheritor would there possibly be a chance to touch upon the ways to break through above martial saint. Chapter 117. Paying respects at the dock. If that's the case, I really must secure the first place. Chun Sansi was aware that the people from the famous families across the whole world definitely were not the same as those from a poor and remote place like Payang County. Take the blood-refining realm, for instance. In Payang County, most people only reach a large level. He, on the other hand, had his power flowing through his entire body. How could it be the same? Whether it's the royal family or any noble family, no matter how inferior, they wouldn't lack much. Their resources were absolutely sufficient, not to mention, their talents were not poor either. At least one parent in each noble family was a high-realm martial artist. Plus, with wealthy people having many descendants, each generation could generally produce at least one fairly talented individual, and if lucky, even a genius. Challenging across realms was certainly difficult. Moreover, for those in the refining internal realm, martial artists could experience a special state called blood burst, which immensely amplified their abilities. Even transcending one realm might not guarantee a win, let alone he had only achieved a small achievement in his cultivation technique. It was just that time was tight. Once the war broke out, all the selection officers from across the country were summoned in advance, causing the selection to be held much earlier. For him to reach a small achievement in refining internal organs, it would take at least 20 days at the fastest. Unless he could secure more beast meat, particularly exotic beast meat, and find someone to train with him day and night without stopping, maybe he could speed up the process a bit. Oh well, let's go and see first. Chun Sansi, along with Sun Buki, embarked in a carriage. It was his first time entering the city from the county, and he couldn't help but lift the curtain to enjoy the street views. When they passed through the bustling market area, he used his keen eyes to spot a few notices. Among them, 2 in particular caught his attention. A wanted order from the witch god sect, and a eulogy of his leading people across the river. Chun Sansi inquired, "Is the witch god sect also in Liangzhou City?" "Of course it is." Sun Buki leaned back in his seat, munching on some unknown fruit, and said, "The witch god sect has been causing chaos for more than just a day or two. They have a presence practically all over the world, and not all of them are barbarians. They have many followers even in the Central Plains, hard to distinguish from their appearance. Lurking in the darkness, they disrupt the peace and stir up trouble everywhere. Just like in 7 Absolute Sect of Dongi City, in my opinion, 8 or 9 out of 10, it's their instigation." Chen Sansi had long heard of the witch god sect causing chaos everywhere. Payang County was unaffected before the Immortal Treasure incident because it was too insignificant. The place was too small with not enough strategic value that even the witch god sect couldn't be bothered to come. And furthermore, Sun Buki sat upright, seriously stating, "The followers in Liangzhou City specifically target martial artists. Initially, they killed those of lower realms more often, but later they even took down those in higher realms. It's said during the frontline warfare, even the top disciple of Moon-splitting Mountain Villa was killed. Killing martial artists?" Chen Sansi contemplated internally. The witch god sect. But don't worry, Sun Buki added. Most of those who died were disciples of sects and people from the Jianghu. They rarely dare to attack people from the 8 camps, and after the war ends, my father really plans to investigate this thoroughly. Initially, in Payang County, various martial arts halls captured common folks daily to test medicines. Now in Liangzhou, the sects were the targets persecuted by the witch god sect. The matter of Amugu's disappearance. Just mentioning the witch god sect made Chen Sansi involuntarily think of this expert of the Meridian Passage realm. He was somewhat worried. Although he had claimed in front of 5,000 cavalrymen that Amugu was killed by Sun Xiangzong and due to some misunderstandings, the supervisor did actually make an appearance afterward, but there were still gaps in the story. If Sun Xiangzong had arrived at the scene earlier, there would have been no need for their roadblock, which resulted in heavy casualties. Fortunately, even if the witch god sect suspected him, they wouldn't share that information with the Shang dynasty. If the old emperor got his hands on the immortal treasure, he wouldn't return it to the barbarians. They could only investigate secretly. Next, he just needed to be more cautious. Moreover, if there truly were other assailants, Chen Sansi, while ensuring his own safety, would try to capture a living person to interrogate thoroughly about the immortal treasure, to see if it matched his speculations. Sansi, Sun Buki interrupted his train of thought. His Majesty has declared your merits to the whole world. Today, quite a few people will probably seek to make your acquaintance. Chen Sansi nodded. The banquet venue called the Immortal Crane Tower could be considered the 8 treasures building of Liangzhou City. But since it was a state city, the level of luxury there naturally couldn't be compared to a small county town. Even so, today the Immortal Crane Tower was still reserved entirely. The entire street was filled with all kinds of luxurious carriages, showing the high status of the attendees at this event. Ahem! Sun Buki cleared his throat. Sansi, let me break it down for you. The people here today roughly belong to 3 camps. The first is the Emperor's people. The second, the people of the Crown Prince. The third, people from famous families. Within the famous families, they are further divided according to whom they affiliate with. This was no ordinary banquet, but a complex web of political networking. You can actually discern all this. Chen Sansi admired, noting that birth indeed determined perspective and insight. He indeed needed Sun Buki beside him. Otherwise, if he went in alone, he would be utterly blind, not recognizing anyone or knowing how to react. People from sects can also participate in the selection? Chen Sansi asked. Of course they can. Sun Buki responded. The lands, medicine gardens, and even mountains in various places are largely occupied by the sects and noble families, so any military needs must rely on them for support. Correspondingly, it's natural to provide them with opportunities. Land consolidation and class solidification were not phenomena exclusive to Payang County. The whole Great Shang dynasty was the same. To make the sects cooperate sincerely, it was necessary to provide opportunities. Once in power, their status became even more secure, and this cycle could continue indefinitely without limits. The sects would be like local emperors. Chen Sansi couldn't help recalling, in his previous life when he read historical tales, the emperor who founded the Eastern Han, the child of the plain Luxiu, had managed significant feats with the support of the noble families of Central Plains, much like Chao Xiar initially. During their conversation, the two walked into the Immortal Crane Tower. Upon entering, there was no noise, only the sound of quiet conversations and faintly playing music, with prominent officials coming and going. Not one was a commoner. Even among the selected blades, only a few who had achieved at least small success in refining internal organs were present at the banquet. There were acquaintances. Chow Fan, Een Hanwen. Congratulations to the princely heir and Mr. Een for your great achievements in Yunzhou. Has Brother Bu Qi arrived? Brother Bu Qi, long time no see. Many people came up to Sun Buki with compliments. This person beside you must be Mr. Chun, right? Oh, leading people across the river. Known throughout the world. Mr. Chun is so young yet has already caught the emperor's favor. You will definitely rise rapidly. Soon, a large circle had formed around Chen Sansi. Most of them were young offspring of officials. Sun Buki introduced, "This is Lu Shuhua, the young sect master of the sky-reaching sword sect, and this is Chu Tianshu of the Lingshu sect. This immortal crane tower belongs to Brother Chu." Brother Lu, Brother Chu. Chun Sansi responded one by one, neither overly humble nor arrogant, feeling no need to ingratiate himself with others, nor offend anyone. Lu Shuhua is one of your strong competitors, born with the sword heart body, already perfected in refining internal organs, with superb swordsmanship and formidable strength. Sun Buki pointed to a distant place where Zongmin disciples stood with Chow Fan, and whispered, "That's when Chosher from the moon-splitting mountain villa standing over there. He has always been ingratiating himself with the princely heir, and those others too. In fact, looking around inside and outside the immortal crane tower, it was indeed the group around Chow Fan that was the largest, each of them exceedingly respectful towards him. The first thing everyone did upon entering was to offer him a toast, and then they mingled and made connections with others." Sigh. Sun Buki sighed and said, "Now with both the governorship and military supervision secured by the eunuchs, 2 of the 8 camps belong to the crown prince's men. They see that my father is about to retire from the battlefield, and they've started treating us coldly so early. Retire from the battlefield?" Chen Sansi thought it probably wasn't that simple. The scene before him increasingly resembled his earlier conjecture. Supervisor Sun won't live much longer. These people were here to divide up the influence of the 8 camps. Supervisor Sun probably allowed this to unfold because he was somehow trying to secure a retreat for his 2 remaining children. Because Chun Sansi hadn't heard of any other true disciple who had broken through to a level above martial saint capable of protecting Supervisor Sun's family. "Hypocrite!" Een Hanwen angrily exclaimed. "Princely heir, that man is utterly deceitful. Why did he insist on staying behind to help the civilians cross the river during the battle, if not to gain a reputation through these means? And our holy emperor, benevolent as he is, was actually deceived by him. Yes, princely heir. When Chosher chimed in, he didn't even come over to offer you a toast. He received a 3rd-rank title and now thinks too highly of himself." Chow Fan, holding a wine cup, slowly said, "Not only the Grand Emperor, but even my father thinks highly of him, hoping that I could make connections with him. It's really troubling. I don't see what a country refiner, even with the 9-dragon body, can do. Yes, princely heir, you have the dragon heart tiger bone, a bodily vessel of an innate martial saint." Een Hanwen expressed his admiration. "In this selected blade, no one poses a threat to you." "Yes, naturally." Chow Fan spoke calmly. "Father is probably not worried about that. He likely wants to recruit him for our use. I'll get him to come over and offer a toast to the princely heir." When Chosher said and was about to go over, but the other party took the initiative to come forward. "Greetings to the princely heir." Chun Sansi first saluted, then offered a toast. He hadn't forgotten the disdain and arrogance the other party had shown at the banks of the Hongze River, refusing to even let him speak, instantly branding him as a deserter. However, it was better not to burn bridges in such gatherings, as even if there were minor conflicts later, they wouldn't easily be suspected. Chow Feng's smile was somewhat mocking. "Brother Chun, isn't this toast a bit late? Princely heir, please don't blame me. It's my first time at such a grand event, and I may have been inadvertently discourteous. I'll punish myself with 3 cups." Saying this, Chun Sansi downed 3 cups in succession. Impressive tolerance. Only then did Chow Fan appear satisfied. Not all present were children of wealth and power. Some were talented individuals from lesser places and impoverished backgrounds. In previous selected blade events, this gathering would really just have been about making connections. But since it was Sun Xiangzong's last time and even the Crown Prince's son was involved, the situation became more complex, turning into a political networking event and an opportunity to choose allegiances. Governor Mansion, Crown Prince, and the Yen Party. Grandson of Elder Yen was also present. There were 3 docks to choose from depending on their own choices. Because of Supervisor Sun's esteemed reputation, half still chose to ally with the Governor Mansion's dock. The rest, sensing the delicate situation, either chose Chow Fan or Elder Yan's grandson. Knowing who would be participating in the selected blade, Chun Sansi no longer felt inclined to stay. No matter what, he would try to compete for the first place. Courting factions was pointless. He put down his wine cup, ready to leave with Sun Byuki, when suddenly someone with a resonant and powerful voice holding a wine cup approached, echoing through the hall. I am Bai Thingji from Guangling County. Long have I admired General Chen's great reputation. General Chun, leading people across the river, shook the heavens and moved the earth. Truly a role model for us martial artists and military men. Here's to you. Chapter 118 Selected Point begins. This person's voice was extremely loud. So much so that almost everyone turned their heads to look. Bai Tingji stood rigidly in place, looking straight ahead without a sideways glance, waiting for the other party to respond. Where did this man come from, and why does he have no sense of decorum? Judging by his attire, he's from the countryside. After he entered, he should have first proposed a toast to the princely heir and others. To seek an association with Mr. Chun, he should have done so quietly and privately. Shouting out loud like this is the equivalent of paying tribute. However, the problem is, Chun Sansi was a newcomer, his cultivation level wasn't high and he lacked significant backing, and therefore had no right to open his own port of call. Wait a minute. When Chosher narrowed his eyes and demanded, the princely heir is standing before you, and you do not offer him a toast first? The princely heir? Bai Tingji said bluntly, I do not recognize the princely heir. I only recognize General Chun. Now that Chun Sansi had been titled a 5th-rank general of martial virtue, he truly was an authentic general. What an idiot! In Hanwen said angrily. Even your Mr. Chun has to offer a toast to the princely heir first. Do you even understand the rules? Brother Bai, quickly offer a toast to the princely heir. Chun Sansi, overwhelmed by the sudden situation, almost didn't react in time. Don't just stand there. He saw at a glance that this young man was a blockhead who entirely lacked an understanding of the rules. This had offended the already proud princely heir. You are the princely heir? General Chun tells me to offer you a toast. Bai Tingji once again shocked everyone. Cheers! How could this man be as dim-witted as Zhu Tong? Chun Sansi couldn't bear to watch. Chow Fan, his lips twitching with anger, narrowed his eyes. What stray dog thinks he's worthy of drinking with me? The princely heir? If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Why insult someone? Bai Tingji stared back fiercely. You want to fight? Get out. Another young master in brocade clothing approached. It was none other than the grandson of the current chief minister, Yen Liang, named Yen Chongqing. With a cupped fist salute, he said, Princely heir, this person is obviously a country bumpkin who doesn't understand decorum. Why lower yourself to his level? At Chun Sansi's hinting glances, Bai Tingji finally took his leave with a cupped fist salute. Yen Chongqing, is it your turn to speak? Chow Fan was unabashedly hostile. What kind of guts do you have, coming to Liangzhou to compete with me for the selected point? The competition for the selected point is a fair one, and moreover, I am here by imperial command. Yen Chongqing lowered his head. His words were respectful, yet his tone very calm. Please do not take offense, princely heir. Fine, we shall see what happens. Chow Fan sneered, looking at Chun Sansi. Brother Chun, let me remind you, the Yen father and son are grasshoppers after the autumn. They won't be jumping for long. Choose your side wisely or you'll regret it too late. Sure enough, he was already considering him a member of the Yen party. In fact, even if Yen Chongqing hadn't stepped forward to help, it was still impossible to avoid this association. Courtly conflicts were complex. The most obvious were the Yen party and the Gao faction. One could not discuss such things openly. But everyone in the court basically understood that behind the two factions stood the emperor and the crown prince, respectively. Having just received the imperial decree, Chun Sansi naturally appeared to be one of the emperor's men, thus closer to the Yen party. Even if he was 1,000 times unwilling, he had no choice but to get entangled in the factional struggles. Such is the unavoidable nature of serving as an official in the court. Luckily, he wasn't in the capital city, so at least he did not have to engage in daily political maneuvers. Otherwise, he would have to consider carefully which foot to step into the imperial palace with when attending court. Perhaps, it was the emperor's intention all along, to split his subordinates into groups for mutual checks and balances, making it easier for the old emperor to maintain control. Mr. Chan, I was too preoccupied to greet you earlier, my apologies. Yen Chongqing, having sent off the princely heir, began speaking leisurely. But in the future, you really must keep your men in line. It is fortunate that this was a private banquet, for if it were at the court, this person is not my man. Chun Sansi replied, Nevertheless, I thank you, young Master Yen. You are too courteous, Mr. Chun. Yen Chongqing approached, smiling. We are both servants of His Majesty. And in the upcoming competition, we must support and assist each other. If I manage to secure first place and become the true inheritor, you, Mr. Chun, will surely become one of my commanding generals. Mr. Yen. Sun Buki interjected. Is there a possibility that Sansi himself might secure the true inheritor's position? Oh! Yen Chongqing curled his lips. With no disrespect, it seems that Mr. Chun has only recently begun refining internal, right? The rest of us are at least at the small achievement stage, like me, just one step away from Huajin. Not to mention the final round of martial contests. I fear no matter what, that would be an insurmountable barrier. As for me, even though I am nominally inferior to the princely heir, if I make a breakthrough to the great success of refining soon, I might still have a chance to defeat him. This one was also on the verge of achieving great success in refining internal. Chun Sansi could not help but feel a sense of urgency. It seems that he would need to make a breakthrough to small success soon, or else he truly wouldn't stand much chance in securing a victory in the competition. The feast lasted into the late night. As expected, Chun Sansi left early. He inquired, Bu Qi, I recall from records that there are many exotic beasts in the Luotian mountain range near Liang State. Correct? Yes, I know of a place. Upon hearing about hunting, Sun Buki's expression turned excited. Are you planning to hunt exotic beasts to enhance your cultivation? Chun Sansi nodded in affirmation. Medicine had been stacked to the utmost. To increase his pace further, he could only turn to nourishing food. Exotic beasts, like treasure medicines, were rare resources that one couldn't buy with money. Typically, only martial artists would hunt them, and once they acquired them, they would consume them first. Only the unused parts might be sold off. Chapter 118. And many exotic beasts require their effects to be fresh to be of any good. Once they are put on hold for too long, they immediately lose most of their value. After going round in circles, I'm back to my old job. Chun Sansi inquired about the specific situation within the Luotian mountain range. There are quite a few, such as the saber-toothed tiger, whose blood can brew wine that promotes refining internal, and other parts of its body are even more nourishing. However, they are very fierce, and one saber-toothed tiger generally possesses the combat strength of a refining organ martial artist. Sun Buki counted on his fingers. Then there are the giant apes, fierce bears, shadow leopards, and so on, a wide variety with each one being a great supplement, but also more dangerous than the last. And they are not easy to find. And you need to be careful when hunting. Don't venture too deep into the mountains. There are many poisonous beasts inside. Poisonous beasts? Chun Sansi asked in confusion. Tell me more. These poisonous beasts have only started to appear in recent years. Sun Buki stroked his chin and said, unlike exotic beasts, poisonous beasts have the combat strength of exotic beasts, but their flesh can't be eaten. Consuming it can damage the internal organs and meridians. Moreover, in the deep mountains you might even encounter them in swarms, and if you are besieged, not only is it dangerous, but even if you kill them all, you won't gain any benefits, so who would want to waste their effort unnecessarily? And it seems as if poisonous beasts are proliferating like a contagion. There's a region where once a type of old ape that could mimic humans using weapons appeared, and now exhibit all kinds of toxins. It is said that in the very core of the Luotian mountain range, a giant python dwells. Decades ago someone saw it. Reputed to be over 50 zhang long and 1 zhang thick. Is this even a snake anymore? Chun Sansi grew more curious about the former topic. Such a sudden emergence of poisonous beasts, has no one looked into it? Of course they have, but they couldn't figure out the reason. Sun Buki shrugged his shoulders. In the end, the matter was dropped, and few people go there anymore. Where there's something abnormal, there's bound to be a demon. Chun Sansi quietly made a note in his heart to pay more attention to it if he had the chance. Ever since he learned that reaching the pinnacle of martial arts could potentially lead one onto the immortal path, he became particularly interested in such matters. There's another thing you don't know. Sun Buki really enjoyed this teacher feeling and spoke at length. After Hua Jin, the weapons you use can no longer be ordinary. You need to use mystical weapons. So-called Hua Jin is transforming Qi blood into a surge of force. At this time, it needs to be applied to the weapon. Some weapons can convey the force very well, almost with no loss, while ordinary weapons will greatly weaken the conduction of the force, leading to not being able to fully exert one's power. Your Jinyu sword is a mystical weapon, but the reed leaf gun won't do. You'll need to change it in the future. Some materials from the exotic beasts on the mountain can be used to forge mystical weapons. However, that's a matter for after you've achieved Hua Jin. It's still far off. I'm just telling you in advance. Force mystical weapons? Chun Sansi pondered. Can this force be applied to bows and arrows? He had long felt that bows and arrows were becoming more and more useless. Killing a refining organ martial artist was extremely difficult, requiring prolonged attrition until the opponent became dizzy and couldn't cope anymore. As a result, he later had to carry a long spear and fight desperately. But if he could apply this force to bows and arrows, Chun Sansi had a lingering memory of the witch god Sek's meridian passage expert Amugu's method of attack. Many attacks didn't need actual skin contact but were carried out with an invisible force, which must be this force. If he could attach this force to the arrows, wouldn't it mean ranged force strikes? Coupled with an even heavier bow, he might again be able to kill martial artists of the same realm in the bone training realm as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. But Sun Buki's subsequent answer left him greatly disappointed. It won't work, Sun Buki replied. The force is something that bursts forth in a moment, attached to the body or a weapon. Only after mysterious phenomenon and transforming Hua Jing to Gang can it leave the body. But there's no guarantee. After you reach entry level, you can ask my father. He may know. Chun Sansi nodded, knowing that he could only play it by ear. It's better not to aim too high for now. He had to get an exotic beast first and strive to reach a small achievement in refining internal before the official start of the selected point contest. Liangzhou City. This was a true clash of titans. The top forces from all around were present, all for the secrets above Martial Saint. Chun Sansi tentatively asked, Buqi, none of your father's direct disciples have broken through to above Martial Saint. Is it because they lack the talent? Or is there another reason? Mostly it's a lack of talent. Sun Buki's mood sank as he said, The eldest senior brother seems to have touched upon the threshold, but my dad has always refrained from teaching him. I don't know why. The guy deserves it. In recent years, he's gotten very close with people in the court, helping them to divide my father's power. The eldest senior brother. Chun Sansi recalled the fierce man with the heavenly halberd by the Hongze River. General Chun. By Thingji. who had earlier been making random gestures of respect in the immortal crane tower, stopped the coachman. Behind him, he carried a broadsword. "I'm here to apologize. They said that what I did just now could cause trouble for you. My apologies." Chun Sansi indicated it was fine and, without saying much more, instructed the coachman to drive on. "Mr. Chun, let me follow you." Bai Thingji chased after the carriage, running. "I admire you, and I've decided to follow you for life." "Brother Bai," Chun Sansi said, "stop making a fuss. I don't even have a position in Liangzhou right now. What would you do following me?" "I'll do anything." Bai Thingji followed stubbornly. "Sir, I come from a poor family and have practiced martial arts since I was young, just to find someone worthy of my loyalty. Those dogs in the court won't do. I'm happy to follow you." Chapter 118. First, let's start with the selected point. Chun Sansi said, "Choose the selected point carefully. You may even rank higher than me." Those who could participate in the banquet all possessed outstanding qualifications and realms. "Then I will follow you. General, even if you rank lower, it's only temporary, and I believe you will definitely win." Bai Tingji firmly said, "General, I'm sorry about today. I'll catch you an exotic beast later as an apology." Chun Sansi was slightly surprised. "You know where to find an exotic beast?" "Yes." Bai Tingji said, "I've been in Liangzhou for 3 months with no money on me. To improve my cultivation, I could only rely on the mountains. After 2 months of exploring, I finally found traces of the exotic beasts a few days ago." "That's good." Chun Sansi agreed. "Come to my residence tomorrow, and we'll go up the mountain together." "Yes, General." Only then did Bai Tingji cease following him. "What is this, my fanatic fan?" Chun Sansi looked at the other's fervent gaze, somewhat unaccustomed. With the trouble at the Hongza River and the old emperor's proclamation to the whole world, he seemed to have truly become a celebrity. It's just that his cultivation realm was too low. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem, but this year every genius from all over had swarmed to Liangzhou, raising the standards of the selected point by more than double, making it seem somewhat insufficient. Upon returning to his residence, Si Qin and Mo Hua had already arranged everything properly. Chun Sansi only needed to eat and practice martial arts.
Cultivation technique, Unity Spear technique, Mastered.
Progress 423/1000. At night, naturally, it was time to fulfill the duties of a husband and wife. Early the next morning, Bai Tingji was waiting at the door. But before they could leave for the mountain to hunt, they were found by Li Qianzong. "Both of you, please come with me to the 8 camps first. General Fong will announce the first major task of this assessment." "Isn't the selected point starting in 10 days? Mr. Chun will understand once you're there." The 8 camps, unlike the garrison troops, comprised the elite of the elite. The place they resided was naturally not mere tents but a specially designated area, you could say a city within a city. Along the way, the patrolling soldiers they encountered were all dressed in exquisite armor, wielding fine weapons, and each one full of vigor. One glance was enough to know they possessed extraordinary combat strength. There were several dozens of martial arts arenas, large and small. In the Central Army Martial Arts Arena, Fang Qingyun sat on a high platform, below which the reserve generals for this selected point were gathered. Everyone was given a map of the array. Chun Sansi held the map of the array, easily recognizing it as the 4-door sinking formation. This formation was aligned according to the Bagua. Typically, once deployed, each square soldiers would interlock, gradually becoming unified, crossing each other regardless of where the enemy was positioned, making them feel completely surrounded. It was a top-tier difficult formation, testing greatly the cooperation and tacit understanding of the soldiers, as well as whether they could maintain it. "Gentlemen," Fang Qingyun spoke slowly, his voice clear. "Selected point chooses generals who command troops. If a military officer can't even deploy troops and arrange formations, then he will forever only be responsible for charging into the formation, being a mere warrior. So, the first assessment of the selected point is deploying the formation. Among you, those who have studied military strategies should have already recognized this formation as the four-door sinking formation, a top-tier difficult formation. Coming up, Liangzhou's General Zhao will pull a group of troops from his command, all being the elite of the elites from Liangzhou garrison troops. Each of you will be able to personally select troops from them. Afterwards, you have 9 days to arrange and practice the formation. After 9 days, we will conduct the assessment here. At that time, the commander, governor, supervisor, and several generals will come to observe the formation. Whoever trains the smoothest and most solid formation, that doesn't disperse in chaos, will be victorious. Okay, you may now go to General Zhao to receive your troops. The training starts today. With that, the announcement of the rules was complete. The selected spear generals, one by one, headed towards General Zhao, preparing to go to another martial arts arena to select their troops. Deploying the formation, Chun Sansi, having the training soldiers skillfully trait, was confident that even if he was given raw recruits, as long as they had learned pile work, he could train the formation in 9 days to ensure it was smooth. However, he wasn't sure how sturdy the formation would turn out to be and by what means it would be tested. Compared to that, he trusted his own men more. Those men, they all possessed the sinking formation death will. Thinking this, Chun Sansi stepped forward and asked, General Fong, may I use the troops I brought from Pyong? Oh, of course you can. Fong Qingyun nodded. But you may want to think it over. The rest are using the elites from the Liangzhou Guard, who just recently battled barbarians outside the Great Wall. The people you brought from Pyong. I'm certain, Chun Sansi declared firmly. Chapter 119. The supervisor gifts a bow. Are you certain, all of them? Fong Qingyun repeated the question. He had several exchanges and conversations with Mr. Su recently and found him quite agreeable. Indeed, the man possessed considerable talent. It was only a pity that his background limited his perspective, requiring him to relearn much. Nevertheless, given time, Mr. Su would undoubtedly accomplish great things. Adding Tang Ruishan to that, even if his meridians were damaged, he could still be of use, but as for the others, there was little understanding. I am certain. Chun Sansi's voice boomed. Not far away, General Zhao of Liangzhou glanced over and reminded kindly, Young man, my soldiers from Liangzhou may not compare to the 8 camps, but they are all battle-hardened. Please excuse me, General Zhao. Chun Sansi bowed with his hands clasped. I was merely speaking out of habit about my former comrades. There's nothing to excuse. General Zhao said indifferently, I just don't understand. Everyone else desperately selects the elite, yet you search for disadvantages. What's the rationale? Even the simplest protective formation requires 500 men. Do you have enough? Just enough. When Chun Sansi crossed the river, he had just over 400 men and there was a group responsible for aiding the civilians crossing the river, adding up to just over 500, most of whom were now temporarily assigned as service soldiers in the 8 camps. This was also in accordance with the rules. Which general did not have their trusted personal soldiers? Any selected spear general, if they had their subordinates, could pull them into battle. This could even better demonstrate the true level of their leadership. However, the selected spear reserve generals came from throughout the Great Sheng dynasty's capital and 36 states. A significant portion of them had never fought in wars and had no subordinates, while others were from too far away to call over. Therefore, for fairness in the assessment, those without their own troops could freely choose from the Liangzhou Guard Station. General Fong. Chun Sansi continued, in this selection, I plan to use my original subordinates throughout. If their performance meets the mark, is it possible for them to stay in the 8 camps, promoted to warriors? Of course. Fong Qingyun confirmed. Their initial assignment to service duties was simply because I was unfamiliar with their specific qualities. If they truly can make it from beginning to end, it proves their quality is no issue, and naturally they can be promoted to warriors. Brother Chun, you're being foolish. Yen Chongqing rushed over to intervene. You absolutely mustn't. How could you use the disbanded soldiers you brought from Pyong County in the selection assessment? If the formation breaks, they'll be eliminated in the first round and end up joining the deputy general's draft, which would make it hard for them to get a command position again.
Poyang.
a mere small county in the countryside. The quality of the garrison soldiers in the rural areas of the Great Shang dynasty was something everyone knew about, though they wouldn't say out loud. It was crystal clear in their hearts. In many places, up to half the payroll was fraudulent, and even arrows and weapons had been sold for money. It was only in recent years that Sun Xiangzong moved to Liangzhou and started rectifying the north, gradually reducing the fraudulent payrolls, but the combat effectiveness remained painfully low. "Brother Chen," Yan Chongqing whispered in his ear, "I know you are loyal, but even in consideration of your former subordinates, you should understand one thing. As long as your selected spears achieve a good ranking and you establish your standing in the 8 camps, you can bring them up sooner or later. Mr. Yan, you needn't worry for me." Chan Sansi spoke frankly. "I use my old subordinates mainly to save the time needed for acclimation, and I have confidence in them. In fact, Payang County was one of the better places. Xiang Tingchun harbored great ambitions and, since assuming the role of households, had always strived to maintain rigorous military discipline despite the inherent corruption. It was not until a great battle later on that a significant change occurred, forged by fire. Those who survived now possessed some real capabilities. Ah, this is realizing the advantages of a good reputation." On another side, In Hanwen intentionally spoke loudly. "To carry through with pretense as decency and righteousness, aren't you afraid of ruining your own future? Can't help it, hypocrites. They're the best at winning people's hearts." When Chosher chimed in, deliberately for everyone nearby to hear. "Actually, I think it's not about pretense." Among the many selected spear generals, there were also many who understood the reality. One relatively slim young man murmured softly, "That Mr. Chun, who risked his life to ferry the civilians across the river, how could he be pretending? Tang Inca, whose side are you on?" In Hanwen stared at him. "Siding with them? Have you gone mad?" Tang Inca immediately shut his mouth. Since the immortal crane tower, he had been following Chao Fan and several others, clearly also a young master from the capital. "He won't say it, so I will." Bai Thingji burst out swearing. "You all are hypocrites, yet can't stand to see someone else being noble? What rubbish! And that princely heir, I heard last night that his troops were all transferred from the capital. Why even bother competing? Just let him win already." Hiss, here we go again. Chun Sansi really felt somewhat powerless. Mouths were on other people's faces. What could he do? Chao Fan's people, all transferred from the capital? Obviously, regardless of the place, absolute fairness was unachievable. Any reserve general from an impoverished background who could command the elite of Liangzhou was already considered fortunate. Moreover, deploying formations was only the first assessment. There were many more aspects to come. The one with the best overall score would be the true inheritor. "You scoundrel! How dare you offend the princely heir?" In Hanwen was livid, ready to draw his weapon on the spot. Princely heir Chao Fan stopped him. Not angry, but his voice was ice-cold. "You're called by Tingji? I have not changed my name, nor have I changed my surname." Bai Tingji stood straight. A fine example of not changing one's name or surname. Chao Fan turned his head to look at Chan and Yen, sinisterly said, "Bai Tingji, you really are a good dog that bites for its master. It's a pity that your master isn't me, and you've also chosen the wrong master. Do you think they can protect you? You don't need to threaten me." Bai Tingji said fearlessly, "If your highness wants to take action, you can do it now." "Enough." Fong Qingyun slowly interjected to stop their argument, his voice still very light, yet it carried an inexplicable authority. "Settle any differences in the competition arena. Anyone who dares to fight privately will be disqualified from the selected spear." The two then ceased. The selected spear generals dispersed. Chun Sansi also met his subordinates he hadn't seen for several days in the martial arts arena temporarily assigned to him. As time had passed, naturally, these people had also improved in their realms. Zhu Tong and Wang Li had just recently begun their bone training. The rest had also each made progress. "Rest assured, sir." Everyone was full of confidence. "In terms of cultivation, we might not compare, but when it comes to setting up formations and coordinating, who can surpass us? Those standing here have all crawled out from piles of the dead. That's right. No matter the formation, we can learn it the fastest. Wang Ji made a guarantee. Sansi, just leave it to me and Su Wen Kai. We won't need 9 days. In just 5 days we can train the 4-gate base formation, so it's ready for the battlefield. That was what was said. Of course, Chun Sansi still needed to stay personally and watch until the afternoon, confirming there were no problems before he took up a long spear and arrow and went up the mountain. In the meantime, he had also learned about Bai Tingji's background. He was from Yu State's Guangling County, his father was a scholar, and he himself loved martial arts. After voluntarily joining the army, he was discovered to be a genuine Vajrabhati. He had also suffered oppression. People wanted to steal his selected spear slot and he killed them directly, offending many locals. Luckily, the selection officer arrived in Guangling and took him away so he could be unharmed. To this day, Bai Tingji was an entry-level practitioner of the refining organ skill. Absolute genius. His speed of cultivation was nearly as fast as Chun Sansi's, it's just that his interpersonal skills were somewhat reckless. As soon as he arrived, he offended many people, even if he didn't want to recognize this subordinate, others probably would. This time going hunting in the mountains, Sun Buki and Bai Tingji were both there. Sun Buki held a bow, with a huge case on his back, not knowing what was inside. Using this chance, Chun Sansi just happened to break through his traceless tracking to see what effects it would have after reaching great success. Who could have thought that hunting skills could also be used in military warfare? Qian Sun, you're going too. What are you going to do while I hunt? He looked at the approaching white swan horse, gently patting its head. You just want to go out and play, don't you? Go ahead. Find me at the foothill of the Luotian mountain range before it gets dark. Qian Sun nodded his head, running off joyfully until it vanished without a trace. Sansi, Sun Buki, watching the horse fly off. There is something off with your horse. It definitely qualifies as an exotic beast. Chun Sansi seized the opportunity to ask, are there such things as exotic beast horses? Naturally, there are. Sun Buki nodded. But they're extremely rare, and their appearances are also different from ordinary horses. For example, my eldest senior brother's fire horse, which has blood-red eyes and steams with heat all over its body when it runs, coupled with its all-red fur, looks just like it is on fire, hence its name. Your white horse, on the other hand, looks nothing unusual at a glance, so how can it run so fast? It could well be some kind of mutant that you've come across. Chun Sansi had always been curious. No matter how exceptional a treasure horse, traveling 1,000 miles a day is the limit, needing who knows how long to rest before it recovers, and it might even die from exhaustion. But not Qian Sun. Since leaving Pyong, going all the way to Yu State, it hasn't stopped galloping at full speed, no matter how tired. It just needed to eat some fodder to recover. Moreover, as the skill of horse control improved, Qian Sun's speed continued to increase. If this continues, will it eventually start flying? Xiang Tingchun, at the beginning, did indeed give him a good mount. Now looking at it, the white swan horse was initially hard to tame and unwanted for a reason. Its bloodline is different. Ordinary taming methods obviously did not work. Initially, he struggled for a long time before he could subdue Qian Sun, spending more time than on martial arts training. We've arrived. Through the forest ahead lies the first layer mountain of the Luotian mountain range. The Luotian mountain range spans tens of thousands of miles, comprising a total of 66 layers. To find an exotic beast, you'd have to reach beyond the 7th layer mountain. Even for us trained in martial arts, it would take over a day's travel. We'll definitely have to spend the night on the mountain. Sun Buki was extremely excited. When I left home, my father knew I was going mountain hunting with you. He not only did not scold me for not carrying out my duties, but also told me to bring this over for you. I was so happy I almost forgot about it. As he spoke, he took off the wooden case from his back, placed it on the ground, and slowly opened it. Inside lay a large bow that hadn't been assembled yet, but appeared to be quite old. But Chun Sansi could tell at a glance that the material was extraordinary, like the exotic beast, simply not available in the market, and its draw weight probably terrifyingly strong. A bow my father used when he was young. Sun Buki presented 50 stones. Try stringing it and see. Chapter 120 Chi Observation Skill. This bow's frame is made from the rare bloodwood that's 1,000 years old, and the bowstring is crafted from a 500-year-old exotic beast tendon mixed with other materials, both extremely hard to find in the marketplace, he said. 50 stone. In terms of pulling force, that's just under 10,000 caddies. For a refining organ martial artist, naturally it would be possible to draw. Chun Sansi squatted down, assembled the archery equipment with his tools, and after adjusting it in his hand, even the grip, likely made of exotic beast skin, felt comfortable to hold. When he was ready, he slowly drew the bowstring with the help of his chi blood, aimed at a pine tree trunk about 20 centimeters in diameter 200 steps away, and loosed an arrow. Whiz! Bang! The sound of the air-tearing whistled past his ears, and in but a moment, it pierced through the first tree trunk. Then the second, and finally, the arrow was caught by the third, leaving glaring transparent holes in the first 2 pine trees. What a shot! The higher the pulling force of the bow, the greater its power, and the faster the speed of the arrow. This 50-stone bow, even for a refining organ martial artist, definitely wouldn't require as much time as when initially confronting Luo Dongquan and others. If the opponent didn't close in swiftly within 15 arrows, they'd inevitably reveal a weakness. 15 arrows, for him, was merely 5 seconds. Chun Sansi was as thrilled as a swordsman who had obtained a peerless sword, much happier than if he'd obtained gold or silver treasures. He bowed with his fists and said, "Brother Buchi, please thank Lord Governor on my behalf. Why be polite? After all, you did save his son and daughter," said Sun Buki. "This is nothing. If it were up to me, he should have just made you his true inheritor straight away. Forget the selection. He's just too rigid, unwilling to break the rules."
Buji.
Chun Sansi asked, "Can this bow release Hua Jin power?" "I don't think so," replied Sun Buki. "This bow seems to be one my father used many years ago when he was young. Later, he stopped using bows, so although it's precious, it's nothing too impressive. You should just accept it. As for Hua Jin, I asked about it at home for you. My father said that some special materials could temporarily store power, but those can't be bought, you have to collect them yourself." Chun Sansi nodded. "Okay, I'll make a note of that." That meant there was still hope. Of course, for now, this 50-stone bow was more than sufficient. The matter of Hua Jin can wait until after mastering it. The most urgent task was to hurry and capture an exotic beast, to quickly enhance his cultivation. Chun Sansi wouldn't assume that because he had saved the governor's children and earned their gratitude, he could just slack off and expect to win. Indeed, this connection would, of course, afford him some preferential treatment in the future. But whether or not he could become a true inheritor still depended on his capabilities. If one lacked the ability, even if taught, they might not necessarily be able to learn. One must first prove they're qualified to have the chance to learn. To the mountain. With the 50-stone big bow in hand, Chun Sansi was in high spirits. The Luotian mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and one could only appreciate its vastness upon entering it. Looking around, it seemed as though the mountains were endless, one layer upon another, without a boundary in sight. Liang Zhou had also seen snowfall, albeit just a light dusting, covering the forests with a thin layer, not enough to impede hunting in the mountains. However, the winter reduced the activity of animals outdoors. Although Chun Sansi could take his time searching, the Luotian mountain range was so vast, it begged the question of how long it would take to find anything. "General, please take this path." Bai Thingji led the way in front. Chun Sansi and Sun Buki followed. Along the way, he continued to hone his skills in tracking and concealing. It had to be said, the Luotian mountain range was indeed teeming with game. Practically every 2 li they walked, there was at least one large animal. "There's a poisonous beast." Sun Buki pointed at a pile of rocks 100 paces away and shouted. Following the direction of his finger, they saw a wild wolf. This wolf, twice as large as ordinary wolves, had eyes red as blood, as if they might drip with blood at any moment, crouching and feeding on a recently dead deer. "Don't move, nobody move." Sun Buki, wielding the 15-stone bow discarded by Chen Sansi, took his aim for a good dozen breaths full of confidence before releasing the bowstring, but the shot terribly missed, veering nearly 10 paces from the target. Bai Thingji bluntly remarked, "Mr. Son, that was pretty poor. Ow! Watch out. The beast is coming." Normally, only large animals like tigers or bears would not flee at the sight of humans. Others would definitely run away first. But this wolf, instead of fleeing, charged at them aggressively. "I got this." Sun Buki kept shooting arrows nonstop. When the wild wolf was only about 20 paces away, and he hadn't hit with a single arrow, Bai Thingji was already prepared to draw the broadsword off his back and get ready for action. Hit! Sun Buki, fueled by anger and embarrassment, picked up the long spear, executed the flying snake formation technique, and stabbed the wolf through the heart, finally taking it down with a satisfied heart. He presented the carcass. "Chun San. Look, this is a poisonous beast." Chun Sansi bent down to investigate. Apart from its size, the most distinctive feature of this wolf was its blood-red eyes. Other than that, he couldn't find anything special. "Just look at the eyes," Bai Thingji said, taking over. "The difference between a poisonous beast and an exotic beast is in the eyes. All these poisonous beasts' eyes are blood-red, and they even glow at night. Their meat can't be eaten. It's poisonous." "What causes this?"